Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Stallions Series brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. We are here for a fantastic start and kickoff here of the playoff stage. Day one is going to be a great day full of action and we're going to see who will have a chance to maybe move on to the finals after these next 3 days. With that said, my name is Maxman, but I don't really matter. The man who matters today is Torix, my co-caster. How are you doing, man? What's up?
Thank you so much, Max, first of all, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, how can you say that it doesn't matter? You matter the most here on the stage at this point. But what matter else is the teams, is the complete start of the playoffs. Because this time, once again, the slates have been cleaned up and the teams are needed to once again make their way on the top to get into the grand finals as well.
Yeah, you might have made it through the first stage of the tournament. The playoffs, it's not going to be easy because you got a lot of teams that, of course, qualified for this stage here, Torix, and we're looking incredible at the start, but we do have to keep in mind, we do have the invited teams, which they're very scary. They're very spooky, and it's not even Halloween right now. It's January, and it's still spooky season right now because that lobby is going to be filled to the brim with absolute top-tier skill here for PUBG Mobile Esports, and we're going to see some of them play today. Of course, we're going to be having different groups, so if you don't see your favorite player or favorite team today, don't worry, chill out. They will be playing tomorrow, but today will be Group A versus Group B. We're going to see the teams, but Torix, I got a few favorites. Do you have favorites going into this? No spoilers, though, but do you have some?
I do have a lot of favorite teams in this, and this is going to be a really interesting one because you have your favorites, I have my favorites, and you know what that means? It means that during the start of the game, we will have our pick, we will have our own battle into the battlegrounds of, you know what it is, the chat knows what it is, and they will also have the chance to participate in the complete session of the predictions.
Yeah, the prediction game is going to be going strong for the chat, and I think a lot of the Pakistani viewers might be supporting a certain A1, I think, I8 also, maybe, I don't know, you got different, I mixed up A1, I8, you know, they got similar names, but I think there's a crypto that, I don't know, people support him a lot, so we'll see what he's going to do when he plays tomorrow. He's not playing today, so we'll have to chill out and wait and see. Though, Torix, before we do dive into it, just as like a quick overarching topic here before we go into like all the graphics and see what's going to be happening on today, we are also, from what we've been told, playing in the new patch of PUBG Mobile, which means this is going to be a first look into what PUBG Mobile Esports could be looking like going into 2025, which personally, Torix, has me super excited with how much stuff has been added to the game.
That's true. That's true. That's true. We have a lot of new additions into the game. The first of all, you have seen a lot of memes. You have seen a lot of videos, in fact, on the new car features, the new driving skills, the new driving skills of the teams, how they're using it, utilizing it first and foremost on their fights. I've even seen a video, Max, that how the player is going through a rock while shooting around that rock and just knocking everybody, annihilating all the four players in that area. Yes, I'll give you the video though. it's a one of a delight.
Yeah. I'm glad I did not record my first time drifting with a car because I tried drifting, I crashed into a building, there was a full squad, and I died. So I tried, you know, it's definitely not easy to drive with the drift,
that's
but
why you're not
if you can play it properly, it can be really useful. But here we go, as we dive into the first graphic of the day, we're going to be taking a quick look at the prize pool distribution for this tournament. Of course, we're going to be having 150,000, I forgot the currency name, I'm not going to lie. Can you help me?
PKR, it is PKR, 150,000 for the champions. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the total prize pool for the complete tournament is going to be 500k PKR. And these are the numbers. These are the numbers that you are seeing of the prize pool that will be valid into the grand finals. Not right now, but you can have your chance to get this amount of prize pool, 150k, 90k, 60k. All those from number 1 all the way up to the number 16. Nobody's going empty-handed into the grand finals, Max.
Yeah, and unless you're a Westerner like me that doesn't know the equivalent of this currency, and which I think there might be a few, this is about equivalent to $1,800 US, which, for a tournament like this, for how short it is, this is going to be actually quite a decent amount of money for these guys to take home. And also 500,000 for the MVP, which is wait, is it five? No, total price is said. I was going to say, wait, they get all the prize pool? That doesn't work that way.
That's
30,000 PKR for the MVP. Yes. So, of course, we already said we got some favorite teams here, Torix. individually speaking, I have to start off. We haven't even looked at the teams yet.
Yeah,
I think
that's
Doc
true.
is going to be a guy that a lot of people's going to be looking at to claim this 30,000 PKR because he has been on a fire for 2024.
Well, that's true. That's true. He has been on fire for the MVP. But before we go and head over to the players, we will see the point system. The winner chicken dinner, you know, it's the new point system this time, even though it's really old at this point. It's been 2 years now, Max. Winner chicken dinner gets 10 points, 6 for the second place, 5 for the third, 4 for the fourth, 5 for the fifth place gets a third point. 6 to 2, 7 to 1, and 8 to 1. After that, the only points that you're going to actually claim for yourself is going to be through the eliminations and nothing else whatsoever. So only top 8 will receive the points unless you have a decent amount of kills or eliminations before you are back into the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, same old, right? This point system has been up and about for quite a while now, so I feel like the teams know what's going to be happening with this, but the elimination points is going to be a big focal point for all of these squads, I think it's fair to say, Torix, because at any kind of level of tournaments, even if you play in like your small in-game tournaments, or if you play also these big tournaments like PMWC, PMGCs, eliminations, a lot of the time is the deciding factor to see who's going to be going home early and who might be lifting that trophy at the end of the day. So here it is for your point system again, going to be happening throughout 6 matches today, and see what is going to be happening on that front though. What's your favorite playstyle, Torix? Go for placement or eliminations? What do you like to do the most?
I think you know me better than anyone on that, on how we actually play out for themselves. I do love me some elimination points, and nonetheless. But here we go. We have the calendar for the January 12th to 13th was the underdog finals. Now it's a time for the playoffs. That is going to go for the next 3 days, including today, 16th, 17th, and the 18th. Then the finals are yet to be decided. The dates are yet to be determined. Remember this. Because you want to mark it off your calendar as soon as it's visible to you.
I was going to say, you can't mark it off your calendar. It's still not decided. just keep the next few days maybe open in case you do want to check out the finals here of the Stallion Series. It's going to be a fun time. But yeah, it's cool. The teams, the players had 2 days break. Also, for those who have played the first part of the underdog finals, so they had a little bit of time to recoup and get ready for the bloodbath that is going to be happening. Hey, bloodbath brought to you by Bloodmoon Esports. Very fitting. But it is going to be a tough time, and you definitely got to do that prep and learn about the drop locations, learn about how they rotate, because I'm going to tell you, this is going to be for all of the teams, I would say, Torix, the first wall they're going to be encountering that is going to be tough to qualify, because you have PMGC level teams now that you're not going to get through them easily. You need to come in and have done your homework if you want to have that chance to make it to the next stage.
That is exactly true. You should have done your homework beforehand, in fact, even, Max, because it's only 3 days. You don't have that much time even to do your homework for the next day, because you're only going to have 2 days in total for your matches. The Group A is going to play for the 2 days, the Group B is going to play for the 2 days, and even so, the Group C is also going to play for the next 2 days as well. So whatever you're going to do, whatever you have in your mind, you utilize 1 day to know about the teams and utilize the next one to make a comeback for yourself. And that is the only way that I see right now for all of these teams to either qualify for the grand finals, because if they don't, even if they lack 1 bit during that time, it's an instant cut off from the grand final slot for them.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving, I would say is the correct word to use here. And with the caliber of teams, again, you're going to have a real rough time to make it through. But you don't know. Maybe you could have some really good surprises. I mean, it's been a year of surprises, right? PMGC, who thought the D+ kill was going to win it at the start. I don't think a lot of people were looking that way. And it just happened in the end, especially with that cool Miramar finish on the East. That was really sick. But anyways, with that said, I think we're going to be diving into some other graphics very soon, because we're going to have to start talking about the teams very soon here, Torix. And today, normally, we're going to have throughout this stage, by the way, 3 groups, and they're all going to be playing split up between each other. Today's going to be Group A versus Group B. They are going to be playing then on this map rotation, and there's 3 Miramars instead of 3 Erangles. That is very interesting here, Torix. I don't think I've ever covered a tournament where you have 3 Miramars on the day. This is quite cool.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. But what I'm more excited about, the fact is that we're starting in the Sanhok, Max. And when we start in the Sanhok, it's a bloodbath right from the very beginning, because you're only gonna have one of the Sanhok match, and every single team needs to seize their chances in getting those eliminations, those points. So we might see even some boot camp, the Paradise Resort, clash drops. At the same time, there's also gonna be the Pynon. And oh my god, Sanhok, the fastest map in this PUBG game, is going to be one of the most hard-hitting factor for majority of the team. It's either going to build your momentum for the rest of the games, or it's going to completely break it out for you. But it's still day one, day number one. You still have tomorrow, so even if you don't do good today, you will still have a chance. You will still have a slight chance of making a comeback for yourself, because you need to get into the top 16. Stay in the top 16, because that's where the complete grand final qualification is.
Yeah, the top 16 out of 20 teams is pretty easy to achieve compared to a lot of qualifying, that's a word I created, qualifying tournaments where sometimes they're just going to cut off 50% of the teams. No, this is actually pretty soft on the squads. One good day, I would say, Torix, if you like, it is enough to make in top 16. So that should be the approach for a lot of these teams, just to make sure you have at least one good day. And if your first day, as you said, is not going too well, you definitely have that opportunity to come back. Though Miramar, again, I have to bring it up because I find this very important. 3 Miramars on the day, it's going to be dual break for some of these teams. So instead of having to be super efficient on Erangle, we still have 2 Erangles on the day. It's still very important as a battleground. But if you're good on Miramar, you're just going to fly right through into the finals. So Miramar is going to be very interesting. You talked about also a few hot drop locations in Sanhok. I think that's kind of going to set the pace for today. But yeah, overall, I am super hyped to get into this. And I can see the chat. I also have the chat. Hello, everyone. A lot of Nepali fans also. I thought it was going to be a lot of Pakistani fans, but also a lot of Nepali fans. And luckily enough, you guess what? DRS is playing today. And Torix, from what I remember in the past, DRS were pretty damn efficient in PMSL when it came to Miramar. So that could be something that goes heavily in their favor.
Exactly. And on top of that, you don't see your generalized like division of the matches like Sanhok, Erangle, Miramar. No, it's complete 3 Miramars and then complete 2 Erangle. So the teams that will be efficient in the Miramars will definitely get better by the match that they're playing, and so on the Erangle as well. So as you already like have mentioned, that Miramar is going to be one of the few matches that every team will be considering to do the most damage and most point efficiency in that. We will have to see how the teams will be playing against themselves, because you already talked about there's a lot of teams. And we have not yet talked about the teams on which group is playing. It is Group A and B, yes, but which teams are included in that group? And we will find that out right now, because the match number 1, the match of the Sanhok, has begun at this point. And you can already see the angry birds. The players are angry. They're showing their anger on the plane.
I was going to say, like, I'm super hyped. This is the first game. So many cool teams. Prize ball on the line. Angry Birds. It took me out of it for a second. I was like, oh, I was not expecting that. But here we go. As you said, this is going to be our first game here over on Sanhok. And it's going to be a good old time here for the first day of the playoffs. The first game of day 1 of the playoffs here for Group A versus Group B. And to go through some of the big names here that are going to be playing today then, Torix, that we have to bring up. We got DRS playing today. We got 4MV, also known as 4 Miracle Vibes. We got HORAA Esports. I can see a lot of HORAA fans in the chat. RRQ is going to be here. FaZe Clan, A1. So many big teams, so many big individual players all participating for that one chance to make in the top 16 to then head into the finals.
Oh yeah, but I can already see some fight happening at the boot camp side. Yes, the boot camp is right now a bloodbath. FaZe Clan has so far secured 3 of the elimination out of the 4. And oh no, Team XT, things are not looking good for them, because their last player is about to be slammed in by the Team FaZe Clan as well. The 2 players, the 3 players, in fact, they're rushing in. Slowly and steadily.
They all called that guy.
I know.
Those guys are sending it. And they do get it done. 4 early eliminations going the way of FaZe Clan. And most importantly here on that fight, Torix, they don't lose a single player. They get all the loot of bootcamp. They get the rotation potential of bootcamp without losing anything in that transaction. That is a big win for FaZe Clan. And they were just flexing on the lobby in that first game. But you saw how they pushed together, Torix. The synergy of those guys. It's on point and beautiful. So well played, FaZe. GG's.
Definitely, Team FaZe have marked their first elimination into the Sanhok match, but another fight ensues on the Pinon side. This is the team 4MV. They're with the team 1-for-1, in fact. Okay, so we are definitely going to see some of the more action, maybe a slow one this time around, because usually I do see team 1-for-1 officials not play that aggressively into their games. They tend to go for a slower start, but then gradually as the match it comes to like at the ending stages, they do shift for the gear from the slow pace to a fast pace to the aggressive side. But right now, both of the teams, they're not making a move. They're not making the first move. They're letting the other team, in fact, make their first move. They want the other team to rush, in fact, upon them and maybe try to capture it. Definitely a good choice. Definitely a good, I'd say, a strategy. But how will it work? This is the bigger question.
Not sure who 355 is, though. I don't know if that's just a tag name or an entirely new player here for 4MV. And he gets caught off guard right in between the cracks of that wall by Hacker. Well done. And he's going to try and flush that as quickly as possible. I think that, yeah, 355, there's no opportunity for him to come back. He's going to get pushed up by Hacker and flushed out. First point going over to 141. And actually, very interesting. I was kind of surprised that 141 decided to hot drop 4MV over here, because it is normally known as 4MV's drop location in like every big tournament. Yet they're competing, and here we go, 141 starting to lose players. They're going to be down to just 2 more. And you can see that now 4MV are looking to try and surround, but Reefus gets knocked. It's down to Baron and Doc now to try and take the 2v2, now 2v3 fights after they do get.
They do, but at the same time, Team 141 is focusing on their revival, and that is a good thing. So far, Team 141, they might be able to like reset themselves back to 4-man squad, but look at the kill feed. The DRS, they also want a piece of those elimination numbers for themselves, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're getting some eliminations, they're getting some knockouts, and as Team 141, they're closing in. Baron has been completely surrounded by the both sides. The M416 is not going to do him any good. It is time for the DBS. He makes one shot, but not enough, as Sirius with the S12K marks his victory on that knock. And now it's all up to the last 2 players of the Team 4MV. It is Doc and Reefus, and these 2 players are kind of far away from each other, so I don't think generally it's a good idea to do that.
Third party!
Oh no! UNB from the backside. It's a third party and Team 4MV. Now the things are not looking good for you guys.
I did not have 4MV getting wrecked in boot camp on my bucket list of 2025. This is not the start of the year they wanted, I'm sure. Door's going to be open though. Reefus with the flash, going to try and buy a little bit of time. Doesn't quite hit the intended target here, but he's chasing it down. He's trying to look for stragglers, maybe able to get the res onto Baron. But the thing is, that solo player of 141, he's giving the info. Hacker's going to come back after he gets the information to deny that res. And I think here Reefus is up to date. He knows what's happening there, and it is going to be flushed out, but the third party is still happening on Painan Hill. No break is being given here to 4MV. Reefus, one player against the world. 4MV, can he hold strong with that AKM, as he's down to just one more clip on that AKM? I don't think he can weather the storm here, Torix.
Yeah, I do totally believe that. It's not going to be possible with just the 40 bullets. Maybe you're going to be able to flush out at least one team, but not the third party that is closing in slowly and steadily to you guys. But look at that. Team FaZe Clan has got another elimination on their name, so they're definitely popping off into the first match. 5 eliminations so far, but I'm more curious about Reefus right now. Reefus, you're surrounded by 2 teams now. It is UNB and the Team 141 right now, and you're all alone. Everything has been done by this guy. He does not have any more stems to go on, just the 2 first aid kits and 40 bullets into the mag. No, I don't think it's going to be possible. You can either like try to get away from this area, but what is going on? DRS? They're yet another
That's
team?
what's going on. Oh my god.
I was not expecting
DRS
that.
out early. Yeah, at least they get himself 2 eliminations, so they do get at least some points for their trouble this game. But Knockout Esports, just like FaZe, right? Not losing a single player for that encounter versus DRS, and get 4 points in the process. Really, really efficient stuff happening here. And they're really down to just 14 teams, 46 players. A few teams already lost a few of their players, like RTG, 141 down to 2. So a lot of action happening. But going back to the fight that we have going on in Painan, right? One thing that is going in favor of Reefus currently, I would have to say, is the fact that there is a third party happening. He can kind of use that as a way to maybe extract himself out, or to just get involved in the fight after players get weakened. But look at that. They're just wrapping around. They hear the footsteps of Reefus here with the AKM. 40 bullets. That's all he had left in that. And he's going to be completely out of the game. 14th place for 4MV. 3 eliminations, sure. But two big teams who are already taken out of the equation, Torix, 4MV and DRS.
That's true.
I think that maybe we're looking at FaZe to just keep popping off and eliminating the entire lobby, because right now they are looking like the best team in terms of the big names going into this match.
That is true. That is true. The great start, and right now a great continuation of that aggression that they have done. But here we
Nice
go.
one.
Hacker is definitely going to make some moves against the team. S12K on the player. It did a slight bit of damage, but not enough. But the S12K, it's not going to work this time. You might be able to make one shot, but not enough to get the player down. UNB Unbeatables, they're the one that is going to take down the team 141X and the team for Miracle Vibes out of the equation. 3 eliminations so far into their name. And with this, top 12 teams are right now remaining. It's been 7 minutes, 8 minutes max. Okay, that kind of sounded weird, but nonetheless, it's been 8 minutes, and already 4 teams, they have been gone out of the equation. They have been thrown back to the lobby.
It's fine, Torix. My friends call me Max instead of Maxman. I give you permission. You can call me
Okay.
Max, don't worry. It seemed like HORAA did spawn into this game as a 3-man squad. We got Sleepy, we got Jiggle, and we got HORAA. Which Sleepy, of course, is one of my favorite players in the CSA region when it comes to long-range snipes, especially with the DMRs. Like the Mini 14 is so efficient on that kind of weapon. Not doing too great in the full season, unfortunately, but I know that Sleepy, he can definitely pop off. He's definitely a player up there. A1! Another big name already also taken out of the lobby, so they're going to be eliminated in 12th position. This is absolute destruction of the top teams. I am so impressed by this first game. Of course, it is a Sanhok. It can be a little bit more inconsistent for some teams, but bro, what is happening?
Oh, I mean, I have to say, when we started this game, we were not expecting any of this to happen. We were expecting some of the known teams like 4MV, DRS to make their mark into the territory of the Sanhok with their aggression and everything, but no, it is actually the opposite. So far, FaZe Clan, they have the 4 players still remaining, 5 elimination. Knockout is also another name that managed to get 4 eliminations, with the 4-man still standing, but now they're up against another team. They're against the Unbeatables, the similar team that a while ago that marked their territory into the Painan, and now they're kind of close to the team Knockout Esports. 1 player already knocked, closing in. Ghost is trying to move into the vicinity. The smokes have been deployed. The player will get the revive, but what is Team Unbeatable doing? I don't think this is a good idea to stay this further away from your team members, to go this far away in the Sanhok.
I do think the split is a bit too big, Torix. I would have to agree on that. But I do think the idea of being aggressive here is actually really good. But wait, are they crossing over the road? Or how did Ghost get knocked? Or was it a nade? Oh, he got... That was maybe a little bit too overzealous in that position. I like the attempt on trying to be aggressive on Knockout, though. I think that being aggressive on Knockout Esports at this point in time is very smart, especially after you get the massive confidence boost, right, of beating 4MV in Painan. That is definitely going to be making you feel pretty good about yourself going into this game. But I do think the way they split up is a bit too thin, which makes you very vulnerable to those solo knocks. I think that a 2-2 split or maybe a 3-1 split, if you want to have an off angle, is very solid. But they do not get the res onto Ghost. He's completely out. It's a 3-man team remaining, a lot of utility in the hands, and now he's just rushing over the road with a nade in hand. No care in the world. That's a risky move here, I'll have to say, Torix, but he's got himself a DBS. We know what that weapon can do. Takes already damage, down to a 3rd HP. On the outskirts still of the fight, he's going to be able to take himself a one-on-one fight. He gets into the car. What is going on? Bro, get out the car! Oh my god! Right through the window with a DBS, trying to hit the shots. Wait for his teammates. He's got a little bit more time to spare. And it is going to be a 1v3. There you go. Pekka is going to be joining up, blah, 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 too. And that is going to be a squad wipe in favor of Unbeatables. What is I feel like this is a fever dream. This is a dream right now that's happening, Torix. This is such a weird first game.
It's everything that's happening. It's totally unexpected, out of the box situations. That I can say for sure. The team that we are like, okay, yeah, they managed to like make their tracks back on, make themselves back on the tracks. No, especially that time, they're the one that choked out. They get fumbled up, and especially at that point, they get eliminated.
Humbled,
yeah. RRQ so far, they're also wanted to get some hands on those elimination. They are close to another team, but those shots, those AUG shots, they are hitting RRQ. But that split, I don't think it's still a good idea, because Sanhok, you may have your like openings, your rocks and everything, but Sanhok is still like a very small map. You can get third-partied from any point, at any time, just like this, from the backside.
Perfect example.
RRQ, they're closing in, and this is exactly the example. One player goes on, he gets at the backstab, but as soon as he gets a backstab, the team is ready to overturn the situation against the other team as well.
Not a big fan of these sniper towers, though, because if they get too close, it's very easily nadeable. They do leave it, which I do like. This is a very good response, but man, RQ are just so aggressive. And they're just looking to claim as many eliminations as humanly possible. And now they not only get that knock right, Torix, they also claim that high ground position. They're going to get access to the sniper tower, which there's a nade being cooked by a player nearby. You got to be careful. Million might be able to hit that one. Get the flush. Those points, again, are going to matter if you want to make it top 16. But because he oversteps his welcome, he gets knocked as a counter. And RRQ now down to 2, unless they can get the res. And the blue is moving in a minute. So they need to start thinking about finishing this fight and moving to the next location.
That's true. That is true. They need to move out of this location as soon as possible. But before that, you need to give revival to your player as well. Red-Zone Esports, so far, 3-man, closing in slowly and steadily. That's 2 player closed in, 1 player still staying in the backside to try and give out the cover. But it still is
can't get the res.
They can't get the res. That's true. But RZ, Red Zone, this is a 3rd circle. As soon as it's going to hit the 4th one, it's going to be really drastic change. It's going to have a really drastic change. You're going to lose so much HP. RRQ, that's 3rd player down as well. But the circle is going to take a shift to the Paradise Resort. You can see the Team Hyper near the Team Star at the Tatmach area. And this is another fight that will ensue in a short while, Max.
I want to give a huge amount of respect to HORAA this game, because we have seen that HORAA's been relatively silent, right? When you come into this lobby with a 3-man team, you want to avoid early game fights, which is what they've been doing, and currently they have one of the better positions alongside Paradise Resort. HORAA have been playing this really solid game of PUBG Mobile Esports. As here we go, Hyper going to be able to climb the leaderboards a little bit with that elimination, but it's going to be down to 2 here. Hassi and Find still running about. If they can wrap up this fight quickly, maybe they can still get the res onto Jin, but it might take a bit of time to hit that one off. He get himself into that really cool supercar, and he's just driving out of... Oh, no, there's a tree! Get out! Okay. Okay, Hassi's fine. Wait, where are you going? What's the play?
He was unsure. He is right now unsure what to do. Yes. Go? No go? I don't know. At this point, the Team Star, they have their eyes on towards the players, but no, the full spray got whiffed. Not a single bullet connected on the player. But nonetheless, Team Star, you're the solo guy. You're the only guy, Vinky, and something needs to be done. The player has taken both of the sides, the back and the front, against the Team Star, Vinky, and it's not going to be long before the last guy, Vinky, is also going to be taken out by the players. But here we go. IM77, we end so far near the Team RRQ. They don't even have the slightest of idea where the player is. They're constantly shooting at the grass, but it's not bringing any kind of info towards the players. But Winky, right now, stranded, completely stranded. IM77, oh my god, unbeatable. Come on.
They were also able to get the res. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, they were able to get the res on the side. Hyper back to a 3-man team. What an insane rescue attempt on their side. And it works out. They get themselves the elimination. They clear the northwestern side of the circle, which is going to facilitate that transition, hopefully east of Paradise Resort, because going into Paradise Resort here, Torix, that's a big no-no. That's just not the right play to go for right now. You want to dodge it like the plague. But again, looking at HORAA, they went for a 2-1 split, and they got Jiggle in the circle. Sleepy and Sky, maybe they can just regroup on his location and actually play for the win despite having only 3 players. But we have to say, Torix, the big threat in this lobby we've seen from minute 1, it's FAZE. FAZE and those guys, we again don't know why they called that guy 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're going to come in sweeping from that location, and they could be not only a team to win this game, but they could win it with 15 elims or something like that. They could go on an absolute rampage this match.
They possibly can, but the fact is, Max, after the first initial elimination that they did on the team, they've only managed to secure 1 extra elimination after that. So far, aside from that fight, we have not seen any of the Team FAZE's clan's player took another one of those aggressions amongst themselves. RTG, I have to give it to them. They did a really decent job. They managed to get those 5 eliminations, but at the cost of 2 of their players, and that is not a good thing. But we're officially in the top 8. At least a single position point will be given to the teams. No matter right now what the standing is. If they get eliminated right now, they will have at least a 1 positioning point for themselves. But HORAA Esports, wait a second.
Sleepy!
I thought we had a full team, but no. In fact, HORAA Esports joined with 3-man standing. 3-man, it's a trio, and they are not backing off from any of the fights.
I'm going to say, if you are HORAA right now, you might want Jiggle to come back with you, Torix. I think you might agree with that too, because you want to hold off the entirety of VLR at this point. That is going to be the best play for you to do, is to try and hold them off, and then you can just claim the entire southern side of this circle. So that will be a really, really good play. I'd love to see if they're going to be committing to that. But, I mean, as of right now, Jiggle, he seems like he's more focused on scouting than helping out his teammates, and that might come and be a little bit of an issue in this 2v3.
It might become an issue, but not right now. I don't think right now it's going to be an issue, but Sky HORAA, you, of all people, do need to get inside of that circle as soon as possible, because the circle this time around is going to be the 5th stage. On the backside, there's the team RZ, Red Zone, and no, they managed to get their way inside of, not only inside of that circle, but in a good position now as well. FaZe Clan, they're also trying to find out where the their opponents are. Holding the corner of the circle is definitely going to be the best scenario right now for you, but wait a second, are they looking at the Team Valerians too? The same team that HORAA actually has their eyes.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, FaZe could do really well because they got these high ground positions. They can scout pretty much anyone in this lobby from that location, except for maybe Hyper. Otherwise, everyone else, it's fair game. But the circle hates FaZe. It is not kind to FaZe. It just keeps moving away from their location. It's been like 3 times in a row at this point. But yeah, VLR is going to have to think of moving in. RQ Nougat is going to be sending himself deep into the circle too. Jiggle, though, again, he's in the circle. So it seemed like that fight for VLR with VLR is just not worth it anymore on the side of HORAA. So regrouping on Jiggle is definitely going to be possibly a game-winning rotation. As Hyper now, the circle, it's kind of decent for them. Half of their compound is going to be still in circle, so they can stay here. And it's especially high ground turrets, which means they can not only get information, but they can maybe third party from a distance and get involved if they want to claim strong positions in the circle.
That is true, but wait a second. Do my eyes deceive me, or the FaZe Clan have been completely eliminated? Wait a second. I feel them now with this. I just feel them to the personal level, not only on the elimination while trying to get inside of that circle, but also the circle taking the shift away from them. RTG, they have also been eliminated. And yes, exactly, the FaZe have been eliminated. 8 elimination to their name. And after that, it's completely over for them. HORAA Esports with a 3-man and the 3 elimination to their name. The only other team that has a trio so far alive is the TKS. MTERSHOT x TKS. RZ, REDSAINTS, they have 1 player. And oh my god, as soon as I said that, there goes them. There goes them. They have been eliminated out of this match. So it's officially a 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1.
Wait, Torix, I literally looked at my other screen for 5 seconds, and then FaZe were gone. They just disappeared. They got Thanos snapped out of the lobby. What the hell? Did we just witness? I mean, cool for the other teams, able to get himself a few more eliminations here and there, but Nougat, again, solo player for Team RRQ. Gonna try and just slither his way through, which of course it is Sanhok here, Torix, so you could snake your way and you just get rid of your backpack and you can get into the grass, into some bushes, and you'll be fine unless you get spotted by Falcon from MTERSHOT, TKS.
Come on.
Which the shot does not come through just yet, but you got to be careful because they're also not in circle, and they're going to have to make it through the road, possibly. RQ, there you go, going to get eliminated in 4th position. 3 teams now remain. We have now reached the top 3 of the first game here of the playoffs, Torix, and HORAA are looking really good to claim this first chicken dinner.
Oh, it definitely is. HORAA is definitely looking really good. Not only that, they have the circle for themselves, but look at one of the player of the team, HORAA. The angle that this guy has. In fact, that's a different team. Okay, so HORAA Esports, they have the circle. They have the complete southern side of the circle, but the northern side, it is a western side. In fact, it is to the TKS MTERSHOT, and the northern side already goes to the team Hyper so far. The only team that is right now have their hands deep down inside of that circle is the HORAA Esports. Aside from that, everybody else needs to move, whether it's like 10 meters, 15 meters, all inside of that circle, no matter what the scenario is.
Yeah, they're both pinks. I got confused for a second, but yeah, it's just, in fact, two different teams here. There you go. We're going to be having some eliminations coming on through. Hyper down to just Jin and Fine, trying to make it over to the Rock, but the circle actually goes over to the northern side of the row, which means that now, for the first time, Sky are not in control. Well, not Sky. The entirety of HORAA are not in control of this game anymore. They need to cross on over, but the thing is, they still have 3 players. They have the angles that they really need if they want to make that transition work out, and especially Torix, if they have smokes, this is still looking like a very, very confident win for HORAA. And now TKS, be careful that nade of Jin. That could be huge behind that rock. He's going to hit it, though. Looking the elimination feed. So far did not come out. And there you go. Jin hits the nade onto Universe. And that is going to be a squad wipe. TKS is going to be out of the game. It's all between Hyper and HORAA. See who's going to claim this first chicken dinner down on Sanhok.
3 versus 2, ladies and gentlemen. The team Hyper, they have the circle. The team HORAA Esports, they're the ones that need to aggress upon on the team Hyper right now. But another grenade goes over HORAA Esports. They are trying, but a car. Oh my God, Jiggle, you're going to use the car, utilize the car, but it's still going to be in a way.
No way.
Not a single shot comes in. Sleepy HORAA managed to take down a fine TR, and now it's once again a 2 versus 1. It is up to Jin to stand up for his team, but the single headshot is going to take off so much of his HP that it's going to leave him stranded there. But another shot goes on the Sleepy. It's really low on that HP. Both of the parties are getting low, but instead of the revival, they want to get those elimination done. And that's the grenade. That's the grenade that's going to mark the territory. HORAA Esports is going to have their chicken.
Oh my word. Sky was so clean on those shots. He was getting headshot after headshot right above those rocks and able to get himself the win at the end of the day for HORAA. Such a solid performance. And again, keep that in mind. This is the only team from what I've seen that came into this game, Torix, as a 3-man squad. And they win it. Exactly. And not just win it, they win it confidently so, in the way they take control of the circle early on, and they're not scared of being confident to push into the final team of Hyper to get the win. Okay, HORAA, they're cooking. This is the best game for you to kick off your adventure in the playoffs, because that confidence boost after winning as a 3-man is going to go through the bloody roof, man. It's crazy.
That is true. That is true. Those elimination, those 3-man standing like a trio survival till the very end without even losing a single player, that's commendable. Straight up. They have completely renewed themselves. They have shown the lobby right now that even though we're 3-man joining in, do not take us lightly. It's just Sky, Jiggle, and Sleepy. 2 elimination for Sky, 1 for Jiggle, and 3 for Sleepy. 6 in total. And a lot of damage to the players that have done. But look at Jiggle's damage. Only 60.
60?
That's just a 60 damage that he's going to have. But Sleepy, who took this man's elimination? A 602 damage, but just a 3 elimination.
You know what? I can't really even be harsh on Jiggle for only having 60 damage, because he was more of an anchor point scouter for the team, right? He was not really involved versus VLR on the southern side. He was more like facilitating those transitions the entire time. So yeah, I still like Jiggle, really a player that I didn't know too much about going into this. Of course, you know, the people like Sky, like Sleepy, etc. Didn't know too much, but he already had an impressive impact on the game. Maybe not through damage or eliminations, but through rotations alone, and that is still something that's very, very important, because PUBG Mobile, sure, it's about eliminations, but most importantly it's about how you rotate around the map, and he was making sure that his team had that entry point in the final circles. Here we go though. 6 grenade eliminations, a bit lower than what I thought, because there were a lot of nades thrown left and right as we go for the head-to-head. And here we go, 8 eliminations for Hyper though. Again, having that big reset. They were down to 2 players and a player knocked, and you're able to clear the entire northern side of the circle. Not only made that transition easier east of Paradise Resort, but then they had an opportunity to go for the win, possibly, because having 3 players alive at the end here is very important. So they made sure to go for the res, and it worked out just fine on that first match.
It definitely did. It definitely did. Even though HORAA Esports, they have the chicken dinner, 16 total points for themselves. Hyper Esports, even though they came second, they have almost the similar points as well. 14 points, just the 2 points of a difference, but 2 extra elimination that what the HORAA actually did for themselves. 1200 damage, it's a good number. 23 minutes of the match, so it was really a fast-paced Sanhok. We usually see Sanhok goes around 25 to 28 minutes, but this time around it is just the 23. But HORAA, is going to be the guy that is the MVP from the RTG. 5 eliminations, 670 damage, 0 assists, 19 minutes of survival, 5 knockouts, and a total of 559 healing. He got the same amount of elimination that he did the healing on.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the elimination count compared to how long he survived in the game, he was really pumping numbers while he was alive. He was doing a lot of work. That, again, is going to... It's going to frustrate me. We got that guy. You knew I was going to talk about. I don't know who he is. And he even has a helmet on. I don't. What am I supposed to do with this? We're looking at one of the top players of HORAA. It is then going to be Sleepy, which of course we saw some really good mid to long range sprays coming through from this guy. But yeah, Sleepy for me is definitely an MVP contender for many tournaments he participates in, and he just shows off really strongly in the first game what he can bring to the table. And yeah, down the line we're gonna have Jinu also there, and Hamo getting himself 2 eliminations with a survival time of 50 minutes. Again, about 600 damage in 50 minutes. That means that you were very efficient during that time where you were alive. That sounded very British, too British almost.
No comments on that, but moving on to the match ranking, let's see how many eliminations that the team has actually got for themselves. So we have 6 elimination for HORAA, then we have a HyperX ruler with 8 elimination, but unbeatables. They have 9 elimination and not a single positioning point for themselves. FaZe Clan, they only managed to get 8 elimination with a single positioning points. Road to Glory managed to get 6 elimination with 2 positioning points. RRQ managed to get a total of 8 points. 6 for the MTERSHOT X TKS. Team Red Zone gets 6. 5 for knockouts. 3 for Valerians alongside of the 4 Miracle Vibes as well. But here comes the downfall. 1 for 1X Official 2. DRS with 2. And Team Star with 1. Exotic and A1 Arrow. They did not manage to get a single point. They were the first one of the 2 teams that got instantly wiped out as soon as the match started.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of a question here for you, actually, Torix. Looking at how this first game went down on Sanhok, and of course it's Sanhok, it can be a bit more inconsistent compared to your Miramars, compared to your Erangles. Do we expect the leaderboards to stay kind of similar to this, or are we going to expect some big changes? Because personally, that first game, we had some interesting stuff happening, especially Unbeatables. They really surprised me, but I feel like going into Miramar, going into Erangle, the teams at the bottom, they're like, okay, that was a fun mini game for the first match. Now we're going to come in swinging on our second match.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a huge changing in the leaderboards, that I can say for sure. Judging from the fact how the DRS actually played the first one, and how like everyone else was actually playing, they were assessing. I'd say they were assessing the lobby in the first match. The second match is where the most action, the real action in fact, is going to begin, because we're going to be transitioning from the Sanhok all the way up to the slowest pace map of all the time, the Miramar. It's about the time for the barren lands. It's about the time for that minivan, in fact, Max. And oh my god, the minivan driving and everything in this thing. But before any of that can happen, before we transition into the Miramar, we will go for a short highlight. So we'll see you after that.
I muted myself. That's a Maxman special. I do that all the time. But we are back here for the Stallion Series, getting ready for our second match of the day, heading into Miramar. But yeah, very action-packed for the first game here, and I'm intrigued to see how the rest of the day is going to go down specifically. But one thing we didn't really talk about too much, Torix, and I kind of want to bring it up to you and also maybe have a conversation as to what you think about that. Going into Miramar, we have 3 Miramars in a row, which I always love this kind of map rotation where you have the same map in a row, because if your first Miramar doesn't go too good, you have that wiggle room to kind of improve on your next 2 Miramars followed up, right? Because you can learn a little bit more about the drops, about the teams that drop around you, how they rotate. So if there's a bad first game on Miramar for some of these squads, there's still some hope that they can do well on the next 2 matches.
That is true, and from the transitioning point and from the player perspective point as well, I think it's really feasible for them too, but it's going to bring so much chaos for all those teams that are not efficient in the Miramar. They're going to have so much of a pressure on them as we will end our Miramar matches, Miramar segments, and move to the Erangle ones. The teams, they might have some morale down. Some of the teams might have like a higher morale than the others going into that transitioning point, and I really want to see how will that affect the performance of the teams. Sanhok is one of a kind. And I think everyone in this match was like, let's go. It's a do or die scenario, and we will send all in throughout the game. And that's why it was such an unorthodox. It was such like it was kind of like one of a kind. I'll give it a name, one of a kind match. But now we're gonna have some steady transitions throughout from the Miramars. We will see some steady climbs, some steady like downfalls for the teams, or maybe on the leaderboard it's going to be a really big drastic change as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite significant. I think we're going to see a lot of the teams here change things up completely. But also we have to keep in mind, right, the teams of Group C, they're not playing today. They're looking at this happening in the background possibly. So they're going to have all of that extra info, which if I was playing in this tournament, I would prefer to be Group C, because I think that there's quite a significant advantage to being able to research who you're going to go up against before playing the matches themselves. But yeah, again, going into Miramar, I feel like we're going to have some of the teams that are definitely more comfortable on that battleground, which for me comes down to like all the big names, all the big players that we know going into this lobby, right? They're going to try and initiate a comeback, like your DRSs, your A1s, your 4MVs. I don't think they're too happy with that first game, Torix, so they're going to come in swinging on this second match going into Miramar. But yeah, it's going to be fun. But anyways, I do want to see, and I'm not too sure if this is how it meant to go, going back to HORAA. I thought HORAA had a 4-man team, and I kind of want to look back, because are they just a 3-man squad the entire time, Torix, or is this just like a one-game thing? Or what's happening?
I think it's a one-game thing this time around, because I do need to see if we have more of the players. Yeah, we have like 4 players of the HORAA Esports. There is a full squad that they have registered with, but I don't know why, for some reason, this match was the only one that they managed to join with the 3-man squad.
Yeah.
But hopefully we will see a full squad of HORAA next game, and similar performance. I'm expecting a high performance from their next game, judging from the fact how well they played with the 3-man squad. After they come in with a full squad themselves, it's going to be definitely a disaster for the rest of the teams to play against them at that point. It's definitely going to be a huge factor to like take them down, because even though that all the teams will be transitioning from the Sanhok to the Miramar, some of the teams that did really well into the Sanhok, they will have like a I'd say a breathing space for this match. Even if it doesn't go well that way towards them, they will have the next Miramars to like maybe like balance it out for themselves at the very end.
For sure. By the way, I was looking at my screen here. You might have seen, I was listening, but I was just getting some info. For HORAA Esports, they do also have Mafia Ninja and No Fear, which those are the 2 players that then didn't place. I was just looking like, who is it that could have played for the side of HORAA? Could be one of those 2 players. I'm not going to lie, big fan of Mafia Ninja. Would love to see him play. I haven't seen him play in like a hot minute, actually. So that would be very interesting to see how that goes down specifically. But we'll see. But anyways, did we have any, outside, of course, of like, we talked about it, Sky and the team of HORAA just doing so well in that first game, right? Are there any teams, or maybe not of any of the big names, that kind of impressed you in that first game? I had one personally, but I want to know if you had maybe one that we could talk about together.
I'd say I would give it to the 141 at that time, given how well they like took the start against the team, but they did fall out short after a short while as soon as they got the third party on them. So that was that. Initialization wise, they were really good, but on the execution wise in the mid phase, when the things are not going their way, they were not able to like maintain themselves into the composure.
I would have to go, I have 2 teams in mind personally, Torix. I would have to go all Hyper or Unbeatables, and I think I'm going to go for Unbeatables to impress me, because
That's
they
true.
knew as a fact, right, the 1-for-1 and 4MV going to be dropping in Painan, and they got that information maybe even before today's matches, and like, oh, this is a fight that's going to be happening between those two teams in Painan. Painan is a very easily third-partyable compound or city, you could call it, and they just sent it to the high ground position. They just waited to get some information. They see some stragglers move out of the city. They pick it up. They know the two teams in there are wounded. They're struggling. They're not full squads. Send it in, sweep out the entire teams, and then you also have not only the eliminations and the whole loot of that area, but an easy transition point away from Painan. So I think the Unbeatables here came in with a very, very strong game plan that was completely blowing all of the other teams around Painan out of the water. So I want to see if Unbeatable have similar game plans going into your Miramars, maybe even your Erangles, because if they do, they're going to be a threat for this entire playoffs and maybe the finals if they can keep this kind of momentum going.
Oh yeah, that is definitely true. But I have a question for you, Max. Do you believe, because we're moving into the Miramar, this is the first Miramar, do you believe that we are going to see some early fights, clash drops into this match or not?
I would love to say no. We're not going to see any, but I've seen.
A second.
Wait, this is. Wait. This freeze on Miramar now. Miramar's looking way more freeze than what I remember. Hey, maybe Miramar's was supposed to be Erangles on the schedule. That would make a lot of sense. Actually, we have 3 Erangles, 2 Miramars.
That's true.
I guess you get 3 Erangles. Oh man, that was such a big talking point too. But you know what? It's Erangle.
No.
It's the OG map for it. So I feel like we can't complain. So I'll take it to win.
Yeah, it's an OG map, but it contradicts everything on the teams, on their momentum. Like, if the teams knew that it's going to be an Erangle, it would have been different. But yeah, from our perspective, we were so focused on the fact that, yeah, after the fastest map, they're going to be transitioning to the slowest map whatsoever. And in this match, there's definitely going to be a lot of changes. But now they're in the mid phase. I'd say into the mid phase of the transition. It's not that fast, it's not that slow, and you can have both of everything for yourself. But Yasna Poliana Circle, okay, that is
well,
not new, but Stolber and Kamishki, that is one point that I'm more concerned about.
let's not call it a Yasnaya Circle in Phase 1, okay? We don't know.
It's very dead center. I would like to call it.
I call it Yasnaya Circle when it's like almost only Yasnaya in the circle. Here, I would call it Northeastern. I mean, if it goes Yasnaya, man, you're a god. You're the prediction god. That's what I have to say. Though we do have 3 hot drops happening. We have 1 in 7 for in crates. In Yasnaya and 1 basic and people involved in one of those clashes is already looking to claim 2 early eliminations here on the east of Crate.
That is true. The rest of the
Wait,
players.
4MV fighting 1-for-1 again.
Exactly.
What's 1-for-1 hates 4MV? What's going on? What's happening?
I don't know. That is something we do have to ask them. But so far, it is unbeatable versus RTG. So far, unbeatable. They have the 2 elimination, but going to the military base. It is Hacker closing in. The UMP 45 at 25 bullets. He's gonna make the mark. He's gonna knock the player out, and that is a first knockout, maybe. Knockout. Oh no, things are not looking good, but here we go. Here we go. It is 1-for-1 so far, with 3 men still standing. Just the last guy of the team for Merkel lives alive, and DP28 it goes on the reload. Player clutches in. 1-for-1 official makes it out alive. Team 4 Merkel Vibes is the name. That's gonna get eliminated this time around. 4 elimination to the name of the team 1-for-1 officials.
Yeah, you saw 355, had no other option. He had the dual MP7s like that. This is all I have right now. I'm so undiluted, guys. Please give me a chance. But yeah, 1-for-1, again, winning another fight versus 4MV. Do they just want to be known as like the 4MV Slayers of this tournament for the Stallion Series? It seems like that's what they're trying to do. They want to try and create a bit of a reputation. And I can tell you, if your reputation is taking out 4MV consistently every game, I don't know if that's a good or bad one. I wouldn't like the fans going after me because you keep hot dropping 4MV. Like, that's maybe not the best for like your PR team to deal with, but so far it's been efficient, and there's no unbeatables to third party that fight, so they're going to claim those 4 eliminations and all the loot in military base for them to then move on into the circle. So 1-for-1, they came in swinging once again, 2 matches back to back.
Oh, they definitely did, but Max, it is Erangle now, and I have a question for you. Are we gonna
Ooh.
see some M79? Do you think that the teams are gonna use those smoke grenade launchers for themselves in this game? Because Erangle is one of the most efficient, I'd say, map to use those M79s, the smoke grenade launchers. If and only if. Like given that the teams actually manages to find, because I know it's such a hassle to find that M79. It's so rare sometimes that you can't even find it through the whole game. But yes, now, Poliana, it is HORAA Esports versus the Team Star. HORAA Esports, on the other hand, this time has managed to get their four-man standing in this match. It's not a trio anymore, but they're taking an early fight now.
Wait, Torix, you just said I want to ask you a question, and then you moved on to another topic. You didn't let me.
I mean, you can answer that.
Can we talk about M79? I can answer it
Yes.
now.
Yes.
No, M79, yeah, as you said, it can be kind of rare. Sometimes you just find two next to each other. It just happens like that. But the M79 is really good because it negates two aspects of smokes, which makes them not useful in every kind of scenario, which is instant bloom. The moment you shoot the M79, the smoke blooms instantly, so you just have coverage right away the moment you use the weapon. And also, you have the opportunity to not only shoot on flat terrain, you can also shoot on walls, and it will bloom on walls. For example, if you're breaching an apartment complex it could be maybe even here, northern side of Yasnaya Poliana, or apartments next to school, if you shoot near the windows, you're pretty much blocking out all of the vision of the windows with just one smoke. Instead of having to be like super precise and land it on the ledge with a normal smoke, here you can instantly bloom it. So M79, I'm telling you, one of the most meta-defining items for 2025 in my opinion, and if we see some players use it, I would love to see how it's going to be used in a competitive scene, because I think it's going to be pretty damn strong here going into it. Torix, though, going back to this fight, yeah, Yasnaya still going to be going down, though. Yeah, we got the fourth player, which is Mission Handim, which I saw we had two other names. So is this Mafia Ninja or No Fear under another name? Maybe. I'm not sure. We'll have to ask.
We'll definitely have to ask. It's another one of that guy so far. But nonetheless, Hyper, another team that you spoke highly of in the previous match. Right now, they are gathering their loot 1,500 meters outside the circle, 6 minutes in. Okay, this match is going really slow after the first fight of the 4 Miracle Vibes against a team 1-for-1. Nobody seems to want to fight in this. Everybody's so focused on their positioning so far, and given our take, so far majority of the teams are actually outside of the circle, because we saw some of the early drops at the Georgia pool areas, the container sides, and aside from that, Novorupnoi is another place that is right now outside of the circle. And my main concern is, what is Team Exotic doing on top of the mountain instead of like crossing the bridge straight away?
Oh, Team Exotics. I was calling them Team Exotics. The Exotics makes way more sense, Tori. I didn't see it. Damn, you're smart, man. This is why I need you to save me, because I was going to say Exotics the entire time otherwise. Yeah, Team Exotics here going to be towards Novo, and looking to maybe get some information on 1-for-1, because that could be a natural transition point for 1-for-1 to go to the Eastern Bridge. That might be something they're going to go for, so maybe a quick little gatekeep on the Eastern Bridge could be happening, especially because we saw the northeastern phase 1 circle pop, so that could be something that a lot of teams are going to have to put their focus around. Those bridges could be very important, and 1-for-1 might also want to think, do we scout before we cross? Do we just cross right away and take a risk? Or do we try and go west to try and be super careful about that rotate to not lose a single player? I think that could be important, because again, they're down to 3. They did lose 1 player to 4MV. So when you don't have that full squad from the get-go, the more passive approach, like we saw happening from HORAA last game, right, to get the win, might just be the most valid option available for you.
That is true. That is true. But you know who else is super concerned right now? It is the Team Valerians. Just look at their positioning. They were trying to get inside of that circle. Now at this point, they're at the very northern side of the map. And going inside that circle, it's going to be really an interesting one because nobody's going to be there. So they're just going to be chilling for like a lot of time, majority of the time. But the first circle is about to come in a minute or 2 minutes, in fact. Yeah, it is a 1 minute and 40 seconds still remaining. HORAA Esports, they have still yet to take that fight or disengage away from this. But the main concerning thing is, do they have the vehicles? Do they have their transportation that might be like able to take them away from this fight, or they're just going to wait it out for the circle to be made? They're going to use the circle, utilize the circle shift for themselves, because what I can see is Team Star have the better hand in comparison to the car, because the positioning of the garage is actually in the favor of the Team Star right now.
That's true. You can have access to those cars to try and transition later on, so the garage is definitely going to be a big focal point for these guys. As of right now, I kind of like the whole situation between Team Star, Star Official, and the other side of HORAA, because we see this happen in so many tournaments, Torx, I feel like. We have two teams drop in Yasnaya Polyana, and it's kind of an ego battle that starts where they fight when they don't have to. You can easily share Yasnaya between two teams, and I love that we are, in fact, seeing that between Star Official and HORAA. I think that's a lot of respect shown to the opponent team in the same city, and of course, it just also trying to increase your odds of making it really fun, the game, and try and maximize also the amount of loot you get from your side of Yasnaya Polyana. So, we don't see a lot, Torix, but for that alone, big thumbs up. You get a mental chicken dinner, in my mind. This is very nice. As I say that, Winky gets knocked. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Okay, there it goes.
Why?
There it goes.
Wait, no.
There goes my chicken away.
Yeah, the mental chicken dinner is denied.
Denied. It's straight up denied. But Team Star, they're trying to like at least get a knockdown for themselves as well, to like even out the situation of this particular fight. But no, nothing in comparison. Team HORAA Esports, Team Star, both of the parties are actually still inside of that circle, and I really want to see the transition on where the circle is actually headed towards to, because this time, this is the moment. Now it's going to determine which positioning of the like map is going to be accessible for the majority of the teams. Is it going to be north? Is it going to be the southern side, or the hard eastern area of the circle? Because so far, if you're talking about the team HyperX, they're 1,200 meters away. So, in my opinion, Max, from what I can assume, I think the circle has taken a shift to the hard eastern side.
It seems like it. You know what? But I woke up today and chose violence, Torix, and I do want and hope that we get to see a Yasnaya City finish, because that would be real cool. Though DRS, they're getting involved in the elimination feed here. A1 going to be suffering a few casualties here, there, and everywhere, apparently, around the map. DRS here with the McLaren F1 looking to wrap their way around, and don't know if they're looking to try and chase some stragglers here or just find a position in circle. From what I'm seeing, they just want to find a comfortable spot in the circle to call home for the foreseeable future for FAZE or 2. And as of right now, that compound right ahead of them is free. No one's in there, so they could just stay there for the longest time and just move on later on. And this is also a great compound, Torix, because you can easily hide cars behind the walls. I think this is exactly what we're seeing Killer do. So you can also stay hidden from your competition at the same time.
That is true. That is true. But nobody seems to lose their McLaren. There was a UAZ, and that is kind of nostalgic for me, staying with the McLaren no matter what the situation is. Going back to the HORAA Esports, they have the circle so far, and yeah, it actually went somewhere between Yasnaya Polyana, because you can see Kamishki not being inside of that circle. The players are gassing up. Okay, so they are refueling their cars. I didn't know you could do that here. Wait, can
I don't think this is an actual refuel your car. You can in normal lobbies, and if I'm pretty sure because of the speed of these circles, this is a regular lobby. So we're not like with the circle settings, I feel like, which is why they've been able to refuel. So
that is true.
That is something. By the way, chat, I have to say thank you to the chat for telling me that the extra player on HORAA is in fact No Fear. Everyone's been telling me. I do not know. Thank you, chat. Big thumbs up. You guys are awesome. And by the way, before we get into the nitty-gritty action of this game, I want everyone in chat to tell us, and maybe spam a little bit in the chat if you want. We'll allow it just this one time. To tell us which team you are hoping to win the entire Stallions Series tournament here for PUBG Mobile. Okay, tell us who you're supporting in the chat. Would love to know. Would love to see who the real fans are in the chat. I think we're going to see a lot of DRS and HORAA. But hey, you never know. We could have a big surprise.
You actually woke up and chose violence today, Max. I can vouch for that.
Yeah,
now
chat,
from this
go for it. Yeah.
Aside from that, yeah, 13 minutes in, 14 minutes in, and 15 teams are still alive. Not a single team has like moved
So many
out of
supercars.
this. Yeah, exactly. So many.
They're
I feel
rich.
like everybody have supercars for themselves at this point. But oh, there goes. Is this a supercar? Do you consider this a supercar?
No, no, it's Volkswagen though. So that one's it's a cool skin, but it's not a supercar. I don't think that compared to McLaren, I don't think they're gonna compete. Okay, it ain't gonna happen. It's like if you put 141 versus F4MV, 141's gonna win. You know, same competition.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. Hey, come on, the 2 hot drops in a row, man. I've been hilarious between 141 and 4MV, but here we go. As we're waiting for phase 2 to close and transition into phase 3, we're just 1 minute away. Again, because of how the speed of the circle is going, I'm pretty sure this is regular circle settings, not competitive circle settings. So teams have a lot more time to focus around scouting here, Torix, but also pulling off transition, and they can also dip in a blue a little bit longer because that circle is a bit slower. Delta headshot by Hitman, the man, the myth, the legend of A1, but will not be able to follow up with a flush though. But still, that's going to be damaging the helmet, the vest, and making him bleed out a little bit faster if he gets knocked later on down the line.
Exactly. So overall, that is a good point so far. But oh, that was a headshot back on this guy, and now he is almost without a helmet. One more bullet in on that helmet, and it's gonna be a no-go at this point. But wait a second, Killer YT from the further side, he's gonna take a Rowdy down. Hitman is definitely going to be there for the revival, but the circle is about to take a shift. Imagine, Max, imagine the circle takes a shift to the water side, to the north side of the Lipovka. But oh, come on, Mansion. At least let me have some of the moments.
Look at Heaven, actually. So in case you guys are maybe not too familiar with the name of compounds, to the west of Mansion, you got an area which is a high ground spot with 2 mini compounds, you could say, or just 1 compound in general, surrounded by just fields. And this is exactly where FaZe are currently setting their eyes to, and they just sent it instantly into that compound. FaZe currently, in my eyes, looking at that position, that is a game-winning spot. And the fact that no one took it until phase 3 is very weird to me, Torix. So FaZe, we see what they could do when they have like kind of a advantage in terms of terrain. They were doing so well last game in boot camp, just swiping teams under the rug super early on.
Oh, yeah.
Man, FaZe, they're going to be a big threat, but maybe crashed already early on by HORAA. FaZe versus HORAA. This could be a fight for the win early on because this position, again, is worth fighting for.
Oh, this definitely is a position worth fighting for. Both of the parties are going to throw those grenades up against each other, but only one of the team is going to like actually get out of this position alive, out of this place unscathed.
Look at FaZe angle.
But FaZe's angle, it's a really good one. He's going to throw the grenade. It's actually going to hit Sky HORAA, but at the same time, Sleepy is going to get down too. Mission Handim is definitely going to take 1 player down, but instantly, the team FaZe is actually going to rush upon on this guy as he's the solo guy, he's the final guy, and the team FaZe is going to actually wipe him out without a single casualty for elimination to the name of the team FaZe clan. That guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, each of them is going to have 1 elimination to their name.
Oh my, FaZe, that was so quick. But I really want to talk about the off angle. I don't know if you saw it exactly, but FaZe sent one of their 4 players out in the fields, down low ground, northwest. And it actually, as HORAA were taking so long to commit to the fight and sending in the buildings, that off angle was so strong for FaZe. FaZe, that was the perfect way to defend that Heaven location against that kind of slow breach from HORAA. That was so well executed. But I do like the game plan of HORAA, right? They had an idea that, yes, this position is going to be maybe a game-winning spot. We got to transcend it early. But they were a little bit hesitant, and unfortunately, FaZe were able to just completely surround them thanks to that 3-1 off-angle split. So well done for FaZe, and HORAA, we'll see you guys on the next game that should then be another Erangle if it goes as planned. But here we go, MTERSHOT looking for the initiation there with that nade. Hamu, though, going to be jumping onto the backside of the building, trying to make himself a little bit harder to nade. But Universe, with the S12K, with the M4, is looking to confirm that knock if he can also get himself, his teammate Rez back up onto Falcon.
Oh, come on. You were not supposed to do this. Get out in the total open trying to throw a grenade. This is not a wise move at this point. Joker Sir is going to actually make sure that you're going to bleed even more. He's going to leave you just the barely HP alive. So if anyone needs to go revive the player up, this is the right time. This is the right moment because the player is bleeding out. UNB is on the top side of the mountains as well, outside of the circle so far. So slowly and steadily, this can actually change into a third party. Red Zones, Million with the VSS. Okay, this is not like a premium gun that we usually see, but using a VSS? Okay, to not only not give your position up against the player on like a different angle, but also get those knockouts. It's, I'd say, a really big brain move at this point. And if it works, it works. You are definitely cooking something with the VSS then.
Saying that the VSS is not a premium weapon is the most polite way to say the VSS is not really meta. It's very polite, very well done there on the wordplay, Torix, because it is you're not going to get any in trouble with the VSS fans, at least saying it that way. MTERSHOT, though, looking for the fight onto Unbeatables. They've been relatively silent so far this game. They've only got themselves 2 eliminations, and here one of their players is going to be knocked down. And it seems like MTERSHOT, the entire squad is just going to be sending it inside. They have one player on the off angle on the hilltop, and everyone of MTERSHOT's just getting involved. They got the mollies, they got the DBSs. They're looking to make it inside the building. He's on fire, and he should get knocked off. The tick damage connects, and it will indeed do the work. And that's going to be Unbeatables down to a solo player up in the attic of that building. It's Ghost. In a 1v3 scenario, they're not going to be able to get the res onto Joker. Joker's out. Now a 1v2. No way we're going to see an actual clutch coming out from Ghost here. Up in the attic. And he does go for the first aid, up to 75% HP. He's got 40 bullets in the S12K Torix. Maybe we're going to be seeing the best clutch so far of the playoffs of the Stallion series.
Oh my god. For a second, I thought it was all over for Ghost. But no, apparently he is still alive. He's definitely going to use the first aid once again. Given the time, maybe the player is actually wanting to, like, aggress upon on this position. But I can see a marker. I can see a marker of the grenade, but that grenade is definitely not coming in anytime soon. Ghost, it is up to you. Use that S12K, 6 bullets, but the Molotov is here. He is going to be on fire, and it's over. UNB, unbeatable, out of the match on the hashtag number 13, but right after that, HyperX is actually going to have the 3 eliminations to their name. So, in fact, that is not the 13th place that they're going to go. It is actually Red Zones that's going to be on the hashtag number 13 that gets eliminated.
FaZe left Heaven looking for a third party here. That could be clean. I mean, they see all the cars here. A lot of smokes have been already blooming. Did they hear FaZe making it to this point? I'm not too sure if they actually heard the team getting here. Because if they have, TKS is going to be very careful how they approach it. Sorry?
That's only one person here. Look at the positioning of the FaZe. The single guy without a car at this position.
It's risky.
Trying to make it out for himself or for the team, but he's definitely gonna get some shots. Not enough, and ooh, that's a lot of damage on this guy. He's gonna get into the McLaren. He's gonna definitely phase out and move back with his team.
That is definitely a risky position to be in, and he does make it out. No fear for him. He'll be A-okay. Those guys of FaZe will be able to live another day, go back into Heaven, but Heaven is not going to be in Circle anymore. FaZe 5 did pop here, Torix, and they are going to have to start thinking about that transition. But again, one of the big priorities that Heaven gives you is scouting. They're going to have so much information off of the back of that position that they're going to be able to normally have a really nice transition or a very good opportunity to third party. But here we go onto the eastern side. It is going to be Team Exotics looking for their fight versus DRS, and DRS here down to just a single player, if I'm not mistaken, and here against this full squad is going to be quite rough, but he's got M79 here for denial, and that could be used up to create even more space for themselves going into this somewhat field finish.
That is true. That is true. Really nice tip, I'd say, but the circle, I don't think it's going to help majority of the players, majority of the teams, but look at the kill feed. It's going back-to-back against the Team Star and the Team RRQ at this point. Both of the parties are getting those knockouts, those finisher amongst themselves, but DRS, now they're close to the Team A1 so far. Hitman on top of the compound, on top of this house. If he moves, if he transitions over to the other side, it's going to be an easy angle for the DRS to take him down, to finish him up maybe at this point. But the grenades, they're not doing that much of like an impact on the players, but it definitely did help to find out where the XMPL is hiding at this point. But RRQ, what am I saying? After like the first fight that they took, now they're up against not only the Team Star, but Team 141 officials too. Star gets eliminated, 141 in the same time. They're making a third party, they get eliminated. What is going on, Max, with all of the players and all of these fights going on back to back?
Well, we've reached officially now, Torx, I think it's fair to say, the breaking point of this match. The Circle 5 has been forcing so many teams in close quarters that fights are starting to break out left, right, and center. And that means that we're going to be starting to lose a majority of the squads. Already down to 7 teams, and I can tell you it's going to go down to 5 very soon because it's flat terrain, no real compounds. All buildings are left in the circle, which means it's all down to your terrain knowledge to know what's a good spot to go for. Rowdy goes on in and instantly collapses one of the players of VLR, and that's going to be down to 2. Rowdy, what is going on from this guy? The entirety of A1 is just coming in, swarming. The entirety of VLR is down now to just a single player, and he is gone. VLR eliminated. 5 teams now remain on A1, as they do have a successful breach. And now down to only Rowdy, that I'm not sure if he can really pull off that res, because he is surrounded by foes here of Team Knockout.
Oh my god, he is definitely surrounded. He is trying to pull off the revival, but the main concern still is that revive might be the leading cause of your elimination too. Hitman gets eliminated by the FAZE clan's player at this point, but Knockout Esports, they're also looking at the team FAZE. So far, I'd say FAZE has the best transitioning point to amongst all of these fights, amongst all of these players, because they're further away from the teams. They're on the backside, and if they want to, they can actually do a third party, a backstab on a majority of the players. But 9 eliminations, as good as it seems, the circle is definitely going to be a hard-hitting point for these guys. A1, on the other side, they managed to get their revival done. KO, Knockout Esports, now they are facing the wrath of the players too. One player was knocked out. The grenade did manage to find its way into the vicinity of the Lord and Alpha Boy, but not enough to get him knocked out once again. But Team Exotics, staying in the dip, is definitely a wise choice. It's definitely a best option right now for you, because this is stage number 6. The stage number 7 might transition to you at this point as well. But FAZE, that guy number 4, he finally manages to get the knockout on himself once again after getting that revival before. But the revival, it's the detrimental one, because 18 seconds in and the circle is going to transition you.
Yes, they've got 9 Illims for the side of FAZE. They are having a field day on this first Erangle, and if they have a good first Erangle, you know the 2 other ones that follow up are going to be possibly looking real good. Knockout Esports, unfortunately, living up to their name, they're getting knocked out all over the place so far. But looking onto the other side for Team Exotics, they have this dip, which this dip is super nadeable, but if you don't have to move away from it, you could use it to just completely laser down the competition, which as of right now, the circle shifted west over to FAZE, and FAZE could be looking for double-digit chicken dinner here, with the eliminations they're looking to ramp up even higher, and these smokes to bloom out to get himself a little bit of a better angle onto Knockout Esports. I feel like FAZE here is going to be the team to beat, Torix, and with the other teams are going to have to push from the eastern side. There's not going to be a lot of players remaining to even compete against FAZE. This is looking like the easiest win for FAZE, unless we see a big throw. As Freestyler not only gets the knock, he gets the flush onto FAZE. They are now down to 3.
No, this is not looking good right now. FAZE, you had such a good transition point. You had such a good opportunity, but now you're going to lose another player. But oh my god, and Knockout Esports, they're going to be down to the last player. So is FAZE. So is FAZE at this point. And that guy number 1 gets flushed out. It's over. Those 10 eliminations or 11 elimination are not going to do you any good unless you get that chicken. But same time, DRS is going to throw that grenade on the face of Too Good, and that was a too good of a grenade, and get them eliminated. KO out of the match on the hashtag number 3. We're down to the last 2. It is the 4 versus the 3 scenario. Team Exotics, they have the circle, they had the dip, but now as soon as they move out of that dip, one player gets taken down. Second one on the verge of being knocked out. Roy gets knocked out as well, and it's It is not looking good. DRS on the other side, this is a definite chicken dinner for themselves, and that is exactly what they're going to get. DRS with the match number 2, the first Erangle of today, they're going to have the chicken dinner of that.
What's happening with Nepal, man? Nepali teams are crazy. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, one for HORAA, one for the side of DRS, and able to get himself not only just wins, they're confident wins at that. Example in particular, put on a clinic this game. He was crazy good. His sprays in the late game were on a different level. Example is built different. The entirety of DRS were built different in this game. But please, guys, no one in the chat say cast a curse, because I don't know what happened to FaZe. They were just in full control of the lobby, and they have one big send onto knockout, and they just get completely obliterated, despite having what I think was a good idea with the smokes and stuff, trying to keep them at bay. But maybe they were just out of utility, because one nade, I believe, I mean, we even saw it come out of DRS, right? One nade was enough to completely clear all of Knockout's dip. So, yeah, I think FaZe should have been the one to take it, but DRS are here to punish those kind of mistakes and claim themselves the second win of the day for the first day here of the playoffs.
That is true, but in my mind, I still cannot process the fact that what was the process thought of the team FaZe at that point, that they transitioned with the car through the teams. Like at that point, they were completely inside of that circle. They could have waited it out, but no, they were like, yeah, let's end this fast, and that costed them their lives on the hashtag number 4. In fact, Killer YT with the 0 elimination, Giante with 5, XMPL with the 2, Delta with the 1. So far, with a total of 8 elimination, that's 18 points. That team DRS is going to actually secure for themselves. This is just the start. It's not even the half-day scenario. There's still one more match remaining, so that we can say that, yeah, it is the half-day. It is finally 50% of the day done. But aside from that, teams are definitely doing a really good job. And any teams, every single team, HORAA Esports, we saw them in the first match. They got 6 eliminations with the chicken. Now it's the DRS with 8 eliminations to the chicken. The decent number of not only the eliminations, but on top of that, the chicken dinner is definitely performing up, and both of these teams will definitely have a really decent like spot in the overall ranking now.
They're going to be looking good. I think first place and second place is going to be held down by Nepali teams. It's Nepal all day, every day so far for the first 2 matches. Looking good. Only 2 grenade eliminations, though. Quite low on that front. I thought we would see a few more eliminations coming on through with the nades, because there was a lot of dip play in the finishing moments of this game. A lot of teams trying to just hold on to those little dips in the terrain to try and hopefully survive. And yet, not that many nades coming on through or being successful. But here we go. The head-to-head for our top squads of DRS and FaZe. Sorry?
Wasn't it 11 eliminations? I think
I thought I saw 2.
When they got, like, 12 eliminations. Oh, my God. So they had another elimination, in fact, before like they even got clutched out. So 12 eliminations on the number 4, definitely gonna help a lot with the FaZe clan. But DRS nonetheless, amazing damage, amazing eliminations, and an amazing number of knockouts too.
Yeah, really impressive stuff coming out from FaZe, and of course DRS as they get himself the win. And the MVP is going to be Sirius of 141, the 4MV Destroyer. We're calling 141 currently right now, but apparently that's a theme for the first 2 games. Interested to see if that's going to be happening throughout the rest of the day, but here we go. 5 eliminations for Sirius, just under 600 damage, so that's a really good conversion rate in terms of damage into eliminations, so good ratio. And able to make it to the 23-minute mark here. So, yeah, again, this is very interesting for me, Torix, to see this tournament, because sure, we got the big names that we were looking at, of course, like HORAA and DRS taking the win, which they're big names. We expect them to do well. They are, in fact, doing well. But I'm also very hyped to see these new names rise up and see how they can compete against the other big names in this tournament. And 141 and Unbeatable have been definitely, for me, the 2 big standout teams. And Sirius, maybe also an MVP contender. I know it's early days. There's only 2 matches, but I mean, he's putting up the numbers right now. You can't deny that.
That definitely is the true case. Sirius is definitely putting up the number.
That
Same
guy.
league, but there's 2 of that guys.
2 of them.
It's that guy 1, that guy 2, and at the very end, it's going to be Divine. 3, 4 eliminations, and then we have 2 of the 5 eliminations of Sirius and Giante. I'm more like surprised on the fact that even though Giante managed to get that chicken dinner for himself, for the team, he was not on the number 1 spot. Like, the survival is there, the elimination is there, only the damage is of the list. And I think man of the match is actually usually is taken from the Winner Chicken Dinner team as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of the time that's going to be the case. But DRS, we don't see example up there, even though I did highlight some of his plays. He was very impactful, maybe not in actually confirming the knocks. But example and Giante were just popping off and on the clinic for DRS's side. So really well done. Again, 8 eliminations plus the chicken dinner. That's 18 points total on the match. So definitely can be really, really proud of that game, DRS, because again, I did not see DRS as winning it because of the circle shift to the west. I was like, oh, this is a FaZe game all day, every day. And they still did get themselves 16 points despite not getting the win, which means if we did get that win from FaZe, that could have been a 22 point. Maybe even if they get more eliminations, maybe even higher than 22 towards 25. That could have been a crazy match here. And Knockout Esport get himself in 3rd place with 10 points, 5 placement points, 5 eliminations. Also looking good. So yeah, again, some new names that we don't know too much about here in Exotics and Knockout, able to compete against the big names like FaZe and DRS.
Well, that is true. That is true. But this is the match ranking of the match number 2. Still, some of the teams, they did not manage to get those like positioning or even a single point. And I'm talking about HORAA. Last match, it was such a good match in the like Sanhok match, but now HORAA was one of the few first contenders to get eliminated. But right now, guys, we will go for a short highlight break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Everyone, we are back for the Stallions series. It's going to be, again, Erangle o'clock here as we get ready for our 3rd match of the day. And after this, we're going to be reaching the halfway point of our first day for Group A versus Group B. And so far, as we already kind of set the pace of this broadcast for today, Torix, it is in fact a Nepali day, all day, every day so far, with a HORAA win, followed up with then a DRS win. So if you're a Nepali fan right now in PUBG Mobile Esports, this is a good time to be alive because this is peak. This is absolute peak. And going into the next Erangle here, I have one question for you, Torix. I kind of want to set the pace for how this conversation is going to go before the game. As we saw in the first match of Erangle, we had 3 hot drops happening, right? We had one over in crates in George Pole, we had one in Yasnaya Polyana, and of course we had the infamous 1-4-1 versus 4MV fight happening in military base. Do we, realistically here, Torix, expect these drops to happen again?
I do want this. I actually want this.
Really?
But I don't think all of these drops are going to happen. Maybe some of them, like 1-for-1 and the Team 4 Miracle vibe, that is a... Right now, it is definitely going to happen because the Team 1-for-1 is actually winning and they will try. In my opinion, they will try once again to hinder the performance of the Team 4 Miracle vibes, and they will try to go for that early fight again for the clash drop again. But it might not work out this time because it's been 2 games. And Team 4 Miracle vibes, they have been looking. They have been looking out for you guys. And now it's, this might be the time to make a comeback for you. But that guy is going to be on the number 1 of the overall top player. 6 elimination, 1135 damage. Then we have Sirius with 6 elimination, 760 damage. That guy 4, that guy 3. Wait a second. It's all that, guys.
Whoever on Team FaZe was like, oh, we're going to troll with the cast. We're going to troll the casters real quick. And just all call ourselves that guy. I hate you, okay? I don't know who you are, but I've got beef with you now, okay? Because what are we supposed to do with this? I have no idea. Oh, my word. But anyways, looking at some of the stats then, of course, having 3 players of FaZe up there is very surprising. But looking at how many elims they got in the first game in Sanhok and then the second game on the Erangle Torix, I'm also not too surprised because the numbers that were put up on those 2 games were through the roof, elimination-wise, at least. And looking at that guy, 3... I hate this. 1,037 damage, and that guy won 1,135 damage, which I believe... No, they're not averages. They're total, right? They're totals. So,
yes.
Yeah, in terms of total damage over 2 games, that is a very solid average to have.
That is true, but we have the overall ranking. FaZe Clan without the chicken dinner. They managed to get that top position so far for themselves, 25 total points. DRS right behind them after the previous match, chicken dinner, 20 total points. Then we have a Hyper, 17 points, 16 for the HORAA, 15 for KO. TKSMS is going to have 12 for RRQ. UNB is going to have 11. 1-for-1, even though they have been taking the Team 4 Miracle vibes back to back, they're still on the second page of the overall ranking. 9 points. Exotic with 8, A1 with 8. Same with the RTG. RZ is going to have 7 of Valerian x RST. They're going to have 6 alongside of Star, and 4 Miracle vibes at the very bottom that I can see with just the 4 points.
We're going to have to start to see some placement points from a few teams like 4MV, Star, 1-4-1, and Unbeatables that currently have no placement points, only eliminations, which eliminations, again, they're great. We see that FaZe, they get themselves 20, but at least they got 5 placement points. So at least they are putting some placement points on the table and able to do a bit more on that front of things. But yeah, I mean, 1-for-1 here in particular, 9 eliminations, 0 placement points, goes to show that they can frag out against the top teams in the lobby, 4MV more specifically, and Unbeatables to some extent. But we need to see, again, we need to see them past the 15-20 minute mark of these games into Erangle and Miramar, because otherwise they are going to be struggling to leave that second page. Of course, they're only going to have 2 days worth of play. You can afford 1 bad day, theoretically, if you want to be in top 16 out of the 20 teams. But really, do you want to have to compete towards the end of the playoffs and you might not qualify? I think do you want to try and have a good start like your FaZe, your DRS, your Hyper, your HORAA to make sure, you know what, we're comfortable. Now we can start looking forward in the future for the finals and maybe start preparing theoretically for that and use these games as quote-unquote scrims at that point to train for that next stage.
That is true. That is true. But the fact is, HORAA Esports, I'm more concerned about them because remember, Max, they got eliminated so early on in this last match, and
they got 0 points, right?
Yeah, they were 0 points, and they're still on the top 5. They're still staying on the top 5. Imagine they had survived and they have managed to get some like decent elimination points. They could have been the number 1 team right now against Team FaZe Clan at this point. It could have been them, but The rest of the matches will show us what the Team HORAA, what the FAZE, what the DRS, in fact, is actually going to do, because from this point onward, it's going to be a transition. You had your first Erangle. You are familiar with the teams, with their rotations, with their gun power, and the way that they're actually like shooting you, the angles from. So you can definitely work it out from this point onward.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we're going to have quite a few adaptations happening. We talked about the hot drops. Talking about HORAA, you brought them up again. As I said, they had 0 points their last game, so that was definitely a big fall off from that chicken dinner. Going to 0 points is like the two polar opposites you can get in PUBG Mobile Esports. Looking back at how they played the first Erangle, right? I think that their play of pushing FaZe onto Heaven was a really good game plan. It was very, very solid. Unfortunately, they were a bit slow on the approach and on the breach itself. I feel like if they just speed that up a little bit, maybe there could have been a team in FaZe's shoes here in terms of how many limbs they get and what position they had. That could have been the case. Now we have Miramar. I'm confused.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure what... I thought we were having 3 Erangles in a row now, but no, they're pulling a little Bob and Uno reverse card on us, and now we're going into Miramar, which I like Miramar. I was just not expecting it, but cool, I guess.
I mean, whatever works for the team, it works. So far, we are in the Miramar this time around. And you see that middle guy on the plane? That's me right now. That is me. That's my spirit. That's my spirit animal right now, seeing Miramar after the Erangle. So, theoretically, all the teams, every single one of them, now they're going to be once again going with a clean slate into this Miramar too. They don't know how the teams were playing in the Miramar. They have not a slightest of idea. So once again, anything at this point can happen amongst all of the players. But the circle is going to take a shift all the way at the very start. Puerto Paraíso is still going to be inside of that circle. There's El Azhar, there's the Hacienda del Patron. So a really nice, decent southeastern side of the shift of the circle so far. But imagine the last match of the PMGC once again going all the way up to the water side.
It's not going to happen. You would need the Phase 1 circle to be way more eastern than this if you want to have a circle finish into the island. But I would still like to see another one because that was history in the making, that game. Yeah, we'll see another one in like 2050. I'm sure we'll see another island.
Oh.
It's so damn rare. Looking at HORAA, though, they're going to be dropping around the side of San Martin. They're going to be picking up the buggy for Sleepy. Good man. And again, thank you for the chat for telling us that Mission Handim is in fact No Fear. In case you guys in Chelsea don't know, then that is the case. No Fear is playing. So it's Sleepy, No Fear, Jiggle, and Sky. And Jiggle, again, using that role of a scout and more passive player really efficiently in that first game. Sometimes you just got to go aggressively into that push and you got to commit to that FaZe fight. And I hope that they can take some learnings from that first Erangle and be like, you know what? That was maybe a bit slow. Let's just try and be a bit more confident in those pushes. And if they do so, maybe they'll get a few more eliminations and maybe another win. Again, I feel like we are going to see a team get 2 wins today. That is my weird prediction of today, Torix. And it could very easily be one of the Nepali teams.
That's true, but my main concern is this guy okay? The way he's sitting on the bike was
that doesn't seem comfy.
I don't think you're supposed to do that, man. You're supposed to sit properly on that bike. But Team Exotic going to them. 1,600 meters outside of the circle so far. This is the first phase, so you are good to go. But you have to make sure that you have your cars for the transitioning, because if you don't, Miramar's definitely going to be a harsh one for you. It's definitely going to be a rough one. So you do need to find your vehicles. You do need to find your transportation as soon as possible. Jokers, S1. Not moving too much. Not moving too much so far, but blah, blah, blah. So far, from the unbeatable sides, they have a triple-seater bike, the one nobody likes. Nobody. And I can vouch for that, Max. We can vouch for that.
Our producer was just making fun of Tori. That caught me up. Thank you, Mr. Ganta Gaming. Our producer is doing a great job. Thank you very much for putting the show together. But that surprised me for a second. But yeah, Unbeatables here. By the way, was it me? No, it wasn't me. I had to say nothing. What are you talking about? Looking at Unbeatables though, Ghost, is that the Ghost? By the way, I kind of just want to set the pace because I've seen a few different players called Ghost also. Is this the man himself or not? Because I do not see on my document if it is him. He does not have a Wikipedia page, so I'm kind of at a loss. But if it is the Ghost and the P.E.K.K.A, then that would explain why they're looking so aggressive on that first game on Sanhok. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that is true. That is true so far. But after this, we do have to see. Still, not a single fight. We were talking about some early fights, early engagements, but as soon as it became a Miramar for the teams, suddenly nobody wants to seems to get into any kind of an engagement at the very early stage, whether it's
Miramar.
for Miracle Vibes, it's HORAA, it's a 1-for-1. I'm more concerned about the fact that why is 4MV and 1-for-1 not together this time around?
I feel like 4MV were thinking, maybe we drop somewhere else and then we won't get hot dropped. Good idea, maybe. So far, they didn't get eliminated, so whatever they've done, it worked to avoid a clash with the 1-for-1. That will not be known as the 4MV Slayers this game. It would be very funny, though, if they have a similar rotation path here, Torix, and they just kind of crash in the same compound later on and they just fight. It's their destiny to engage in a fight against each other. But here we go. Yeah, again, no one eliminated, and from we've seen in the first 2 games, it seems like we do have normal lobby circle settings, which means the game is going to be a little bit slower at the start of the match, which means that these more passive periods of time are going to be stretched out quite a bit more, Torix. So, yeah, people just have a lot more time to, again, scout, get control of their compound of choice in the circle, and just have a good old time on Miramar and just profit of the sun, I guess. And, yeah, sunbathing.
That's true. But it's Miramar, so I was at least expecting one fight, but not a
No, it's a big
one.
map.
It's a big map, but that's what gives you the momentum. Like, it's a big map, you're bound to go for the early fights so you don't lose your momentum on the fights, on the gunpowder that you had in the previous ones, and you want to keep yourself like running into the same kind of engagement that you have done in the previous 2 matches. But suddenly the teams seems to go for a really slow paced start, and this concerns me because this is a Miramar. Imagine what if the very next match once again is Erangle, how the teams are going to perform in that. There's going to be a lot of drastic changes amongst all the gun powers that so far had possibly happened in the previous games. Sanhok, I can say, yes, the teams were trying to get their hands completely done on those gun powers. They did in the Erangle, and that's exactly what happened. But now it's Miramar. So after this, so you do have to find out what you want to do, how you're going to do it. But here we go, FaZe. That guy at 2 is going to get Luge. 60 FPS out of the equation. That's the first elimination, first blood. That's going to be done.
Yeah, 60 FPS is quite nice to have, but unfortunately it's not good enough if you get knocked out by FaZe. FaZe and that guy, most importantly. That guy. Which guy's that guy that gets it done? Yeah, you brought up an interesting topic during your previous point here, Torix, which is the next game we might be going into Erangle, which means it throws a span in the work kind of as to what's going to be happening consistency-wise. But here we go, FaZe. Looking for their crash. They're chasing down that straggler, that solo player. They saw him move up earlier. They were trying to escape. And he's going to be in a 1v2. They are going to be sending 2 players together, and they will get the knock eventually, easily pulling off that res onto that guy, number 3. The rest of the team, though, joins up with the monster truck, and they're committing. They're looking for that 2v4 fight with the nades in their hand, ready to pop onto FaZe.
Oh,
that
no.
nade looking pretty good there. Does some damage, but the knock will not ensue.
The definite knock will not ensue. It's a 4 versus 2. FaZe. They're all together, 4-man player closing in together, but the DBS in the hand, This is one thing that needs to be done. If the DBS is actually going to be able to take down both of the players, it takes out one, but from the backside, the player gets taken down. The 1897 makes it, Mark, gets the second one down. Oh no, Team Red Zone, you have overturned the situation against the Team FaZe at this point. That guy 3 is super low. 1897 is going to take him down, and now it's a 1 versus 1 fight. 1897 is going to do the damage, but FaZe is going to survive. It's going to thrive so far with the 4 eliminations, but at the cost of 2 of their players.
I have to say it, Torix, that was the messiest fight so far we have seen from FaZe. That was all over the place, and he has 2v2, and then sending the last 2 players one by one into Million that has a shotgun. You hear him popping off with the shotgun there as he eliminates 2 of your teammates. you got to regroup and send it together. That was definitely messy. That was a little bit all over the place. And yeah, at least Million able to get some points for his troubles, right? I think he got 2 points for his team. So that is at least able to put them a little bit higher up on the rankings after that one. But FaZe, again, getting points on the board as they always tend to do. Placement points, maybe not every game, but Limbs, they tend to get it as here we go. Nice off angle and 4MV finally looking to get a squad wipe there. You're looking to mean business in this match. And as they do that, Unbeatables that did swipe them under the rug in the first game will be looking to run away as blah, blah, blah also gets knocked on down. And Baron, he's looking for blood. He is thirsty for those eliminations, and he's looking to get that flush onto Unbeatables. And I feel like that's going to be them done. Yeah, that's it. Unbeatables, every single player sent right back to the lobby as 4MV finally claim 4 eliminations.
Oh, this is the first time that the Team 4MV is actually going to take a fight aside from the 1-for-1, and they'll win it out. This is what happens when you leave 4MV all alone. This is what happens. They start to get those elimination, but RRQ right now close to Team RTG. RTG, Chill Guy is going to get that knock. It's going to get that confirmation. The circle is about to be made to the northern side. Not the one that I was hoping for, but the one that we are going to have to take. DRS close to the teams as well, so the fights can definitely ensue at any point in time, but the player from the Team RRQ is literally going to be on fire. The DBS, his shots, they're all connecting. He's going to take out the Scar L. He's going to shoot at the player. He's going to take him down, and XYYYZ is going to be all finished up alongside of the last guy. That is Sasuke, and it's all over. RTG, but in the blink of an eye, they're all out of the match as well.
Sasuke, Naruto, no! Everyone, he's not going to become Okage after that one. No, that's going to be game over for RTG. Going to be sent right back to the lobby. Apparently, DRS, though, going to be having their very own fight in the circle currently unfolding. Very split from each other, though. They've got to be careful. One knock could be causing the demise of DRS if it does not... if they do not get knocked in a very advantageous position, which could be happening with that split. It could be kind of risky. And there is a fight happening right up north of them of Truck Stop. So yeah, DRS, I like this play. You don't have to take this fight. It's phase 2. Doesn't really make too much sense. Go into Truck Stop. You can chill there or even another compound. I don't really care where you go. Early fights, especially on Miramar Torix, are just not the way to go. So good on DRS. As to where they're going to go, though, not too sure. But there are still a lot of compounds available as we are down to 13 teams on phase 2. That could mean a business for the Nepali squad.
Oh my god, that is true, but I am more excited to see how the Team HORAA, after the previous match, like those early elimination that they like had to face for themselves, how they're gonna like make it up for them in this match. So far, they have taken out one of the players of the Team RRQ, but they're hesitant to actually push upon on the rest of the players as well. They don't know. They have not even the slightest of idea that the players that they are so wary of is on their right side. Sleepy, you need to look at the right angle area. You need to make sure that you have the cover from that particular region, that particular mountain, so that the player cannot take you down. But RRQ, I think their position has definitely been found out at this point, because the players with the cars, they're trying to find out, figure out. I don't know at this point. They were so sure. They kind of went towards that area so much in the cars, but now suddenly they're kind of scattering back away.
I'm really confused what's happening here. S12K in a hand, does not hit the shot initially. The third shot will be able to connect onto a HORAA, though. Sky will be knocked on down. But yeah, it seemed like there was a lack of information or maybe also communication, because the HORAA a little bit all over the place. Can they get the res onto their third teammate? I don't think that's going to be happening here. It's just going to be so damn low. A lot of nades. 5 nades in hand for Sambo, though. The RRQ side gets behind the McLaren. A very fancy and expensive wall to soak up those bullets. He does pull off the first aid kit, and he still has, again, 4 nades in hand, can try and use them. But no, gets into the McLaren, trying to get the hell out of dodge with his teammate, and or just trying to reposition. This is a very odd fight, Torix. I'm not sure what to make out of it. It's just, it's a bit messy, I think would be the appropriate word to use for this fight.
It's going like everywhere. It's scattered everywhere in the mountain.
Like, are we leaving? Are we staying? Where? Ooh, there, over
exactly.
there.
they make such a short moment of like the decisions that it's actually like making them anxious at this point, and that's exactly why both of the parties have actually lost 2 of their players as well. That is what I'm gonna say. In fact, HORAA Esports, they still have 3 of their players still remaining in this particular region. RRQ, you can see the 2 players that are right now alive. Sambo, he's not moving too much to the further front side. He wants to make sure that he has actually a good cover, a good dip, at the very least against the players while he's fighting. But Team Exotic, where are you shooting? Do you see the players? Because, in fact, actually, I don't. With that 3 times, I cannot see anything.
Yeah, some of these players with the 3 times, 4 times, are just able to pull off some of these insane sprays. I'm jealous, man. I really am of how they... Look, he hit! How the hell do you hit those, man? I cannot do that. That is crazy stuff coming out from Joker. Looking at the previous fight, though, to take you back to RRQ versus HORAA, again, that is why I like what DRS did, because they don't get involved in that skirmish whatsoever. They're like, yeah, you know what? That's an ugly fight. We don't want nothing to do with that. it's phase 2. It's too early for a fight like that to go down. So again, DRS able to win big for them playing passive at that point, which playing passive again, very important in BR games, especially in the way PUBG Mobile plays itself. So many cars going to be available in those little positions here for those squads. So it's going to be interesting, but phase 3 is about to pop in the next 8 seconds here. As that's it, HORAA get eliminated. The angle of RRQ is just too strong for Sambo. And wait, I thought that was squad wipe, but no, they're still there.
No, yeah.
Wait, I'm confused as hell. That was so quick. I thought the squad wipe happened, but no, it's still 2 players alive for HORAA.
Yep. In fact, right now it's a 2 versus 2. RRQ versus HORAA Esports. It's exactly in equilibrium right now of the fight. But HORAA Esports now, after losing another one of their players, they want to leave out of this vicinity. But oh my god, once again they're gonna stop. They're gonna face the wrath of that grenade this time around. The HORAA Esports, things are not gonna work out your way as one more player gets taken down. It is Jiggle. That is no longer gonna be accessible for the team. He's gonna get out. And the last guy from the team of HORAA Esports, as soon as he realized that, yeah, I'm the last guy, he's gonna move away. He's gonna get out of there as soon as possible. But RRQ managed to get 6 eliminations out of all of these equations. So a really decent fight, a really decent engagement that they have done so far for Miracle Vibes. I really want to see how they're actually holding themselves up as well, because after the first initial fight, they were not getting into the fight, and it's about time. As soon as I say that, they managed to get another knockout.
Yeah, I'm seeing an A1 and 4MV having a little bit of a skirmish. It seems a little bit of a back and forth. Just a knock, though. No flushes coming out of that, so that fight might not be fully committed to by any of those teams. But here we go. A1, though, going to be having a crash going on through onto... Didn't even see that was happening over in the warehouse, but there is a big fight happening, and 4MV just in your... That is a confident position to lay down into, I would have to say, 355. That is a risky spot, very easy to headshot, but DRS, here you go. Their very own fight is going to be happening over on these warehouses on the high ground. They're trying to regroup. So many fights happening all over the board. It's hard to keep track of what's going on. I'm not going to be completely honest, Torres. There's too much happening because, again, early fights were not happening, so that means we reached that breaking point where skirmishes are going to be going down all over Miramar.
Oh, that is true. You're basically going to be forced to take those fights, but FAZE Clan, that guy 4 is going to get taken down. That guy 3 needs to move as soon as possible towards that guy to get that revival on that guy. But oh my god, that's a lot of those guys right now for this. But Delta, he's not going to let this opportunity go by. He's not going to let him go any further to get that revival done upon on the players. But look at the kill feed. HORAA Esports, they have finally been eliminated out of the match. Just a single elimination. The initialization of HORAA Esports in the first match was so good, man. But now, suddenly, as soon as we have moved into the Erangles and the Miramars, things are not looking good for the team HORAA Esports. Similarly, FAZE Clan, they have started to shine. 4 eliminations so far, but they have lost 2 of their players as well. For Miracle Vibes, they have the 4 elimination, and they have lost so far 2 of their players as well. In fact, one of the players out of the 3 is knocked out, so there's still a possibility that it can be a 3-man standing.
Now, going back to HORAA, I'm not really too scared because they still had that big win at the start of the day, right, Torix? And I think that win in this stage of a tournament where you need to be top 16 out of 20 is going to go a long way. So yeah, I'm not too stressed out for HORAA. Trust the process. They'll be A-okay, I think, going into the finals if they do make it, which, again, with a win, there's a very high likelihood of that happening. the FaZe and DRS, Delta, again, DRS are so adamant here, Torix, on these massive splits that they just keep doing again and again and again, which are risky. Realistically, they are super risky, but one thing I do like of the DRS players that we have seen so far, they're not over-peaking. They only peak when they really have full advantage and they know there's a very low chance of them being knocked as a counterpart. So DRS, I think, are playing things very, very smart. Though we have, again, a very Western shift. That's 2 very Western shifts in a row, Torix, which is looking great for VLR. Looking good for Exotic also onto the northwestern edge. There's a lot of really good spots to play for. But unfortunately, there's not 12 good positions, which means we are going to lose a lot of teams as they try and send it to the west.
That is true. That is true. They're basically going to be forced to take those fights amongst themselves in according to the fact that they want to get inside of that circle. But here we go. Team RRQ, they're going to take another one of the Team TKS's player out. That's 8 elimination from the 6, from the previous 6 that we actually saw on their name. But TKS, the last 2 guys are in fact in this vicinity as well. We can already see the Falcon closing in, close by towards the fact, but not the fight that we were hoping for at this point. RRQ, FaZe, 4 Miracle Vibes, they're the only 3 teams, 4 names that has lost 1 or 2 of their players. But FaZe is going to take one of the player of the team, DRS out. Delta is going to peak fire. He's going to knock the player out, is going to finish him up. XMPL is the only casualty that they're going to take in this location. But after that, 2 eliminations to their name, 3 man still standing, and they're ready and set for the next fight as well. But 4 Miracle Vibes, 3 man close to the side of the team A1 Esports. But DRS, they're not stopping. Right after that fight, they're going against the Team 141 officials.
Yeah, unfortunate, for example, but respect and salute. Sacrifice had to be made to get rid of the opponent team. It had to happen. But now, Valerians, Red Saints. Very cool name, I have to say. I do really like the team name. Sometimes you have when you don't have an org, you can just get these sick names, and I have to approve that Valerians definitely has one of those. It feels like a team that could be in Game of Thrones, Jorix. I don't know why. It just kind of suits the vibe. But currently have access to one of the highest positions in this circle, and you see all these teams are going downhill, going to have to cross the road. Valerians could be looking really good. Maybe not chicken dinner good currently with their position. It's still unsure as to where the circle is going to go, but they could get a ton of elims off the back of that position. Though 4MV, unfortunately, it seems like things are not quite going their way as they're getting completely rinsed by A1 Aero. And they're already up to 2 eliminations here, 1 for Rowdy and 1 for Deathstorm. But the circle is pushing them downhill once again, so A1 might not be out of the danger zone currently because they're still not in a playable spot. And that is going to be it, I believe, for 4MV as they do lose Doc. And I think that's the entire squad completely wrecked against A1.
What is up with the circle going back to back on the western side of Valerians? They're completely in the circle once again, and they have not even have the slightest of idea that what they have up in store for them, because everybody is going to be trying to force their way into that vicinity. But Team Valerians, they're going to take it like a champ. They're taking down Exotics players back to back. That's another elimination to the name. 11 total teams are remaining right now, but 9 total elimination to the side of the Team RRQ. Sambo, the solo guy remaining in this particular region. Oh, things are not looking good for him, because on top of this simple mountain is going to be the Team Valerians. That might be looking out for this guy. He's going to throw a grenade. That's actually going to give out his positioning towards this area. But Captain Cosmos, the distance that these 2 guys have, by themselves in this particular region, I think it's a decent one, but you should be regrouping from this point onward, because the circle is super small and you don't want any of the teams to take you off from any of the off angles.
I kind of have one issue for Valerians, which is the circle, unless it goes west again, which it could. I mean, we've had, 3, 4 in a row now? It's been crazy good circles for Valerians. But the moment it shifts away from that cliff, every single team is going to look at them, right? And that's going to be the main issue, is do they have the cars to make that transition in the first place? Do they have smokes to try and survive a little bit longer into the games, to maybe hold on to a dip or maybe a building that's going to be next to the road? There's a lot of stuff to kind of keep in mind for Valerians. This is not going to be a free game. They might get a lot of elims, but the win itself from that spot might not be super obvious for them to try kind of take home. A star official here, we having their own fight happening versus A1. They're able to heal up, get into the car, and send it over to the compound, but they are already suffering casualties just to make it to the compound in the first place. And Tabby, he gets himself the first aid. He's got the DBS in hand, and he can very easily clutch it up versus A1. Hitman's going to be taken on down by Valerians, and he gets the elimination stolen by Tabby. An extra point, it can go a really long way when you need to make in top 16. And now, looking to delay a little bit. That car's in the way, not really making things easy for him. But that is going to be it for A1, I believe, as they just completely get wrecked on that transition.
That is true. That is true. Another team, FaZe Clan, they're finally out of the game as well. Team HyperX, things are not looking good for them because I think they're also out, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Top 6 teams. We had 11 teams a moment ago. Within the 1 minute marker, we are down from 11 all the way up to the 5. But the circle, oh my god, Max, does my eyes deceive me, or is the circle once again a western side shift? You can see the mini-map. It's clearly... No, I'm going to call this the western side, clearly.
What?
Because
that's not west. That's center. Wait, what are you talking about? That's a center circle.
The mountains of the Valerians.
But the cliff is still in.
Yeah.
The cliff is still in, which we talked about it. That is going to be the winning condition here for Valerians, is to still have that cliff in play and let as many teams, except for them, of course, get eliminated. And that's going to make that jump off the cliff a lot easier for them to execute. Again, do they have cars? Because otherwise, you might take a little bit of damage as you fall off the cliff. Something to keep in mind. You've got to be very careful where you're going to approach it, though. Looking at Team Exotics here. 3 players, already 3 eliminations to their name. Quite a decent amount of loot I can see also in their loadout. So they should be looking really comfortable. And a car to make it to that ridge might be good. But the thing is, looking where they're going to play, or you have to go low ground and just hope you can survive, or you have to crash on those northern teams. And I feel like they are going to be going for the more aggressive approach, sending it forward. And here, again, Valerians have the perfect angle to just obliterate all of Exotic.
That is true. It is back-to-back those elimination. TKS, the MTERSHOT, they are definitely out of the game as well. It is Star, Exotic, KO, and Team Valerians that are right now live. Star, oh, they're going to use those grenades, gets a knockdown, but at the same time, things are not looking good for the Team Valerians as Captain gets taken down. Exotic is trying to use those grenades against the Team Star, but instantly the shots that were connecting on the Exotics fell short. Star closing in on the KO side. Grenades closing in. That's Tabby that's going to take. Gets down, in fact. Another grenade goes over. Alpha Boy barely survived that. A moment less than that, and it could have been detrimental for the guy as well. Everybody's using those throwables, those grenades, those utilities to mark their eliminations into that vicinity. Just look at all those lines, all those numbers of the damage that's closing in, that's popping off on the players. REDSAINTS, Valerian REDSAINTS, you need to push, you need to use that DBS in hand, and the QBZ, in fact, to take the player down in 5 RST. He managed to take down nobody close to him. It's going to be the Team Star. It's a peak fire. It could have been a peak fire, but no, from the backside. Pinkman is going to take him down. And slowly and steadily, everybody, all these 4 teams is actually in a deadlock. You look at one team, the rest of the teams are definitely going to be looking at you at that point. He's going to take the players out. Team Star officials manages to get 6 eliminations into their name, but a grenade closing in. The player could have been, it could have been detrimental for the Valerians as the second grenade approaches.
You're kidding!
Knocks the player down, eliminates him up as well. This is not good. Valerians is basically down to the very last guy now.
Oh my god, Pinkman, let him cook, man. He feels like the character in Breaking Bad. He's having a great day with those nades. Though Exotic's got to be careful behind you. All the angles are not going to be free. Valerian still from the high ground are going to have to think about dropping down. The circle's going to centering up. Star Official still up to 3 players, still alive. Might be able to snatch it away. And I believe that's Valerians out of the game. Indeed, that is the case. 3rd place for them. Only 4 eliminations. What an upset as Star come in for the final elimination and claim the 3rd chicken dinner of the day with so many eliminations to boot. What a match. Really, it should have been Valerian's game here, but Star Official came in swinging with those nades in particular. What a match for the history books here of the Stallion Series tournament.
Oh, it's so beautiful right now. Stallion Series, the match number 3 goes over to the Team Star this time around, and we have already seen what they're capable of how many eliminations that they have done. I think it was around somewhere the number would be close to the 10 marker. So 20 points in a single match, it's definitely something that you really needed, especially on the third match, where it's right now the halfway point of the day number 1. Pinkman with the 4, Tabby with the 2, Winky with the 2 as well, and last but not the least, it is Herald with the 2 as well. In total of 10 total elimination. It is a great start for the team MTERSHOT X, in fact, Team Star right now.
How the hell were they able to survive so long? You saw how many nades were coming from all the teams around them? I was like, there's no way they still keep 3 players alive in that final fight. And yet they're just like, yeah, we're just going to heal up. We're going to res up. We're going to throw nades on the cliff with very minimal information. Get double flushes off the back of those nades being thrown. What an upset, man. This is 2 games in a row where like you have a team that's like, oh, they should win it, or they should at least get top 3 with a ton of eliminations. And then there's a team that's like, oh, wait, actually, I exist, and just completely wreck the entirety of the lobby after that. So absolutely love what we just witnessed here from Star Official and Valerians. I think they had some really good moments here, and a lot of the big names not able to make it to the end of this match because, again, the circle was just going west, and if you were an eastern team, like we saw a lot of the squads were, that transition, unfortunately, is just not going to be successful, and we saw that be the demise of a lot of those teams on the east.
That is true, but finally we have a decent number of eliminations from the grenades, 7 total eliminations, but not a single car elimination in the particular match, 58 total elimination with 68 knockouts. If we go to head-to-head, it is Star versus the team RRQ. RRQ, might I remind you, they were one of the few teams that got eliminated early on. They still have managed to make their name into the head-to-head just on the fact that they have 11 eliminations with 1911 damage to their name. 1581 to the name of Team Star, 8 knockouts comparison to the team RRQ's 11 knockouts, 10 eliminations to 11 eliminations, 28 minutes of survival with 24 minutes of survival, 20 total points in comparison to 13 that it is RRQ Sambo with 7 eliminations, 1070 damage, 2 assists, 6 knockouts, and 651 over heal.
He was having a field day against HORAA, right? He was. I mean, again, that fight of RRQ versus HORAA was a little bit weird. It was a little bit all over the place, but he was able to weather the storm and able to find some success in that engagement, and then able to transition and able to find himself more eliminations later on down the line that I didn't quite think we saw on the feed. We might see in the replays later on, so stick around for that. But a really good game here from Sambo, and here you go, looking at the top players of this game. As we would expect, Sambo still up there. We do have some players here for the REDSAINTS, for Cosmos. We have one player of RRQ, which I would love to say his name. Unfortunately, I do not speak that language. Pinkman, and then we also do have Roy for, I believe that is Exotic. So, yeah, a big lineup again of now only new names. None of the big players in this lobby. So, again, we've seen it in 2024 with the big events like PMGC, PMWC. The new names are stepping up, but at every level. And this is also happening right here live in the Stallion Series. And I am here for it to see maybe some of these names make into PMSL next year. Maybe even bigger events. That would be a super sick storyline to see unfold, Torix.
That is true. That is true. But you know who is not at the top of the players this time? It is those guys this time around. But match ranking we have of the Team Star with 20 points. Team RRQ right behind them with 13 points, even though they got eliminated at hashtag number 7. Exotic with the second position manages to get 11 total points. Valerians, REDSAINTS gets 9. Knockouts with 7. Then we have 141 Official with 5. 5 for the FAZE clan as well for the MTERSHOT. And the 4 Merkel vibes. HyperX Ruler 3 alongside of DRS Gaming, A1 Arrow with the 2 alongside of the team Red Zones, and Road to Glory alongside of HORAA manages to get 1 point. The only team in this match, in this particular match, that did not manage to get a single point is the Unbeatables.
Yeah, we're going to have to rename Unbeatables to definitely beatable. Because, this was not unfortunately the game for them. Early fights, have been going decently well for them so far, especially in that Sanhok, but this game, it was just not going to be the case. Though HORAA, this is I have to be unfortunately blunt with you guys in chat. I know there's a lot of HORAA fans, but this is 2 rough games in a row. Again, they had 1 chicken dinner to kick off the day over in Sanhok, which is great if you want to make in top 16. It can set a bit of a scary precedent going into the finals if they do make in top 16, which seems very likely of happening regardless. So, yeah, just something to keep in the back of our mind that could be a bit scary if they maintain these results the rest of the playoff stage.
That is true. They need to do something from this point onward, because it's already the half-day point marker. The day number 1 is halfway done, and the only single match that you managed to like secure for yourself really good was the first one, and there's not going to be another map of that until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, you're not going to have any more Sanhok, so you need to do what you need to do in these Erangles, in these Miramars from this point onward. This is your time to shine from this point, I'd say, in particular. But yeah, Max, the way all of these teams were fighting, the way that we get like super unorthodox on the fact that, oh my god, this team is gonna win, and the team is like, nope, we're not gonna win from this point onward. So these are some of the facts that might work out into the next games as well, that might continues into the day number 1. But I'm more concerned about the overall ranking, the teams on what the transition point is right now. How many points of a difference do these guys have in going to the top positions?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the leaderboards look like. And if you guys want to check out the leaderboards right now to see where your favorite team currently ranks up in the playoff stage, well, feel free to stick around for a few minutes as we head on over to a break and we'll check out the rankings. And next game, head on over to Erangle in just a few short minutes. And we are back once again here for the second half of the first day of the playoffs of the Stallion Series, brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. So thank you so much for spending your Thursday afternoon with us today, or morning, wherever you are. If you're in America, that's sick also. But great last game here happening from the side of Star Official. As we saw, Torix able to get himself the win despite Valerians having the best position by far with that cliffside. But it was unexpected, and I feel like that is a good word to use for the entirety of the first half of the day, right, Torix? Unexpected stuff has been going down, and it gets me excited as to what we could expect for the rest of this first day.
Oh, we definitely have to expect some great things, because I think the next match is also going to be of the Miramar, and from that Miramar, we can definitely assume that the first Miramar, okay, the teams were doing it for some of the fact that they wanted to know what's going to happen, but we have those guys once again on the overall top players, but Sambo is going to take that first position with 9 eliminations, 1,663 damage. Then we have that guy 3 with 6 eliminations, 1,724 damage. That guy 4 with 8, 984 damage. Sirius with the 7 eliminations, 1,029 damage. And last but not the least, it is that guy 1 with 6 and 1,237 damage to the name. I'm missing the that guy number 2.
Yeah, you know what? That guy 2, my favorite player. I don't know about you. Love that guy. But that guy's not going to be there. Though an elimination ratio of 3 is really, really good for Sambo. Of course, that's only over the course of 3 matches. A lot of those eliminations came through in that third game, sorry, on Miramar that just happened. I think he got 7. So it's definitely a big outlier, this last game that just happened. But we'll have to see if he can kind of maintain it. But here we go. I did not lie. We do have the leaderboards, and here we go, checking out the overall standings after our first 3 matches. And still, despite not having a single chicken dinner here, Torix FaZe clan able to hold on strong to that first place with only a 4-point difference between themselves and Star Official.
They only managed to make the difference of 1 less this time. FaZe clan had 25, whereas the DRS had 20 points into the previous match overall. Now, it is FaZe clan with 30, and now Team Star has 26, so the difference has become of 4 total points. RRQ with 25, DRS with 23, KO Esports with 22, 20 for the Hyper, 19 for Exotic, HORAA Esports. This is not looking good. They started at the top of the chart, and now they're at the very bottom of the first page. TK SMS is going to have 16 points. Valerian XRST is going to have 15. 141X is going to have 14. 11 for the Unbeatables. A1 with 10. RZ with 9. RTG with 9. Alongside of 4 Miracle Vibes. Still staying at the very bottom, but with 8 points this time around.
And here we have it. The schedule for the rest of the day. We know we're going to have normally 2 Miramars and 1 Erangle. In what order is that going to be? I'm not sure. I believe we're going to have a Miramar happening now. Question mark? Or maybe an Erangle? I don't know. Torix, we'll have to see. I've been bamboozled by this graphic so many times. By the way, in case you guys maybe joined a little bit late, the first Miramar, match 2, that was in fact on an Erangle. That's where DRS got himself the win. So just to avoid any confusion on that point, where they did get himself a total of 18 points on that game. But yeah, so our next match is going to be fun. Again, now that we've had at least one of Miramar, one of Erangles, doesn't matter which map we go on to next here, Torix. The drop locations are sorted out. The rotations have been sorted out. The circles, they're still weird. So you can't sort that out, unfortunately. But at least we should have, just like we saw in the previous Miramar, right, Torix? A very passive early stage where 16 teams are still alive until at least phase 2, which shows to me that here a lot of respect is still being shown to the entire lobby. So things are back to a sense of normality, which is what you would expect in this kind of caliber of a lobby.
That is true, but I'm expecting some early fights. Come on, I need some early fights into
Stop
the Miramar.
No!
You need to make the Miramar more of those executive things of the fights, early stages.
No.
We don't want those, the teams drop so much further away from each other that during the first 3 phases, it's completely bland. Everything is just loot, rotate, loot, rotate. We want some action in the middle of that too, come on.
Yeah, but hot drops, I think they say, okay, maybe a hot take. I don't know if you guys agree in chat. Tell us also. I feel like if you're a good team, you don't hot drop. In my personal opinion, if you're getting to win a tournament, hot drops don't make sense. The only time where I think hot dropping makes sense, it's or to try and eliminate some of your competition because you already qualified for the next stage of a tournament. Which, that might be happening on day 2 or day 3 of these playoffs for the Stallion Series tournament. Or on the last match or 2, if you're trying to do a last-minute rush for a top position on the rankings, maybe even overtaking a first-place team, you want to hot drop them, you want to try and maybe also negate their rotation and do something around those lines. That is also valid. I think it's way too early to see some hot drop action. Of course, it's fun, Torix. I will say, entertainment value-wise, it's always fun. But does it make sense gameplay-wise? I'm not going to have to say so. But one thing that does make sense here, Torix, is the fact that we're heading into our next Miramar. Miramar number 2 of the day. I was making sure. I saw the Angry Birds. It confused me for a second again. I like the plain skin. It's cool. But yeah, here we go. Our second Miramar of the day. And hopefully the circle will not be as mean as it was last game. Because that was rough, man.
That definitely was rough. So rough for the teams. But we have definitely the match, second match of the Miramar, in fact. In total of the match 4th, Puerto Paraíso. I think it's the same plane line again, no? Because last plane line was somewhere between the Puerto Paraíso all the way up to the La Cobreria as well. So this time it's going to the Oasis, so that's one thing. But the circle is going to be one of the few factors on how the teams are actually going to perform in this, because majority of the teams do tend to like drop down into the early stages, like Los Leons, the Minas del Valley, all those areas. But if the circle goes hard north, like the Torre Ahumada or the Hacienda del Patron, that's one place that majority of the players will be forced to like rotate with the cars. You can already see near the Los Leons, there's at least 3 teams into our mini screen that is dropping into the vicinity. So early fights is definitely going to happen. But oh my god, first an eastern circle, now a western one.
I did want to talk about the circle. Circle's like kind of we see the circle. How did you say that city name where A1 dropped and 4MV dropped? How do you say the city name? Can you say it again for me?
The what?
City name we're fighting in. How do you call it?
The Los.
Oh. Los Leones.
Oh,
you said it Los
Leones.
Leon. No, it's Leones. We always call it Los Leones.
Leones. I've already.
Okay, we're gonna have to. Guys, we're gonna have a boxing match. Me and Torix happening next month. Okay, hopefully you guys will be there. Happening in London.
Decide.
But here we go. Star Official and 4MV is gonna be going down. It seems like, oh, there's a little apple on the floor there. Interesting. Just a little snack mid-fight if you need to clutch it up. It's like, I've got ammo, but I don't have the energy. An apple. Let's go. Perfect. If one of these guys is a doctor, is going to keep them away. That'll be perfect weapon to use against them. Star Official, though, nice little angle for Pikmin with that third-person perspective and the DBS. A little bit of a pre-fire. Doesn't quite connect onto 355. 355, by the way, has a mini 14. He gets pumpy right to the face from Refus. And hello, good night, and see you in match number 5. It seems that's going to be the end for him. As Herald is going to be also looking to get some info, and they're just down to 2 players for Star Official. So the winning team of the last Miramar here, Torix, might be going down early to an aggressive play from 4MV.
I mean, that's exactly what's been happening into the past 3 matches as well. The team that did get the chicken dinner is one of the few teams that get early eliminated whatsoever. This has been happening for the past 3 matches as well. And once again, it can be that factor because Raul gets taken down. Winky is going to be the final guy now from this point onward. And things are not looking good for the Team Star. Team Star might be that team that gets the first completion on them, the first full team elimination. But Winky, you need to run away. You need to get out of there as soon as possible. You need to be into a safer side. There's a first aid. Make sure you take that. At least take that first aid. You might need it. You never know when you might need it.
But we have to look at A1 here. This is very important what's happening here, Torix, because A1, hear this fight. They see an elimination feed light up. They're like, oh, wait, this is maybe an easy opportunity to not only eliminate 2 teams, but get easy eliminations on board. Here you go. Winky does get taken out. Star Official will be in 16th place. Pretty much pulling a horror after game 1 and game 2. This seems like going from chicken dinner to last place. Not much is going to be going for them, but Refus will get rezzed up. They only lose Doc, which that is still a really big loss for MV. You don't want to lose your potential MVP player of the squad. But yeah, A1 again encroaching on their terrain slowly but surely, closing that gap between themselves. And maybe looking for a delayed third party. Again, I feel like that could be a really good option here, but I feel like now they had too much time to res and to go for the revive onto 4MV. A1 might want to rethink. We took too long. This fight doesn't make sense anymore, but I mean, Torix loves his early game fight, so maybe they'll send it for you. Wait!
I mean, oh.
Glider! Oh, yes, I love this. I mean, okay,
yes.
Realistically, it's not a good thing to do because spraying down a glider is so easy with an M4, but it's cool as hell. Come on.
It is definitely cool, but oh no, they're going straight down. They are going down and down. But 4MV, oh my god, once again into another fight. I don't think you can do a 360 in this game.
Aww.
I really want to do it, but I don't think you can do it. But A1, they're close to the Team 4 Miracle Wise. That's 2 players, 3 players almost down to the last man that they are. It is the 355, the solo guy, the last guy that is alive for the Team 4 Miracle Wise. 4 elimination to the name. It's a good number. It's a good start, but I think this is going to be the end for you guys from this point onward because Team A1 Esports, Avon Arrow, 4-man versus a single guy. Unless you have the DBS, I don't think you can pull it off.
I mean, 355 also is undiluted. We saw what they had early.
Taken down.
He just peeked through the window, and Rowdy gets it done. That's it for 4MV. Again, early elimination we have not seen for MV really competing in the later stages of any of these matches really today. It's just early game, they might get a few elims, and then they're just out of the game entirely. So not quite what you want to see, but well played for A1. A good third party allows them to not only get 3 eliminations, but also get the entire loot of a Los Leones in the same amount of time. So a really good execution from A1. Love to see it, though. Again, MTERSHOT back to them, and their glider madness, I don't know what to call it. It's definitely got a name. We need to find a proper name for it, as they're just looking to glide into a playable spot, which I'm sure they're going to find many with that kind of angle they get from the skies.
I mean, that's true, but I really want to see what their destination is right now. Which route are they taking using that glider? Are they just going straight in from the single line, or they're taking the routes, the proper airline routes for themselves? But Unbeatables right now with their supercars. Okay, this you can call supercar, right, Maxer?
Yes.
Okay.
Maxer? Maxer. I'm
They're
Max. Even more, I'm Maxer. Okay, Torixer. Don't worry. That's not a supercar, though. That's yeah. Got the Dodge also. Cool supercars, a lot of them. Here we go. That guy off FAZE. Looking to take an early fight. Does not go for the oh my word, he drifts on over. Was that a drift? It looked like one, unless I'm imagined it. That looked like a drift coming out from DRS. Though again, is a new feature from this current update. Good nade coming on over. Does not get the knock onto that DRS player. And they're just going to be swarming the place. As we have another fight happening on the other side of the map. It's going to be RRQ versus 141. It's not 4MV. They still mean business. That's 141 here. The cavalry is here. JDR is going to be here, joining up with Zibian. They're looking to try and clean up house here. Get rid of that final play of RRQ. And also that revive, hopefully, he's got himself the DBS. You got to push together, guys. No room for mistakes. That's a really good nade to try and buy some extra time for RRQ. And Nugat is actually joining up the fray here. Good play from the rooftop. And RRQ able to just reverse the whole situation and maybe get the advantage. And that is it. 141 taken out. And that's RRQ to claim their 4 eliminations at the start of this match.
Oh my god, that is completely insane, the way that it just turned over to the Team 141. Like, the Team 141, they had the upper advantage when they first got into that fight, but suddenly it is the Team RQ that's going to survive from this area. But it's that guy with the 1897 without any bullets. Come on, a reload at least. You had the peak, but you fell short on the ammo. Now, once again, on the 75% HP, he's going to try to get those eliminations, but no, he's not going to heal. He's actually going to push, close in on towards the player, but in the meantime, DRS is given that revive towards their player. DBS makes it way, and that guy is out of the game. Team FAZE has been completely eliminated from the match on the hashtag number 13. They go out without even a single kill.
DRS were playing it really smart there because they were understanding, oh wait, this is a solo. We could theoretically just push it and win it. They were super respectful the entire time, Torix. They were waiting. Okay, we got 2 players to revive. We are going to let the revive pull through and we're just going to try and stick together. We're not going to send it one by one. I thought Example was going to play it solo at one point because I think he saw the bigger picture like, yeah, this would be a bit of a throw. I'm just going to slow things down. And eventually that does result in them getting the squad wipe onto FAZE. Well, again, first place team currently in the rankings and DRS not too far behind them. So they eliminated technically their direct competition for top spot here in the playoffs. So that is definitely going to be a big vantage point for DRS. They're going to be super happy about that fight. As we are finally about to go into phase 2 here. And again, I hope we don't have all these weird hard shifts we had happening in the previous Miramar. But phase 2 could be interesting to see how things are going to go down for these squads. As HORAA also looking to make their way into a compound that they have yet to find.
That is true. That is true. So far, I think this is the time where we can safely assume that the slow pace is going to start. The slow paceness of the teams, the rotations and everything is definitely going to start. But oh my god, looking at the map, I don't think it's going to happen because look at Team Exotic at this point. They're taking the fight. They're getting those knockouts. There is also Hyper near the Valerian side, in fact, as well. So that fight can definitely ensue into the mid to long range of vicinity. Exotic on top of the mountain. They must have a buggy. Yet there we go. They definitely have a buggy to get on top of this mountain. But now, this guy is stuck.
Is he stuck?
He is.
No.
He can't go anywhere. Or can he?
I'm slowly get it out. Yeah, there you go, Sunstuck. Rolls on down. What? Again, physics. Yep. Can you drift on this cliff now? He's just drifting up there. Oh, okay, well, this is not the best. I think my driving is not great, but I think I might do a little bit better. But it's fine. He makes it out away off the mountain, back down into the field near El Pozo, and they will be able to transition into their next position. Though, we did see the phase 2 pop then for a few seconds there, Torix. Valerians, again, on a good high ground positions to play from, and currently Valerians have the best position in the circle. It might be... They might have some teams trying to compete for it and try and deny it away from them, so we might see some early fights happening from some squads near them. But as of right now, if Valerians can hold down the fort in that high ground spot on the mountain, they could be looking to get another solid performance on these back-to-back Miramar matches. So Valerians, again, they know their strong spots, and so far, it's been good. 2 Miramars in a row.
That is true. That is true. So far, the position-wise, Valerian is definitely looking good, but it depends. It depends if any of the team might go over to that direction to take those aggressions on them or not. But here we go. Team Hyper versus A1 Esports. So one player is definitely going to go down. Deathstorm on his knees. Rowdy, Sinister, all you guys, and Navid needs to go back to the guy, get that revival done on Deathstorm. But the main concern still remains if the player is going to be allowed to get out into the open. Oh no, Bura, come on. You had the player on your hand. You could have used that M4 to wait it out, but as soon as he went for the prone, that's where the shots came in. That's where the Hyper actually received damage, but nonetheless, managed to get that actual elimination to the name of Jin. 3 versus 4 still in the vicinity, so something A1 needs to do is either get out of this area or take at least a single as such angle that can determine your standing against the Team Hyper so far.
I think they're just being safe also, Hyper. They're not over-peaking, over-committing. It's not like A1 is in direct competition with them right now. You're just having a little bit of a spray back and forth. So you don't have to take a risk unless you can have an easy spray like that, which I'm happy Find is willing to take those sprays. Yeah, if you don't want to get knocked, you don't want to take too much damage, you don't want to lose that helmet or vest. He's got a tier 3 vest, so that could definitely be quite of a good spot to start off of. But that helmet's already 50% damaged, so you need to be careful. Don't want to get headshot too many times. That's going to be a bad headache tomorrow morning, I can tell you that much. As he tries to just, move on up with that supercar. Again, they just keep flexing on us. I have one supercar, but I feel like they have a supercar on every single car skin. I'm very jealous. I wish, man.
I feel it. I actually don't feel you because I don't even have a single supercar, so...
I have one at least, yeah.
Yeah,
you
you have definitely one at least. But nonetheless, going back into the match, RRQ, I'm more concerned about them because we haven't seen them in a while, and they're down to their last man. I really want to see how they're standing up in this particular fight. But Joker,
Let's
beauty!
go.
2 headshots from the mini, instant knockout, but not the confirmation. Now, you have either 2 choices. Use those cars, get into that vicinity, go for the rush, or just stay here and take that loss that you might not be able to get that confirmation on the player.
I could just see the cogs turning in Joker's head for a second. Like, where's that bush? No, that's a player. Bah, bah. Just get it instantly onto the knock. Luckily enough, that's going to be putting a dent into the helmet of the opposing team. So that's going to be, again, using up some of the resources. Sometimes taking shots like that has an impact. You might not get the flush, but you're just using up the resources. They have to res, which means next time he gets knocked, he's going to bleed out faster. You're damaging the vest, damaging also the helmet, especially the helmet there after the shots from Joker. So quite impactful stuff indeed. You definitely want to take those shots if you have that free opportunity to do so. As Knockout Esports here versus DRS. I'm scared for Lord here, not going to lie, Torix, because he's in a very nadeable dip. You do not want to give that info over, otherwise there's going to be nades raining on top of Lord instantly. So he needs to be very silent right now.
Oh, I think he is pretty silent. He is not moving, but on the other side, Alpha Boys getting those shots connected on the example. But not enough for the elimination. Now, either Lord can give out his position, or he can just wait out for the rest of the time that the player might close in more. But for that, I think it is necessary for one of the players of the knockouts to get actually knocked out, so the team can actually determine whether they want to rush in that area or not. They use those cars to get into that dip, and that dip will be the determining factor if Lord is going to be able to take 1-2 players out of this equation.
It's going to be tough for DRS to know that
movement.
Lord is here again. Lord could be such a big issue. I didn't see, did he have nades? Does he have nades?
I don't think so.
Because if he does, from that spot, that could be pretty impactful. I'll have to see his POV very soon. Thing has definitely slowed down a lot after Phase 2. But now we're going into Phase 3. The circle shifted away west, actually, of Knockout Esport and DRS. And if you're DRS, you don't take this fight. You get back into the cars, you wide rotate north, which is, I believe, what they are intending to do. They're already leaving. There you go. They're out, DRS. Again, a good move. DRS are being very respectful early game. This is something I really like of this DRS lineup. They are not taking fights that don't make too much sense, positionally speaking, as Unbeatables looking to claim position into the circle here, down below the mountainside of Valerians. And Valerians here, I mean, they kind of have to share that position. They have to, because they can't really take shots in that warehouse down below. But you've got to be careful, because Flanky is a little bit further north. He is a little bit of a vulnerability for his teammates if he does get knocked. So I would say maybe regrouping would be a good play for Valerians. As of right now, no one's really competing with that location, so they can hold it for the time being.
But look at the Exotic and the team MTERSHOT's position. They're right next to each other, but it depends if they want to fight or not, because they both of those players, in fact, have that mountaintop. No, so it's a matter of factor of who's gonna spot who first to like initiate those action of those shots. And those fights maybe that can ensue in the meanwhile. But Unbeatables manages to get into the warehouse in a really good time, saving themselves from the wrath of the Valerians at one point. But those windows, I don't think those windows are a good thing. You are looting, but you need to be very, very, very of those windows that can potentially like show your face, show your body, and those shots that can actually ensue upon you.
You got to be very careful in this building in particular, because you have a lot of those windows that could give your position away to Valerians. And they're actually going to be taking control of some of those southern western buildings away of the warehouse, which I think that's good. A 2-2 split keeps your options open for the later stage of the game. So that was a cool transition. That was little curtains. I like that. Didn't caught me off guard for a second here. But yeah, Valerian's still looking for some information play. But as of right now, with all the teams and where they're positioned, do you have a position in particular you prefer out of any other? Personally, for me, it's Valerians. I feel like their spot is really solid. But are there any positions like that could also result in a win going away of one of these teams?
You know how Team UNB is in that warehouse? I think taking those container side mountains would be like a decent move right now to take the fight from two different angles. You can force them to get out into the open or like leave your position, but wait a second, those fights.
Flanky got knocked.
Yes.
Oh.
Valerians, what is going on? What is happening? A moment ago, you were all four together, but now suddenly one of the player from the Team Valerian side is knocked out and I'd say in dire need of the resurrection, the revival. Someone needs to go as soon as possible to get that revival done, but oh, come on.
He's on top of the cliff?
Yes.
This Joker too. Bro.
Yes, you can use the buttons.
I really love this lobby. This is so... Yeah, I know you could get up there, but he is really being the sniper. And the circle still involves some of this unplayable... Normally what should be unplayable terrain of the Western Cliff. And there you got... I feel like you got two Jokers actually looking from that position. Yeah, there you go. Joker also from the side of Exotic. So you got two Jokers of this lobby on the cliff looking to snipe people down with the M4 or with the Mini 14. And it's going to be a scary time to approach this cliffside because you're going to get sniped by those two players at the same time. And also the other Joker of Exotic also has himself a Mini 14 with a decent scope, I believe, also. So yeah, it's Joker clock, I guess. It's weird to say. What's going on?
Oh my god. At this point, I am clueless on what's going on, but Hyper is losing their player to the play zone. DRS is receiving those eliminations, but UNB, oh no, the car is about to blow up. The car is about to burst, and oh my god, it's getting stuck back to back. You're right on the face of the team. Knockout Esports.
No, wait, what?
The Knockout Esports is going to take both of you on that car, through that car. He's going to run you over. Pika, the final guy with the Mini 14 and an 8-time scope. He's the solo guy that's remaining, but Valerians is going to take down the KO's player as well with the car burst down. Valerians doing that third party everywhere, getting those eliminations. So far, they have managed to secure 3, but DRS, we have to look out for these guys as well. But Sinister, another car knockdown. Okay, we are finally going to see some vehicle eliminations, at least in this game. A good spray from 5 RST, getting lowered, knocked out, but KO. Only Freestyler was the one that got eliminated.
I don't know if you saw, Sinister rolled himself over. Or at least he jumped out of the building too soon. So, not the way to go, but that's how it went out for Sinister. Hopefully he can get the res out. They're down to 2 players, so maybe he's just out completely. I didn't see the elimination feed after that. Knockout Esport currently going to be the ones to hold down the fort onto the east. All of those teams like Valerians and stuff that are going to have to leave the eastern side they were very comfortable in earlier, they're going to be the ones to try and pick it up. So Knockout Esport could be looking really good, but unfortunately here, Navid, no playable spot there because, again, the Joker on the cliff is just too good of a position to scout and take shots with that Mini 14 or the M4 as a whole. It's just too damn powerful. As Rowdy deep in the blue, I don't know if he has a car, but without a car, that transition is not going to work out. And he does the play onto TRS. Does not get the knock, but actually he does at the end get the knock there with the M4 spray with the 3x scope. Now they're out in the blue. It's phase 5. Is going to start to tick a bit too much. Can they get the res? I feel like DRS might have to play the rest of this game as a 3-man team.
Look at the damage that this guy's receiving. The chunk that's been given out. Oh no. Oh no. A1. I can definitely say it's going to be over for you guys. As soon as those 5 first hit kits runs out, Sky HORAA is going to take Delta down from the car. Joker Sir fighting with the Team Exotics as well, Team Valerians in the wrath of those mountaintop shots as well. There's KO Lord with the grenade, Sky HORAA getting down. So it's back-to-back, all those teams, all those players getting into the engagement. Pika Boy, not a good way to go out. Not a good way jumping out of the car too early on, but KO Alpha, boy, look at this. He's taken 2 players of the Team Hyper through a single grenade. DRS also, in the meanwhile, gets a fully fleshed out scenario. There's top 8 teams remaining with 20 players into the match.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate past few minutes for the Nepali teams. They just got completely obliterated on that transition. I mean, the circles were quite rough for the Eastern teams, so I can't really even fault them that much. It's just, yeah, the RNG aspect of the game was not too much in your favor. No Knockout Esports, again, having to be a little bit careful here. They only have 2 players, making it a bit tougher for them to hold down these strong compounds. As Valerians also sent it into the compound down below next to the roadside. But right now, TKS, Exotic, currently the 2 teams I would say have a high chance of success this game because they're 4 players alive and still have their side of the road under control as A1 is the next team to bite the dust and get eliminated in 8th position.
Players that are remaining 23 minutes into the match, and once again, that mountaintop is still somewhat, I'd say, inside of that circle. So if the teams were there, they could have still done it. But S12K on HORAA, Sleepy HORAA, it's over. 60 FPS wins it out this time, gets the elimination on HORAA Esports. We're down to the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. Exotics is also fighting with the Team RTG, as Team RTG is down to the last player. So is the Team Red Zones. 60 FPS, trying his level best. He can either go save his team member, use that buggy, but inevitably the buggy is going to be like fleshed out from that point onward. There's going to be no exit whatsoever that the player can do. But Knockout Esports, Alpha Boy, alongside of Lord, these 2 players, they still need to move inside of that circle, but they have their clear vision on the Team RTG and the Team Valerians. The moment any of these 2 teams is going to like show their faces, show their footsteps, it's going to be over for them maybe.
This circle is horrible. It shifts right perfectly on the road. And none of the teams are realistically in circle as of right now. So everyone's going to have to do a mad dash. Clear their backsides. Clear the teams that are near them before making that transition. Or just go for Hail Mary, send it, and just hope you can play the ridge side. Which currently, RTG are able to play that ridge. They're playing with that smoke too. It buys them a little bit of time. But right now, Roy is just too good on that spray down. And does get himself the first knock on that interaction. But Valerians, they're going to be having to be one of the first teams to leave their position. Good spray down through the smoke. Can he get the knock, though? No, can't quite get it, but after getting that damage on the Blue Zones, they're going to put even more pressure on Valerians. They only have 20 seconds to boot here, Torix, before they leave. So we're going to see a mad dash happening in the next 10 to 15 seconds in hopes of getting in the circle. And as of right now, MTERSHOT, They also have a decent ridge to play from on the road itself. But can they really hold it down when there are so many teams around them? It seems like that's not the case because they're pushing uphill over to the east and looking to claim control of these dips on the mountainside.
That is true, but so far, if you're looking at the Team RTG, they're taking their action on the Team Valerians. Valerian's car got busted up. One player got the instant confirmation. Road to Glory, you are definitely, even though outside of the circle, you are definitely making short work of the Team Valerians. That second player down. Team Valerians down to the last two players, but MTERSHOT going to the Knockout Esports, closing in with the grenades and the throwables. They could have managed to get those eliminations done, but another circle straight to the roadside. This is not looking good. MTERSHOT Universe is going to be taken out. Falcon healing himself on the same time. Joker is going to take down Exotics, and nobody on his knees now. Cosmos alongside of the rest of the players of the Team Valerians, they get finished off. It is Road to Glory, in fact, as soon as the Team Valerians 2 that got finished up. KO Esports, slowly, steadily. You don't have any more grenades on your hand, Alpha Boy. Anything that you do right now is through your guns, is through that UMP or that M4 in your hand. But M4, oh my god, Max, did you realize that this guy's M4 is on 0 bullets? He has used up all the bullets of that M416 now.
I'm not really too surprised. This seems quite accurate with how many fights have been going on for them. There we go. 3 teams remaining. Chat, I want you guys to tell us, who do you think is going to be taking the win on this game? You've got Team Exotics, you've got Knockout Esports, and you have the side of MTERSHOT. Who's going to be claiming the 4th chicken dinner of the day on Miramar? Put your prediction in chat. We'd love to know who you guys are picking for this win. There we go. Joker with the off angle here on the road. Gets some job done. Finds cover behind the car. MTERSHOT able to just survive and weather the storm once more, but the roadside control is currently in their favor for Team Exotics because they're in the circle. The only player in the circle is going to be Joker of Team Exotics. And he's just hoping that Knockout Esports can just clean up the rest of the lobby for them because he just wants to get that win. He wants to get those juicy 10 placement points for that chicken dinner. It's a nice position there. Confirms an extra elimination point. That's his 3rd so far. As a solo, compared to the rest of his teammates that had 0 lins, he is putting on an absolute clinic this game, but he gets found out eventually by Pika Boy, and now it's time for the side of Knockout Esports to just go on down the cliffside and secure themselves the 4th chicken dinner of the day here for this playoffs, day 1 of the Stallions Series tournament.
Beautifully done, and 9 eliminations to the MTERSHOT, but we have Knockouts as the victor of the match number 4 for themselves. Amazingly done by these guys. And yeah, the way that these guys actually managed to secure majority of their players till the very end, I have to give it to them that this was a chicken well deserved. The positioning, the transition, the rotation, and everything, it was down to the really good, like, small details that made it work for these guys. There was a time in like transition point, Max, where we saw these guys, like one of the team Knockouts guys on top of that complete mountain, the western side mountain, and that was one of the few factors that led up to the victory of these guys. Alpha Boy has 4, Divine has 0, Lord has 4, and Freestyler with the 1. In total of 9 eliminations, these guys managed to secure 19 points into the match at number 4, leaving us with only 2 more matches, out of which I think 1 more is going to be of the Miramar, and then we have the final match as the Erangle. So there's still hope for all those Miramar lovers that you can make it out work for yourself.
They played exactly the way they should have, by the way, in terms of they understood we don't have an easy transition point at this stage, and in the last 2-3 circles, we need to start going in sweeping edge mode, which is what they did. They started clearing space, making sure they were controlling their high ground position of the circle, and that's what then facilitated them to go the entire way, to get into the last circle, and then get the win. So really, really happy the way they played it. I gotta say, Freestyler, get my man a jersey. He's in a poor little t-shirt right there. He needs a jersey, man. He needs it if he really wants to be a part of the team. As we check out the match summary, 5 grenade eliminations, 2 car limbs, which we did have a few. Not sure if Sinister counted as one of those because he did knock himself out in the car at one point. That was a bit unfortunate, but that happens to everyone. Happens to me every day. So no, it can definitely happen to a pro player every once in a while. As yeah, for our Miramar here, this was definitely a great game. But though MTERSHOT, we have to say, Torix, sure they don't get the win. They get in the top 3. And they also got there thanks to the glider rotation. So, glider rotation kind of cracked. Just saying.
I mean, as soon as they saw the circle like transition up, the first circle, they were instantly like, "Oh, there's a glider. Let's get in the
Send
circle,
it."
deep it down. Just send it. We're gonna survive. We're gonna take the fight at the very end," and that's exactly what worked out for them. 9 elimination is a number that speaks for itself for the meter shot at this point with 1970 damage. Total points of 15 for the guys, but knockout with the chicken, they're gonna manage to secure the 19 total points. With a total survival time of 28 minutes, then we have almost a similar time, 27:53 for the team meter shot x TKS at this time. This was a match number 4. There's still 2 more matches, but Alpha Boy is going to be the MVP of the match. From Knockout Esports, 4 elimination, 903 damage, 2 assists, 28 minutes of survival time, 2 knockouts, and 230 heal. This guy did not heal that much. Maximum of 2, 3 first aids that this guy used. Aside from that, 4 elimination and 900 damage. He was definitely popping off the heads all around the place.
Yeah, I still think it was a pretty big team effort, but Alpha Boy did stand out purely stats-wise. I mean, 900 damage on the Miramar. That is quite rare, to say the least. And normally on the Miramar, 400, 500 damage is really good. When you get close to 1,000, you had an exceptional Miramar match when you're able to reach those kind of results. So really well played on that side. Alpha Boy, of course, as you would expect, is going to be the top player of this game, but followed up then by Lord, Joker, another Joker. I thought I was seeing double for a second, but no, you have 2 Jokers, and Pika Boy also on that side. So really good results around the board from these players. And again, this is 2 matches back-to-back where we're not seeing the big names. Again, we're seeing new players, which has me so excited for all of these Eastern teams and players and how they might be able to pave their way into tournaments in the future, especially with PMGO Torix. Let's keep that in mind, PMGO. All of these guys can qualify theoretically if they sign up now. I think you can sign up today or tomorrow. And I feel like we might see some of these guys become the new stars of PUBG Mobile Esports in the East in the future. At some point, maybe. Who knows?
That is true. That is true. You do put a really good point, because these teams can definitely qualify and sign up for the PMGO. They should definitely do it. This is a big step that you should take. But KO Esports, 19 points. Meter shot, 15. Valerians, REDSAINTS, 8. And oh my god, it hurts my soul to see after the first 2 teams with the double digits, it straight up goes to less than 10 points. Valerian with 8, Exotic with 8, DRS with 7, 5 for HORAA, A1, Team Red Zone, 4 for the RTG, RRQ, alongside of 4 Miracle Vibes. Fun for 1 officials alongside of HyperX Ruler has 2, Star has 1, 0 for the Unbeatable and FaZe Clan. What happened to FaZe Clan? What happened to 4 Miracle Vibes? What happened to HORAA Esports? These were the 3 names that were definitely doing a really decent job into the previous matches, but suddenly, as soon as the half phase goes over, these teams are kind of looking not good anymore.
I think, I don't know if you would agree with me on this one, Torix. This is kind of an interesting statement that a lot of people might not agree with, but I do think that because of the stage of this tournament, and it's only top 16 out of 20, I think you have some teams that are just like, you know what, we're pretty chill, we're not trying super hard, but going into the finals, we're going to go super hard. So I feel like it's more about the teams that need to prove themselves in this kind of lobby, that are coming into this tournament as an underdog team. They have to put up the numbers very early on, and just hope for the best and make it into the top 16, which is, as of right now, why I think the last 2 games we had newcomer players be the top 5 players of these last 2 matches, is because, again, they are the underdogs. They are trying their best to stand out in this completely stacked lobby full of amazing individual players and orgs. So it's not easy to stand out, but they are making it happen for themselves, and I feel like that is going to be something we are going to witness throughout a big portion of the playoff stage until the finals, where I feel like everyone's going to come in as serious as they could be, and with all the prep done, and that's when they're going to mean real business to win that first place of Stallion Series.
I mean, now that you have pointed it out that majority of the teams are not showing and they're just chill, I think it also points out to the factor that they don't want to like reveal out their strategies or how they play in these particular matches. Maybe that is one of the cases that they're not playing it that good. They're just like, yeah, we're going to be into the top 16 no matter what. We can just play 1 or 2 matches really good, and that would be all it. We will qualify, because the top 16, I think, out of the 24 is a really big margin that you can definitely do. But yeah, it's about time for the match number 5. But before we head to over there, we have to see the stats. And before we see the stats, we do have to go for a highlight break. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed those highlights as we are getting ready for our 5th match of the day here for day 1 of the Players of the Stallions Series, brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. And I was told that the Pakistani team is apparently the fastest at making lobbies in PUBG Mobile Esports in the whole world. And because of that, apparently the lobby's already ready, Torix, and we're ready to start the game soon. Like, this is so quick, man. We're getting non-stop action. I'm loving this. GG production.
We're definitely getting super fast on that, but nonetheless, let's see. The top players, it is Sambo still over here on the number 1 of a 10 elimination, 1763 damage, Alpha Boy with the 8, that guy 3 with 6, XMPL with the 6, and Lord with 6 as well. So now it's only down to the last guy, last of that guy, Max, and he needs to reclaim that spot on the number 1 at the very least, or make his team members come out into the top players as well. But overall standing, it is here KO Esports 41, 10 points of a difference. It is MTERSHOT TKS with 31 points, DRS with 30, FAZE with 30, 29 for the RRQ, Star with 27 alongside of Exotic. There's Valerians at 23, HORAA Esports with 22, HyperX with 22. There's 141, X as well with 16, 15 for A1, RC 14, RTG 13, 12 for 4MV, and UNB with 11. Okay, for 4MV, they're working up. They're finally coming up from the 16 to the 15 this time around.
It's actually starting to get a bit scary for 4MV. Like, you need to be top 16, you know, and they're not going to play one of the next 2 days out of the total 3 days of the playoffs. So I'm a bit scared, just a little bit. You know what? The one big game again can push up pretty significantly in the rankings, and one top 3 / even a chicken dinner could be enough for you to qualify for the finals of the Stallion Series. So I wouldn't be too scared for them, but it is getting to that point where you maybe have a little bit of a question mark, like what is really happening with these guys right now? Unfortunately, as of right now, not too sure about that. Though we do have 2 matches remaining. We have match 5 and match 6. We're going to be having, if I'm not mistaken, 1 Miramar, 1 Erangle left before we do wrap up the first day of the standoffs, of the playoffs. So as of right now, again, the new names have been doing good. We had Star and the side of Knockout that have been able to get himself a chicken dinner. So are we going to see Nepal get back on top like we saw in Game 1, Game 2, Torix? We'll have to wait and see going into our 5th match of the day.
Oh, yeah. And remind you guys, the 5th match is actually going to be of the Miramar once again. We are going to see 3 Miramars. So the next match is also going to be of the Miramar. And that is exactly what I hope right now. I can be wrong. I will be so bamboozled if it goes down to Erangle 3, Erangle at the very end of the day. But nonetheless, if I'm hoping for Miramar, I'm hoping for some of the similar actions that we did in the previous matches. We saw in the previous matches, all of the teams like trying to get those positioning, and at the same time trying to get those position points, getting those kills as well. Those eliminations, they were definitely coming in handy. Every single player in the previous match had actually done something. And here we go. The match number 5 is gonna start, and oh my god, it is Erangle. Okay, come on. No.
So I did good asking which map we're going on. Because it's really hard to just so you guys know, we thought we were going to have 3 Miramars in a row followed up by 2 Erangles in a row. We're all over the place today. But we have an Erangle. That means the last game of the day is going to be indeed over on Miramar. Just been having weird circles all day, every day. So we'll see how that game is going to be unfolding. But back with the Angry Bird plane as we get ready. And it's a pretty southern plane. It's going from Quarry all over to Novo from what I'm witnessing currently. Which means that if you're a northern drop team, and we see there's quite a few, especially near Poliana, in George Crates, even Saverni, I believe there was a team. So those teams, or you have to go for a stretch on your drop and go quite far, maybe pick up a car and then make it to your drop location, or you just go for a secondary drop location if you have one ready, which again, I have been an advocate for this during every tournament, especially during PMGC Toric. Having a secondary drop location when you have a plane like this literally saves you games, saves you points, and I'm hoping to see a few teams go for those secondary drop locations if they have one ready to go.
I do hope that too as well, Max. But oh my god, the circle. It has gone hard the northern side this time around. Stolber, the shooting range, the Savernis, Rozak, Napoliana, all those northern side areas are definitely in. And it's not even that hard north that we can assume that, oh, majority of the circle is in the water. No, it's a decent amount of circle in the water. The early fights, it definitely is going to ensue once again at the military base. And I do hope that is a 1-for-1X versus the team of 4 Miracle Vibes once again. But aside from that, Max, I don't see any other clash drops.
It seems like they've been resolved or they've been stretched because of the drop. But here we go, Sky. Had himself the knife out, trying to knife his teammate for a second. Not quite the way. Your teammates work together. Be polite. As A1 also out there.
Ooh.
So, not great. I mean, this spot is not great loot for a full squad for A1. You definitely want to pick up one of the cars. You have a few cars that spawn around here. You can pick them up and go somewhere else, which I think the intent for A1 stretch with Gasnaya, which I think would be the approach overall. So good push up from A1. And outside of that, so like no one actually got eliminated, which is cool. No one gets an early hindrance from losing a player, so that is always a good thing to have. Wildly up in the cheese car.
That is true, but here we go. The fight of the century. Once again, it is a 1-for-1 versus the team 4 Miracle Vibes, back-to-back in front of each other again. 4 Miracle Vibes losing the second player. Oh no, this is not looking good. Down to the last 2 players. Team 4 Miracle Vibes, what are you guys gonna do? 355, he is down as well, leaving the last guy. That is Baron, as it's up to this guy. It's up to Baron, the final man, the myth, and he needs to do as much as he can for the betterment of the team. But he's trying to get inside. He's trying to get into the compound, upper floor, and I think it's better to leave out this premises instead of staying here, try to get more loot, try to get like guns for yourself. Instead, just use that DP, get out of this place as soon as possible.
I believe 4MV think they're playing TDM. This is not TDM. You're in military. You're fighting 1-for-1 that currently are again going to be known as the 4MV Slayers. DBS in hand, all pushing together. Really good synergy from 1-for-1. Nice damage. Puts 2 players down to 50% HP, but the jump over the crate there with the DBS is going to be cleaning up the team, and that's it for 4MV. I don't know what to make of this. It's so odd that 4MV. Yeah, I think it's the 3rd time that we see them go out to the side of 1-for-1. I'm very confused because going into this, not gonna lie, I kind of really like 4MV, but as of right now, they are getting obliterated every single match, and I don't know what to make of it. Except if 1-for-1 is slowly becoming the best team in the region, which there's a lot of good teams here, but you're competing. And not just competing with 4MV on the hot drop rights, right? So you're winning easily, which, what? I don't know what's going on. It's weird.
That's more concerning thing, that every single time that you have actually aggressed upon the 4MV, that you have clash dropped on them, 3 out of 3, you have won that fight. 4MV could not defend their position, but it all comes down once again to the same factor that you said a while ago, Max, that they might be taking it easy for today. They might.
Okay, wait. I do want to say though, I do think they might be taking it easy rotation wise. Like I don't think they're trying to pull 10,000 IQ rotates and stuff, but just purely fragging wise, the fact that they're losing that when they have on their team, in my opinion, 4 MVP players, at least from what we've seen in 2024, that is still weird to me. Like I could give an excuse rotation wise, but team fight wise, that I feel like they're just getting out fragged big time. It's weird. I don't know what you think about that. Do you have a theory on that? I don't know.
I don't have a theory. I have a suggestion. Like if it's happening every single time, why still go for the clash drop? Why still go for it? The military is a really big one. If those 3 compounds are not your cup of tea right now, just move away and use that backside warehouse for yourself. Get some loot, and after that, when you're well settled with your arsenal, then try to go for that engagement once again and try to like take the throne of the, I'd say, military base for yourself. But Valerians, Now, this is another fight that I was hoping to see. The past two Miramars, Team Valerian has been doing really good, but it's time for the Erangle to show its face for these guys at this point. The shots, it's definitely going to take one player down. Navid is on his knees, and this gives enough time, I'd say, for the Team Valerians to actually push up against the team, but Captain gets taken down. Cosmos, he's closing in, but Flanky and Rice, you are the two players that need to do something into like the situation so far in this particular location. As Cosmos is cooking that grenade, I think it's better to throw it in the compound instead of finishing your
Flushed a point. He flushed a point. He got himself a point confirmed. I thought they were going to try and go for the res onto Captain, but I feel like the idea here is to just clear all of A1 and then go for the res onto Captain, which they do. So damn quickly over in the city. So Valerians, there you go, up to 4 points, not losing a single player. Captain will get res. Like, please, guys, don't forget about me. Oh, sorry, we started looting. Sorry, yeah, we'll come over and res you. And that's it. They're going to be back up as a 4-man team over onto the eastern coast with the circle. It should be fine for them to rotate from there. It was pretty central onto the mainland north, away from Military Island. As Team Exotics now looking for their own rotation. As Killer repping the past Royal Pass skin. It's looking nice. Cool. It's kind of a weird skin in my opinion, but yeah. I prefer the supercars, you know. I'll take the Lambo all day. Oh, here we go. Now this means business. The hovercraft for DRS. And we saw how impactful it was during PMGC, right, Torix? You can just use it as a mini house, pretty much, that can move. It's a sick vehicle to use.
That is definitely the most, I'd say, utilized vehicle that we have so far. It's not the Murado, it's not the Dacia, it's this car that you can use everywhere and at any time. For the cover, yeah, you can blow it up. For the water, yeah, you can slide it over. For the land, yeah, it's hovering over it too. So you got all in one car. I'd say it should be AIO at this point for this for this situation. But Road to Glory, once again, back to the fights. At the Western Side City, okay, so not the containers. Players did not want to loot the containers, so they went for the city. UNB, Road to Glory, now face-to-face, it's going to be like a matter of factor of time. Who's going to be like more forced to move inside of that circle first? Because I don't think so. Both of these teams have any kind of transportation for themselves. Looking even from the Eagle view, we can see Pika, we can see IM77VN. They're close to the one corner of these three-story compounds, whereas the Team RTG is on the very other corner. But oh my god, that is an elimination. That is a full clutch out. RTG is going to lose 2 of their players, and now they're going to be down to the last 2 that is at the western side of the city. So I say moving out of here is going to be the most I'd say optimized option for you guys at this point.
The most optimal play, which I believe we are seeing RTG intending to do just that. They're like, Torix said should leave. Well, listen to the Torix play. He is the best IGL out there. As I say that, I'm the IGL. We're now at Ultimate Royale games. But you know what? Torix has some good recommendations sometimes, which is, Max, you're playing too passive, let's fight. which sometimes is fair. I just
and then
like
he
my
still
rotates.
stays in the back.
Yeah, I do. I play an off angle, is what we call it. Don't say I'm too passive. I play the off angle, Torix. That's what I do. Though on the little moped there, FaZe can able to maybe find himself an extra car for that guy number 3. Do we know even who these guys are? Like, wait, let me check. I want to check my document, man, because calling them that guy every time is just getting to me. Let me check. FaZe Clan, the player names are FaZe guy, that guy 1, that guy 2, that guy 3, that guy 4. There's no that guy 5. There were rumors of that guy 5 existing for FaZe, but no, he does not. It's just a myth. Yeah, I don't know. Are they scouting players still, FaZe? Is that why their names are hidden? So like, there's no rumors of who's being trialed for FaZe? I wonder. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe. If anyone knows in chat who is on FaZe, tell us. I want the spoilers. Tell us who it is. Oh no, DRS though. In the hovercraft, got to get out from Exotics. Exotics didn't even try and shoot him. Like, he's in a hovercraft. We're not even going to bother shooting that vehicle because it's too strong. It's a tank.
That is true. Unless you have 2 of the players or 3 of the players that are shooting at the same side, I don't think they're going to be able to like blow up the hovercraft in an efficient way. But here we go. Killer YT trying to get some knockouts, trying to get some eliminations. But no, XMPL is going to be that guy that's going to take down nobody. Now, with the grenade, I think you should put the pin back on. And that's exactly what he did. He's going to take it out, put it back on. Let's see if those grenades are actually going to be able to like... get some casualties on the players. Too overcooked. Too overcooked. Wasted one of those grenades. But still,
Are they going for the
I'm
res?
still amazed to see Exotic is not going for the revival. But off angle, Killer YT is going to take down Joker. He's going to take down nobody too. It's over for those 2 guys. But XMPL's, that grenade, it could have been detrimental, but I do love the fact that DRS, as soon as they realized that one of their players knocked out, they went instantly for the revival, and oh my god, Delta, you beast, you beauty. That perfectly cooked grenade is going to take the player down as well, but Roy, come on, no. You were not supposed to come out there. Delta, if he did not have that grenade in hand, it could have been
Jump
like
up.
an instant elimination. I don't think you can
He's
go
trying. He's trying to do some parkour here, Torix. He's trying to get himself back up there, but they took a little bit longer to go for the push, so that allows them to go for the res.
Oh,
Molotov's
nice
coming on
Molly.
through, just trying to deny more playable space in this building. But here we go. All of DRS. They're resed up. They're back. They're ready to go. The Molotov gets another knock onto Roy. It's down to a single player jumping out of the rooftop, and that is going to be game over for Exotic as DRS get himself the flawless 4-piece, 4 eliminations without losing a single player. And I have to say it here, in this fight in particular, Torix, Killer had the game-winning play for that fight. He was in such a good off angle while also going for the res on his teammate. Killer, MVP of the fight for sure. Super well-deserved engagement from DRS.
Oh, that is definitely true. That is definitely true. But right now, with this, another team, that's 3 teams out of the equation. But Unbeatables, they're crossing the bridge. They're crossing the bridge of the containers, but no, come on. MTERSHOT is easily gonna take them down. That's 1 player down, finished up, and the rest of the players, I don't think they're gonna actually like utilize this push, right, go to the Rozok side. Using that, they're gonna go Ruins. From this point onward, the rest of the team is definitely gonna go Ruins, but I do love the fact that how this match is actually going. We have just the perfect amount of the aggression and just the perfect amount of like the passiveness too.
Yeah, it's a good mix of what we've been witnessing so far. I do like what MTERSHOT were doing on the bridge, becoming the bridge trolls, just denying that rotation from Unbeatables. It's been working out great. Unbeatables, just the rest of the team that, yeah, we don't really want to deal with this anymore. We're just going to be going for the Ruins rotate that we mentioned, so that's going to be the whole idea. As Sleepy drives over a player. HORAA, Coney and Vile involved in a big fight versus RRQ. Does get out of the car there with the shotgun onto the DBS, connects onto that knock. Jiggle. Now looking for the extra re-engagement onto the other player, Sambo of RRQ. That nade is looking pretty clean, or that Molotov, should I say, denying more playable space away. He's going to have to get on top of the hay bales because of the Molotov, and it is going to be clean up on aisle 7 as HORAA get themselves 4 elims and also get themselves 0 players eliminated. Remain as 4 eliminations, 4 points on board. Man, this is it. DRS and HORAA, Nepali are back after 2 lackluster games. It is time for them to climb back to the top of the rankings.
That they are. Team HORAA Esports is back into the action once again. 4 eliminations. Same as the Team Valerians, DRS, Team 1 for 1. But talking about the rest of the teams, Unbeatables, I see another one of the Team Unbeatables player knocked out so far. And I really want to see what this guy is actually has put himself into. He has put himself right next to the team Hyper Esports this time. Hyper is going to finish that elimination. They're going to get that frag for themselves, and now they're once again going to rotate near the Ruin side to try and find out more players, if it's feasible for them, if it's possible for them. If they see any, they will definitely go for the fight. But HyperX Ruler, 4 players, 1 elimination. Ruins are definitely there right now, but the Circle is going to take another shift. I don't know where it went. We do need to see if it went to the northern side or it has finally taken the main island to its own accord.
I mean, from what I'm seeing, I think it went north. Looking at the position of some of the players, it seemed like the most likely outcome. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of a quick race to get up north of Rozok. That's going to be the whole idea for some of these players and teams. Star Official, Still got 4 players all in the car looking to make their rotate around Rozok. Rozok is still in play, so you technically don't have to leave it. But when you look at the odds of where the circle could end up here, Torix, I feel like a lot of people are going to say there's a high likelihood it's going to go north of the river. So we're going to send it early, preemptively. And the teams that are unfortunately late on the rotate might have to just hold on to Rozok and hope that the circle goes their way. But early rotates like this to go north are definitely going to be some strong rotates that might reward you with some good placement points later on down the line. As MTERSHOT also in their supercars, I feel like everyone has a supercar and also looking to claim a compound as their own.
That is true. That is true. But PUBG Esports right now, looking at these guys, we can see Universe alongside of Pika Boy, Joker Sir, Falcon, all the 4 players. They barely got out of the circle, right? They were kind of staying in the corner side, and once again, they need to maintain that same position into the corner side of the next circle. But they're afraid. They know that meanwhile, while they're rotating, because there's so many players still alive, there's 38 players into the lobby, the stage number 3 circle is going to be super small comparison to that they will be forced to fight if they went out early on inside of that circle. So maybe because of that, they're waiting out for the circle to start. DRS at the same time, they are also at the very outskirts at the corner of the circle too. You can see the line is right there. The DRS, they're waiting for the circle to like close in, for the teams to like rotate from this particular region to try to get some eliminations, because DRS, they have their momentum, they have their confidence. I can tell you that for sure. In this match, they have those 4 eliminations, and they're definitely going to try to get more at the very least.
I'm not a massive fan of how DRS are split right now. I think it's quite risky. The idea behind it, I'm sure it's very good, but right now they are quite split. A knock could be completely destroying the whole setup they have onto the eastern side as they try and cross on over the Garden or Western Yasnaya bridge. So they maybe want to try and pull off that rotate now, but they're just taking a bit longer to scout. So I also get the kind of trade-off. You have the split for a bit longer. You get more information as a counterpoint. Fair enough. Just make sure to not encounter any teams and commit to a fight, because that could really be an issue. But overall, the entry point should be pretty decent. As FaZe Clan also, one of the most central teams, I would have to say, on this Phase 3 circle currently. It's really nice to hold this compound because you got multiple angles. You got also a little bit of a rooftop position you can play, and it's surrounded by just flat terrain, which means if a team is going to breach you, you can see them from a mile away. So as of right now, FaZe Clan, if they don't have to leave this compound at least, they should be looking like a top 5 team minimum in this game, unless something like an insane crash could happen. We've seen some weirder stuff happen today, it feels like, Torix, but FaZe are looking very comfortable so far in this match.
That is true. That is true. FaZe is definitely looking comfortable in this match, but next circle is about to take its shift.
Where's he going, Torix? Tell us.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, too late.
I was gonna say Rozok, but that would have been wrong too. FaZe, on the other hand, they're at the very dead center of the circle, and this is also a good thing and a bad thing at the same time, I'd say, because there's so many of the teams that even if like 2 or 3 teams started to like come up on them at the same time, there's exactly nothing that you can do at this point. You will be forced to like take that fight, and you're gonna be open from all the different angles. You might be able to take one down, 1 player, 2 player, but there's 4 different teams into the vicinity. HORAA Esports, I'd say they have a really decent position at the very corner of the circle, and I really do love this corner. Not only you can like look at the Rozok, but at the same time that same squad house too.
It's a good spot for them to play right now, because we saw that there are teams to the east, especially DRS, and HORAA, if they do want to fight against DRS, or at least DRS wants to fight versus HORAA, I should say, you want to hold on to that ridge. That ridge is very solid because it keeps you safe from FaZe while also giving you a decent kind of ridge to play against DRS if they do push eventually. Would be the Nepali clash? No. Would be HORAA versus DRS possibly that could be happening. As here we go on to the bunker here. It's going to be Red Esports taking a fight with the DBS. Gets the 1, gets the 2, and instantly going to be going for those confirms. Getting those 2 points though behind him. He's got to be careful through the smoke. He is going to be slowly but surely wrapped around. And 60 FPS looking for the 3-piece. The DBS is an absolute menace in the right hands, and oh my god. 60 FPS definitely has the right hands for that DBS so far. It's been looking amazing. It's Tabby. It's going to get flushed out with the M4. Now with those smokes, he's hoping to go for the revive on his teammate of Million. But again, a lot of attention is going to be thrown their way, so we could have a sneaky third party happening as they try and get back as a 3-man team.
That is true. That is true. 3-man team. It is for the team Red Zone right now. But you need to reload your DBS too. Yes, you have that M4 right now for the particular fight that you're like insinuating. But KO Esports, they're definitely gone. You need to make sure that you have both of your guns ready for any kind of an action at this point. Because 11 teams at any point you can get shot on. And this was exactly what I was talking about. MTERSHOT x TKS. They're going to be the one that's going to do the damage on 60 FPS, but fortunately, he's definitely going to survive so far. He's definitely going to be alive. Valerian's, on the other hand, taking the fight against the team Hyper, and I can't say the same for the both of them because Hyper x... oh my god, Rulers, they got finished off. But next circle, Max, quick prediction.
Onto FaZe again. Oh no, it does. Okay, my bad. Moved away from the FaZe compound. It's still in play though, which means that you're looking at... all the teams onto the western side, they're going to be forced into FaZe to some extent, or they might have to fight each other. So FaZe having, again, a really, really solid spot here. I have to say, the move of DRS and HORAA, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, right? I love what the two Nepali teams are currently doing. You have that 2-2 split from HORAA. They're holding onto the cliffside we mentioned earlier, Torix, and also the compound to the west of it. So they're keeping their options open for later on down the line in this match. And DRS saw that split coming out of HORAA and just, okay, we're just going to hug the southern side. We scouted Rozhok. We know there's not really anyone in Rozhok, so we can actually play the cliff north of the riverside. And we're just going to coexist. We're going to be in a symbiotic relationship as of right now. They're kind of working together, which I got to say works great for me, in my opinion. We'll have to see how it's going to be working on down the line, as they still keep 4 players alive. But here we go. It's going to be time for the push. And we'll see what's going to be going down onto the bunkers as Lux, 60 FPS, is going to be the first casualty to the hands of Joker with the M4. And he's going to be flushed out by FaZe, going for apparently a third party from their central compound.
It is a third party, but oh my god, HORAA Esports, they're completely going on to the DRS side. Oh no, this is not looking good for the DRS. It can be the fact that DRS might get eliminated from this particular position. Delta got a finisher. Killer YT is the final guy right now alive. Jiggle HORAA, he needs to heal himself back to the 75% HP. But let's see. Let's see if he's going to be able to find out if the Killer YT is there or not. Because I do believe so. Ooh. That XMPL example is actually given the location for the players. But here we go. The shots on the cars, the shots on the players are coming up. He is in the water, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the move that you guys, that this guy, in fact, needs to do from this point onward. He needs to just stay in the water and get as much survival as possible.
Respect, Killer. I would do the exact same thing. We're just like, okay, put everything aside, doesn't matter. Just get in the water and get as many placement points as possible, which so far definitely would be the good play. There's so much action happening north, though. HORAA, this could be a great third-party opportunity. Of course, right now, they're still in circle. They are not forced to take any of these engagements, but if they are looking for a fight later on down the line, that northern third party could definitely be a really big playing point for them to try and maybe go the entire way. As Killer here spots our play of Star, looking to get an extra point. Maybe gets it right over the rock, and I believe that's him who got it. There we go. That is going to be the point going over to Killer. Strong headshot onto Harold, and that's going to be elimination number 6, as he's now reached the top 6 point of this game. And with his position, he's still in circle here, Torix. Maybe a top 3 could be a possibility for DRX in this game for the side of Killer.
That is true. The top 3 is still possible if he stays at the exact position. He even have his car, no? He even have his car in the water that he can just go and just get into the car. FaZe on that side. That guy, number 4, is getting those knockouts. He is making short work of the team. MTERSHOT, Pika Boy gets a finisher. 1-for-1, close to the side of the team HORAA Esports as well. YT gets a finisher in the meanwhile, and it's over. DRS, they have been eliminated on the hashtag number 6. They go out. Sirius gets taken down by the hand of Valerian's grenade. And Valerians, oh my god, things are not looking good for them. Just look at the position. They are completely stuck, in fact, in that single, like, I'd say, warehouse? No, not even a warehouse. That shed.
I'm a little bit scared here, actually, for HORAA, because look at FaZe. They see that HORAA are really involved in this fight of Valerians versus 1-for-1, and they're trying to wrap around southwest of their location. I feel like what FaZe are doing is very sneaky, but it's going to be effective because it seems like right now, especially Sky and No Fear, they're not ready for backstab or FaZe. FaZe are playing really well this current Western location to try and maybe steal away this chicken dinner from HORAA. But HORAA, I think, understood. Nice regroup there from Sky. Exactly what Sky needed to do. Reinforce your position in the circle. Do not care about the northern teams because the blue is going to do the work for you. And now FaZe to find himself in a 4v4 situation, but the high ground position is currently under control of HORAA, as actually Sleepy gets flushed away. They're down now to 3, but again, the high ground position is going to be huge. They jump up there with the cars, and Jiggle, that is an unfortunate surprise. He's going to be sent right back to the lobby, apparently. Doesn't get flushed, actually. Still alive, giving some strong information over to Sky and No Fear. But the nade connects. FaZe completely dismantled, down to just a single player now, down this cliffside. And these S12K shots should be doing the work with his teammate. But wait, he's still alive on just a slither of HP. That guy number 3 and that guy number 4 from a distance will get a solid shot. And he is indeed going to be left solo here in, I believe, a 1v1 versus the final player of HORAA, as he is going to be trying to go for the res, but he knows he doesn't have the time to go for the res. He can't give the high ground position away to that guy number 4 as he goes up the cliff with the car, gets taken on down, and FaZe are here to claim the chicken away from the side of the Nepali squad that is HORAA, and FaZe to get himself an extra 10 placement points on board.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. That guy number 4, you have finally done it. What the rest of the team number 1, 2, 3 couldn't do, you have finally done it. Got that chicken dinner for your team into the match at number 5, the second last match of the day number 1. Beautifully done by FaZe, but I do want to see how much of the elimination that these guys have managed to like secure for themselves, because it's about time. The 10 points of the chicken dinner, it's definitely theirs, but it will depend. It will depend upon their eliminations. That's 3, that's 2, that's 4, that's 10 elimination max. And oh my god, 20 points in a single match. They are definitely going back into the top of the chart from this point onward. 20 points is a huge number. HORAA is also going to have a huge jump from the second chart all the way up to the first chart, maybe into the top 5, into the overall. But going to the summary, it's 59 total elimination with 58 knockouts, 7,844 healing, 7 grenade eliminations. Okay, I did not see that many eliminations through the grenades. 40 assists and 1 vehicle elimination as well.
I do have to say, though, I have a proposition, Torix, and for chat. I think after this game for FaZe, we have to rename that guy 4 to that guy 1. I think he deserves a promotion in his IGN. He needs to go a little bit higher on the rankings. But here we go, FaZe with their 11 knocks, 10 eliminations, and for the side of HORAA, that again, I feel like HORAA played this game exceptionally well. Sure, they do not get himself the chicken dinner because that off angle of that guy 4, I don't think they were fully prepared for that. It was a really good setup for FaZe, just in case. The off angles are always going to give you a huge advantage if it's used properly, which is exactly what that guy 4 ended up doing in the end. But HORAA understood this northern fight that we have going on between 141 and the side of Valerians. It's taken us away from the possible win, while FaZe are just sneakily wrapping around the FaZe. That was also a really good game plan they had in mind. So, okay, you know what? We're going to give up on that northern fight. We're going to let the Blue Zone do its job. And we're going to put our emphasis back onto FaZe. Sure, it did not work out, again, because of that guy 4, as I said. But the whole idea is there. Like, these 2 top teams of HORAA and FaZe fully deserve making it to top 3 with as many eliminations as they ended up getting. So, yeah, sure, HORAA were maybe a little bit inconsistent throughout today. But when they get a win, Torix, it's a massive win or massive top 3 with a ton of eliminations. So I'm still really happy with both FaZe and HORAA this match.
That is true. That is true. Both of the teams did really, really good on that. And we do have to give it to them. That guy number 4 is on the number 1 right now. Sky from HORAA Esports. He's going to be on the 2nd spot with 3 elimination. Then we have Sleepy with the 4 elimination, Rise with the 4, and Cosmos with the 4 elimination. Everybody, aside from Sky from HORAA Esports, has 4 eliminations in this match. The only thing that makes the huge difference is the amount of damage that Sky has managed to get. Even though he's on the number 2, his damage is the highest among all the 5 players.
It was really, really good damage. I mean, look at that, man. Sleepy and Sky were putting on an absolute clinic. And I've seen the chat, okay? I've seen everyone, all the people in chat saying, oh, Sleepy's going to sleep. No, he's not sleeping now, okay? He was maybe resting the first few matches, but now he means business. He is fully rested, and he's committing to these fights, and he's popping off. Not with the Mini 14, though. Again, I mentioned earlier, right? Was normally a standout weapon of his back in PMSL. Now he's just popping off with the M4, it seems. So, Sleepy able to change up the way he plays quite a bit in these games. As here we go, FaZe again in the first place with those 10 eliminations, which means they get 20 total points this game. And they can finally get a win. I feel like this is the first win from FaZe, right, Torix? And they got close a few times because of how many limbs they got.
Yeah.
But now they are actually able to show that not only can we get a ton of eliminations in this game, we can also wrap up these chicken dinners where sometimes you shouldn't. And I feel like this time they were able to just snatch it away because of their very smart macro decision-making away from the side of HORAA.
Oh, that is true. That is true. But HORAA could have prevented that. Instead of going straight up on the top of the hill, on the top of the mountain, they should have like went straight to the western side area, eastern side area. Could have used a really good momentum to dodge those bullets, take those long fights once again, and maybe secure that chicken dinner. But nonetheless, 10 elimination to the FaZe. Beautifully done. 20 total points in a single match is a huge number whatsoever. But right now, it's about time for the 6th match to start. But before we start the 6th match, we will definitely watch the highlights of the previous one. So we'll see you after this one.
And there you have it, ladies and gents. Thank you so much for waiting. We are ready to get into our final match of day one here of the playoffs of the Stallion Series, brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. I gotta say, man, Torix, these breaks are so short. I'm not joking. I had to run to get myself some water. These lobbies are getting filled up so quickly. I gotta say, respect to the players and the organizers of the tournament. Production is on point. And talking about on point, here are the top 5 players that are currently on point in the first day of the playoffs. As it's going to be that guy, number 4, up there, leading the charge, Torix, which after that performance, you know what? Not too surprised. He deserves it. Deserved.
He deserves it. He, at least, if not in the name, he is on the hashtag number 1. He is there at the very least. He definitely got the upgrade over there. Sambo with a 10 elimination now has moved to the number 2. That guy number 3 is in the overall top players now as well with 8 total elimination, 2327 of a damage. XMPL 8 elimination, 2195 damage, and last but not the least, it is Sirius with 9 elimination, 1652 damage. Everybody has almost a 2000 marker on the damage, aside from the serious. But overall standing going over here, FaZe Clan with this chicken, they have managed to secure that top position with total of 50 points. KO 42 for the MTERSHOT XTKS. There's HORAA Esports with 38 alongside of the DRS. Valerians, RST has 37. And RRQ alongside of Star has 29 and 27 respectively.
Okay, I have a question for chat right now. I want to have chat join the conversation. I want to know what they think. Everyone in chat, please tell us. You can answer by yes or no. Do we think 4MV is going to qualify for the finals with how they're playing right now? Do we think they're going to make it to the next stage? For me, they were favorite team going into this. In last place, tied with Unbeatables in 15th position. So, again, one good game could happen, but as of right now, they're just getting destroyed by 141 Esports. And are we going to see another altercation between them and themselves? Maybe. We're going on Miramar for the last game, right? So hopefully that's not going to happen. You don't have military base for them to hot drop on, but 141 are just destroying one of the favorites of this tournament. It's such a big surprise. But yeah, chat, tell us what you guys think, because it's a very unexpected turn of events.
Oh, it is. But you know what? Another unexpected turn of events, Max. Imagine the final match is once again Miramar and not Erangle, because it should be okay.
I mean, it showed three Miramars on the schedule, right? So
yeah,
I think we're still sticking to 3 Miramars, and because of how the maps rotated, I think we had Miramar, Erangle, and it should be Miramar again. I think. That's just like I'm guessing at this point. I don't know.
2 Miramars back to back. So I was expecting at least 3 Miramars back to back. Yeah, the match number 3 and the match number 4, they were all Miramars. The previous one was the Erangle one, where we were like, yeah, it's gonna be the 3rd and final Miramar of the day, maybe. And imagine if it's Miramar instead of like Erangle, because I think we're sticking to the exact schedule, aside from the teeny tiny Erangle mistake that we did on the match number 2. I think we will be going into the Erangle at the final match as well. So if it's Miramar, oh my god, it's going to be a huge one. It's definitely going to be a huge one, because the teams are so focused on the Erangle match, the momentum that they have generated on the Erangle, that I think it's going to be a difficult situation for them once again when this transition into the Miramar.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a rough transition, but yeah, Miramar is going to be fun. Okay, so Erangle, I've been told. Okay, we're going to Erangle, apparently. We're going to have the grassy pasture. So you were right, Tori. Hey, you thought you were right early and you weren't. So, okay, it's even Stevens now. we made it even in the universe. But no, back onto Erangle, which means then we can then talk about 4MV realistically, Torix. That job could then be happening. 141 could be that thorn in the side of 4MV, and just like, we don't like you, 4MV, we don't want you to qualify to the finals, so we're gonna hot drop again. But 4MV is the one that we have to look at, Torix. Do they maybe understand, okay, it's not worth it, we're gonna leave, or do they commit once again? Knowing 4MV, I've never seen them shy away from a fight. I think it's happening once again. I feel like we are gonna see that fight of 141 versus 4MV in military base.
I do think so, that too. I do think about it as well, and I think this time around, at least 4MV, you guys need to like either move a slightly bit to the other side of the areas, not the same compound like with 141, if you want to survive maybe at this point, because the score is going 3-0 so far, and this might be either be the time that you can make the score of 3-1, or it's going to go 4-0. Aside from that, the main concerning thing is, Max, if the plane line is actually gonna be towards the military base island or not, because imagine the plane line is completely to the northern favored, going from the western city of the Georgia Pool all the way up to the Yasnaya Poliana. Then what? Then where the teams are gonna drop?
Then they're going to drop on cars or garages, and they're just going to drive down there and then fight. That's what we're going to see. I mean, we don't. I'm not going to have to wait too much longer here to see what's going to be happening. But chat, if the fight does happen between those two teams, it's a very... That's even more southern than last game. What's going on? That's even more southern than the previous Erangle. That's crazy. But tell us, if we do have the fight of 141 versus 4MV in military base on Sovnovka Island, who is going to be winning that fight, chat? Are we going to see a 141 win again, and it's going to be 4-0? Or are we finally going to see 4MV take the dub in that city? As here we go, a lot of teams going to be dropping on early. Some of them going to try and stretch into Southern George Bowl. I think Unbeatables is definitely going to be one of those teams, while FaZe and Hyper are going to be looking to play around Quarry, Primorsk, Ferry Pit area. So that's pretty much as expected. But for all of the northern teams that we see trying to stretch that rotate like A1 last game, I think that's going to be a similar kind of approach here, Torix, is that they're going to find a car, send it to Yasnaya, and just play your typical PUBG Mobile game as it would normally go down if you had a decent plane, which as of right now, that's just not the case.
Wait a second. I don't see 4MV going to the military base island. It's only 1-4-1 this time around. Team 4 Merkel vibes. They have decided not to go there, but the circle, oh my god, the moment they decide not to go there, the circle actually favors the military base island. FAZE, Unbeatables, they're close to each other. There's also the team Red Zone. There's the TKS going north. But
wait, where's 4MV?
I think I don't see them joining this lobby. There's only 15 teams if you see in the mini screen.
Did they leave? No way.
Oh my god.
4MV are not playing that way. Okay. We might jump to, like, theories right away. Did they just have enough of fighting 1-4-1? Were they just fed up with 1-4-1 hot dropping them all the time? Okay. Whoa.
Oh,
yes. And they're in last place. Don't forget, they're in last place.
Exactly.
And they're not playing. And we have people using the machete of HORAA. What is this game? I don't know. 4MV just gave up, and now HORAA taking the fight. They're getting eliminated with a knife. We still have no fear. He's got himself his own knife too, but he's going to go up against a shotgun.
Oh, no. Come on. Go knife.
Trying to fake it out. Come on. No fear. Do it. Maybe throw the knife. Chuck it at him. He knows he doesn't have a weapon. Oh my god, he's so low.
Ooh. How is he?
Come on, no fear. He's on a mission. He can't go behind. The garage hasn't been opened yet. Oh. Let's see how that's going to go. They are getting... Wait, they're getting third-partied from another team here? Oh, they are. A third party on the garage.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. In the bush.
No.
He didn't see... Oh, no, they did see him.
Spotted.
I have...
That's one down.
What is happening?
Oh, wait for the surprise. Wait for the surprise. One down.
What?
One down.
No.
Oh, he finishes
okay.
him. No. Okay. Survived. Oh. Instantly, Max. That was an instant knife takeout and started stabbing the guy up. Oh, that scared. That scared the living out of me. But KO Esports did manage to secure 5 eliminations to their name, and that is a huge start. Not only did they manage to take down one of the players of the team, HORAA Esports, they also took down all of the players of the team A1. That's nice.
I don't know what to make of this game anymore. Because I'm seeing the responses now of people when I was asking them, are we seeing 4MV make it to the finals? And everyone was saying yes. I wouldn't be too sure after this because, yeah, you can even see on the leaderboards down the right, it says missing. So they're completely out of it. As over here in Museum is going to be Knockout Esports after claiming 5 points. They were just, what's that weird fight happening in the distance? We're just going to go in, get an extra car, and just get 5 early points in the first 4 minutes of the game. 3-4 minutes of the game. This is such a weird game. I don't know what to make of it, Torix. I'm going crazy. Help! I don't know. Absolute madness. Oh, my word. Anyways, with that said, let's keep on going for this game, seeing what's going to be happening. We do have then a hot drop happening in Primorsk then. Is going to be Unbeatables. They're going to be having their clash versus, I can't quite see the name, who they're going up against. There's going to be another squad. They did lose blah, blah, blah a little bit earlier. They do have boats also if they want to do a boatation out of here. As we do say, it actually is going to be the side of FAZE then. The Unbeatables are going to have to fight. But it seems like Pekka's looking for a 1v1 of himself versus that guy 3. Out of the car, going to get sprayed on down with the Scar, and the shotgun is just not going to cut it in the end of the day. Unbeatables now down to 2 is going to be I'm77 and D2E. Trying to weather the storm here in this 2v3 scenario. As that guy number 2, 3, and 4 are going to be holding down their position, going for the extra loot. And trying to hopefully suffocate the rest of the team, but that guy too is going to be caught off guard by D2E. And now it's going to be a proper 2v2 fight of FAZE versus Unbeatables. They are going to be trying to take a 2v1 versus I'm77VN, which is a very smart approach of FAZE. This is exactly the way you want to play it. But against a shotgun, Even if you have the 1v2 man advantage, it might not quite work out. I'm77 does get the first knock, but he does get punished for his troubles. And now it's going to be D2E thinking, do I commit to the push?
Oh my.
Do I maybe leave? I'm not sure, but Torix here, this is an absolute mad fight happening in Primorsk.
Come on.
As they are going to be committing now to a 2v1 as the res does come on through.
Ooh, FaZe Clan, come on. The 2 players left, the only 2 guys that are alive right now. We do have to see how they're going to like fight against a team unbeatable at this point. D2E, he's waiting for the opportunity that the FaZe Clan, as soon as they're going to show their faces, they're definitely going to take all the anglers, all the blitz out on the players, on that guy. But that guy 3, he's rotating. He's taken that off angle against the team unbeatable. It's a 1 versus 2, so the team FaZe definitely still have like a slight bit of an advantage in the term of manpower. But the positioning-wise, I'd say unbeatables have the definite most advantage right now at this position.
I would have to agree. They do have a little bit of a better spot. But look at the 2 angles on the rooftop for FaZe. That guy 3, or that nade? I think he got info on D2E for a split second there. That nade's coming in. I think it's the wrong window. Well, actually, no, it was definitely a good attempt, just not quite precise enough. As D2E, again, it has no other option than to take this fight. He's just kind of stuck in this one building. Backstabbed here on out from that guy 3. And FaZe, sure, to lose 2 players, but get 4 eliminations, so it's a decent trade-off. And again, as we know, FaZe, they're not about those placement points. Every once in a while, they might be. They're all about those eliminations, Torix. And here, living up to their name once again.
That is true. That is true. But aside from that, 3 total teams that have been eliminated. But my question right now is, how did Star manage to find that hovercraft at this point? And okay, they did find the hovercraft. Why the military base right now? You know, it's at somewhat at the corner of the circle, so it's not that great of a position to go right now and hold out. But aside from that, yeah, the only concerning factor is that we try to find the hovercraft. We don't find it, Max, but these guys, they know exactly where the hovercrafts are. Every single one of them knows. Million is also right now 500, 600 meters away, in fact, outside of the circle, and they need to move as soon as possible, too, to get into a safer side. But the main concerning fact is the first circle closing on. Will it go the military island, or will it stay at the main island factor? And this is going to confuse the majority of the teams. The majority of the teams, they will not know which island to go into, and one wrong move can determine you need to completely climb over the whole bridge, the whole side, to once again come in here. But HyperX, oh, come on. Hyper Hussy, come on. You had the perfect opportunity. You heard the player. You could have used that DBS against him, but no. In a single split second, a HyperX ruler loses one of their players, and Team 1-for-1 officials, they closes in to the rest of the players as well. Jin gets taken down. It's 2 out of the Team HyperX rulers, leaving only the last 2, whereas those last 2 players, their location has also been revealed.
1-for-1 are just hungry for blood at this point. They're like, we can fight 4MV because they didn't drop in this game. If you come near us, we're going to start a fight because we need our early game fight. It's tradition. We need to do it. We've got a contract. We need to fight this much in a game. Hovercraft going to be moving on forward. Sure, can't take damage, but I can tell you that much. 1 or 2 big sprays on the hovercraft, and it's going to be pretty close to exploding. And right now, it's going to be on fire. And that's a flush coming out from Hacker. And are they going to chase it down? I feel like a 1-for-1 wants every single one of these possible points. Good off angle there. And that is going to be point number 3, normally about to be secured onto Hyper, and that is going to be it down to a solo play now. But a third party is going to be happening from downtown. I believe it's going to be RRQ, Ryu, looking to get involved on this skirmish. Our find is going to be found by Sirius with the S12K with a silencer, satisfying sound. But RRQ seem like they are going to be committing to this push, Torix, and want every single one of the players of 1-for-1.
That is true. That is true. They want this commitment. They want this push to be done and dusted. Right now, we can see JDR getting that finisher, but the circle is actually going to go towards the northern side area. The main island is still in the circle, but that does not mean that the circle is not going to take a hard shift into the next stages. There can only be the possibilities of the circle taking the hard shift to the southern side, once again to the military base island. But Knockout Esports right now, outside of the circle, taking the damage from the blue, Alpha Boy, Freestyler, Lord, Too Good, all these 4 players that need to move into the circle as soon as possible. But this is just the stage 2. You don't need to do it that early on, but positioning wise, the location wise, you do need to have your like away inside of that circle a decent position on the northern side at the very least, so you can probably use it for your betterment, your holding down of the fort. But FaZe, that guy 3, that guy 4, they're the only 2 that are alive. But that guy 3, okay, after that guy 4's domination into the previous match, that guy 3 now takes the stance, do a 1v3. Okay, so at the Primox, he did a 1v3, man.
A little bit of a big boy clutch right there. Ooh, made it work out. Very nice to see that indeed. So we are going to be seeing then also FaZe remain as 2 outside of Primorsk. So that's going to be currently good so far. DRS going to be the last hope of Nepal this game, as we did see that unfortunate fight over in the garage. That was quite unfortunate. I think it's a weird first day of the playoffs. I did not expect it to go down this way, Torix. I don't know if you were expecting all this madness, but it's been weird game after weird game after weird game, it seems. But I live for these moments. I love it. As a chill guy, next player to join FaZe, he's gonna have that guy, and chill guy.
Oh my god,
the 5th player.
Guy.
He's gonna be the sub. He's just chilling on the bench. And if they need him, he'll show up. Don't worry, that will be the best addition ever. As RRQ looking to claim this high ground position next to Yellow's compound, and gonna be having a little bit of a nice bit of information onto FaZe. Are they gonna breach it? It's FaZe 2. You're gonna go for a breach? Oh wait, they're sending it.
They are. But the fact is that it is only a single guy, but the rest of the cavalry comes in right behind. No, Sambo, you were not supposed to go straight up into the area. Another player gets taken down.
They're losing.
No God, come on. Can you do it? Esro did not make it work. That's 3 player down to the very last player of the team RRQ. But the UMP, you need to do something, and the UMP does work it out. Only 1 guy gets eliminated from the team RRQ side, but at the cost of the rest of the 2 players of the team FaZe clan.
I have to be brutally honest, that was not a good push from RRQ. They sent it one by one. That is not the way you want to breach, especially a team like FaZe, that you know that any kind of slight mistake you make like that, they are going to punish it heavily. It was down to the wire. It was down to just a few HP remaining between the last 2 players to see who was going to be taking that fight home. Luckily enough, RRQ, they had 2 players knocked. They will get back up as a 3-man team near Yellows, which is going to be big. As we go now over to Pachinki Hill, one of my favorite positions on Erangle. It is going to be MTERSHOT, though, holding on to the southern eastern side of Pachinki Hill, which, in my eyes, best position currently of that entire hilltop, because it gives you some really good spot. You've got some decent defensive positions. You just want to make sure you don't lose it, because some teams might be also eyeing out their position and will look into breach you, which seems like that is going to be the case here, Torix. A breach is happening right onto Pika Boy's location.
It is a breach. It is a breach. RTG closing in, but no. Okay, wait a second. Did they just took their card to the back side for some reason? Suddenly I feel like they're not breaching anymore. They're not closing in to the side of the team MTERSHOT, but MTERSHOT, they definitely want to breach in. They definitely want to push over to assert their dominance into the area. Want to tell who wants to have like the Pachinki Hill, who is going to get that Pachinki Hill, in fact. But Chill Guy closing in now. Sasuke is also trying to find out the positioning of the players. He loses his back tire. He loses his life right at that point. That's 2 down to the very last guy, I do believe so, from the Team RTG side. And it is Chill Guy that's going to be taken down. Now, there's still 1 more player left. 1 more singular guy left from the RTG. But we do have to find out where he is. And it is Boda, IGL, going straight into the Pachinki, the city, and now trying to move out
again,
of this area equation. But that is RRQ. That is another team closing into the TKS. MTERSHOT, Joker Sir gets taken down. Falcon is already down, so you can get that instant elimination for yourself. But Universe, I think it's wise for Universe to like leave out this position. God gets Pika Boy down as well. That's 3 more elimination, easy more elimination that the team RRQ is going to have for themselves.
Yeah, just flush out the points. Get every single one of those points while you still can. And there you go. They even go for the final player. MTERSHOT completely wrecked on that engagement. RRQ, sure, maybe I had my doubts on that push versus FaZe, but here that was a really good third party on Pachinki Hill as they eliminate MTERSHOT during that process and claim, again, one of the better positions in this circle currently. They're nicely positioned in the circle. They got a good scouting spot, a good defensive position too at that, with a lot of cars all around them, a lot of loot because they eliminated FaZe and now MTERSHOT. They are looking so comfortable this game, Torix. I don't know what happened. Where was this RRQ in the first games today? Like, they were playing way more passive than they currently are. I think they're just like, okay, you know what? Now we choose violence. No being passive. We had enough of that. We're just going to get 20 billion eliminations this game. I don't know if the servers could manage 20 billion players, but still, they're going to go for a lot of elims. And so far, it's been successful.
So far, all of the aggressive stances that they have taken so far has been successful into their favor. That I can say for sure. But I think it's a mindset change at this point, because they were not getting good points while they were staying in the passive area. They were like, yeah, we have nothing to lose. Let's just try to go for an aggressive stance. And that aggressive stance is actually working out for themselves pretty good. Pretty good. 6 elimination, 3 man still remaining is a huge number in my opinion. But another team close to the team 141 official is definitely closing in. That is Beyond, that is Hacker together, and the players are actually sending it in straight into the garage. Zibian is gonna take the 2 players down from 3 all the way up to the 7 elimination. Team 141 officials are gonna have for themselves. It's an easy clutch to the team RZ. 2 to Zibian, 2 for Hacker. Third party?
Again, proof that these games are weird, man. I don't know what's happening. Zibian able to tank that bit of util. Nugat's going to have a Molotov there, rightly positioned onto Hacker from 141. I think the rest of RRQ is going to be looking to close that gap. And here we go indeed. The 3 players are going to be getting themselves over to that garage. The car about to explode! No! No! What is going on, RRQ? Maybe going to be losing everything they've worked for so far this match. It's going to be Hacker now, solo, remaining player in a 1v2. Currently a 1v1. Nugat is just going to be the only player alive. Jumps on over, cannot win the fight, and Hacker, 1-for-1, able to hold down the fort, hold down the garage, and gets 9 eliminations for his team. 4 for himself, 3 and 2 for his 2 other teammates. What are we witnessing right now, Torich? This is absolute madness here in the Stallion Series.
Oh my god, that's the final match for you. That's the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And this time around, every team wants to go for the fight. They were like, yeah, it's the final match. Let's just send it at this point. But 9 elimination to the side of 141 official. It's a huge number. I definitely have to say it again, but a solo player is not going to do them any good from this point anymore. They just need to, like, from this point onwards, survive into the top 3, top 4 at the very least if they want to have any chance of being into the top 16 for the next day as well. But 22 players remaining. Team Exotics so far, 4-man, 0 elimination, not a single fight that they have got themselves into. But there is the hovercraft.
He's using the
hovercraft right here.
The repair gun. I forgot what it's called. He's using the gun to repair your car on the hovercraft. There's actually a really sick use of it, because you can't repair wheels on cars, but there's no wheels on the hovercraft. You can just repair it to full HP if he took some down. That is a sick use of the item. I did not even think about that, Torix. That is going to be super meta. Yeah. The repair gun.
Did they add it in this update?
Yeah. Of course you can use it on the hovercraft. I'm shocked I didn't even think about that. That is an insanely broken use of the item. You have one guy that's just a repair player of the hovercraft and just keep repairing the hovercraft every time you move. It was fuming there. It was about to explode, and he repaired it. That's huge. Let's do that now at Ultimate Royale games, Torix. We're doing that.
Sure. We're definitely 100%. doing that. But we are not doing the water rotation with the hovercraft. That I can tell.
Fair enough. Let's not do it.
Oh my god.
There you go. Exotic sending it inside. They still got the hovercraft, right?
IQ. Yeah, they still have the hovercraft. That is a 100 IQ move.
I can't see where they parked it, but...
I mean, I think it's in Roy's hand so far. Roy used it. Roy got it in, or did they leave it over there? I don't know. At this point, I'm even not sure. But yeah, 22 players still remaining. And stage number 4. This is the 4th stage. Stage number 5 is about to close down. But I'm really, really concerned about 141, the last guy. Did you see he's still inside of that circle in that garage? Still, he is still surviving no matter the consequences, no matter what's going on. Everybody's fighting, and this guy's just chilling over there in the single garage that, yeah, I'm not going to move. I'm not going to do anything. But DRS closing in to the side of the team Exotic. So let's see if Exotic might take that fight. But KO, they have decided to go somewhat close to the Pachinki entrances.
And pretty damn close, looking to exit out of there. I do like what Valerians are doing here on this position. They can hide cars on top of that little dip on the hill and negate fewer rotations coming in from the northern side. So that could be definitely a really good game plan if they are successful in getting those knocks. As of right now, definitely getting themselves some decent sprays on that M4. Got to be careful though. I can see the ammo count is going to start going down pretty quickly for Valerians. You might want to hold on to your resources until you're 100% sure you can hit those shots, because as of right now, they need to wait out for the circle. This fight's not going to go any further until we see where the next circle is going to end up going. Though Star sure have been pretty silent this game, Torix, but they are holding on to one of the best positions in this next circle that just shifted on Pachinki Hill itself. And I don't think we're going to see anyone crash it unless we see a wild send, maybe from a team like Valerians, if they leave their position, or maybe even the side of a Knockout Esport. But as of right now, the southern teams of DRS, they one team I want to see what they're going to do, Torix, because right now they have very little information on what's happening in the circle itself. So I think a Hail Mary send might be what we need to see from DRS. Torix? I think we lost Torix, guys. I think he disappeared. Oh, he's here. He's not talking. And production told me he's there. I don't know. Oh, okay. I've seen like Torix 7. Okay, well, he's leaving. We'll go back on. Anyways, Valerians are still going to be holding on strong to that high ground position. Hacker from 141 will be found eventually in the garage. He's going to be taken out in 7th place for his team 141, so still a good performance this match. And Valerians here still looking to have a bit of an overview, but they are not in circle compared to the other squad that are still in circle. They're in the dip on the road, but Valerians have a lot of cars, so they're going to have to go for send it eventually. So what is going to be their approach? Same for GRS. What is their game plan going to be? Because options are going to be starting to run pretty thin. There are not going to be too many options to send it to. As here we go, Star Official, still on the high ground, looking to get information onto Valerians. Will be taking some pretty decent early shots. But as of right now, no knock or flush will be found from Valerian. And here also seeing the hundreds of cars over in the garage area for some reason. DRS were able to snatch and call it for themselves. As DRS, now a lot of the cars are going to be exploded. Star going to have to start to think, what do we do about this current location? This is great to get early info, but they're going to be having to send it downhill against some other squads. We are trying to also sort out some technical issues with Torix. Hopefully he'll be back very soon. We'll see how things are going to be working out. But here we go. Star going to be starting to suffer some knocks. Tabby was flushed out. Harold is knocked. The res will come on through from Pinkman. But the only 2 players here, they're going to have to keep those cars pretty healthy because they need to move on in. But DRS, during that time, left the garage area, started sweeping the southern side of the map. And they're looking to destroy a majority of this lobby. The 2-2 split of Valerians is going to be actually quite decent. To get some nice angles and vision on the players around them. But here we go. It's going to be Exotic here, cornered by DRS against the side of the blue zone. Such a good approach on the edge. And DRS up to 8 eliminations. They're having a field day this final match to wrap up day 1 of the playoffs here for the Stallion Series. Group A versus Group B. But here they're looking at Star. They don't really have to take the fight onto Valerians just yet. Focus on eliminating Star. Once you eliminate Star, then put the focus on Valerians to make sure you can wrap up that chicken dinner in style and hopefully with a ton of eliminations. Star Official They were able to get that res then onto Harold. Who's going to be taking this one? Chat, it is also time for you to do a prediction. Who do you think is going to be taking the chicken dinner this game? You have Star Official, you have Valerians, and you have DRS Gaming. Do your prediction in the chat before we do wrap up this game. We'd love to know what everyone's going to be thinking. Nice nade onto Cosmos, though. Going to be able to tank that damage of the nade. Is not quite hit. And here we go. The cars are going to be back in play. So official, here we go. Back into the cars. The buggy is going to be in use with the supercar, sending it over to the road, over to the crate, even further and beyond in the center of the northern side of the circle. Even taking the fight now versus DRS is going to be Valerian. A third party from Star is going to be unfolding. First player is going to be knocked on out. They're down to now just 2 players. And one other player was knocked in the process. So now it's just 1. It's going to be Harold. 1 against the 2 last teams here to claim the win. It's looking like a DRS chicken dinner. As Star going to be losing their final player. They are going to be out in 3rd position. DRS now looking to get himself the win and get himself so many eliminations for their trouble. As only Flanky remains in a 1v2 scenario versus Killer and Delta. Flanky back to being prone. He's keeping a backpack on his back. Might want to get rid of that one to get hidden a bit more in that grass. But Delta's got the car. He's just trying to be sneaky with the angle. I mean, right now with the weapons, he has M4 and UMP, a very nice clutch weapon combo if he's able to use it accordingly versus Delta and Killer. Can he snatch away this Nepali chicken dinner in the last few seconds as Torix, I believe, is finally back?
Hey, thank you so much for the cover, Max. But yeah, so we are down to the very last 2 teams. It is a 1v2. Delta alongside of Killer YT, they're together, but staying kind of far away. I don't think that's a good option, but here we go. Flanky's outside of the circle. He definitely needs to move inside of that circle as soon as possible whenever he can. It is the only option. Otherwise, he can say no. He can say goodbye to that win of a chicken. But throwing grenades, using all the utilities that you have at this point, I think this was a wrong move. Because if you had made your way inside of that circle at the very corner, in fact, of that hill, and after that utilized those grenades, you could have done a really decent amount of damage on towards the DRS side. You could have got those eliminations, but Killer YT closing in with the McLaren, the player on the front side. Delta is definitely closing in as well. Killer YT, might I remind you, gets knocked out by the play circle. It was only up to the last guy of the DRS, and he actually pulled it out, clutches it out. It is a chicken dinner for the DRS for the match number 6.
And not just a chicken dinner here, Torix. This is a second chicken dinner for DRS. Their second chicken dinner on the day here for Group A versus Group B of the playoffs of the Stallion Series. And what a massive game it was for them. They were going for some really clean third parties, not playing too overzealous, not overconfident. They were just very respectful of the lobby. And the fights they took not only allowed them to get eliminations, it rewarded them every time with a very solid position in the circle and a solid transition point to then move even further in the center of these late phase circles. So strong execution, but Killer had some clutch plays this game, and I don't know who's going to be the MVP, but I think it's going to be between Killer and his last teammate that was there at the end. So yeah, here we go. That means out of the 6 games today, Torix, 3 of those chicken dinners were secured by Nepali teams, 1 going to the side of HORAA in the first game, and 2 of those being secured by DRS. Actually 2 Erangles, if I'm not mistaken. So DRS having a field day, it seems, today.
Yeah, that's 2 Erangles back-to-back that they have managed to secure for themselves with the chicken dinner, but this time around, 10 eliminations. Again, Max, 10 elimination chicken dinner is a huge for any of the teams. You get 20 instant point, and I think with this, Team DRS will definitely be somewhere into the top 3 at the very least. At the very least, I can tell you that for sure. The way that this team played at the very end, it's commendable, I'd say. But going to the summary, it's 55 eliminations with 49 knockouts, 4,978 healings, 2 grenade eliminations, 31 assists, and 0 vehicle eliminations as well at the very end. So overall, a decent match with all the gunpowder. Majority of the time, we saw everything happening at the gunpowder, starting from the very start. That was the knife fight that we actually witnessed against HORAA, and I think it was A1. Then A1 got like a third partied on them from the backside, so it was back-to-back those eliminations happening. DRS on the side, on the left side, in fact, getting that chicken dinner. 2024 damage, 6 knockouts, 10 elimination, 27-28, almost minute of survival time, with 20 total points. On the right side, we have Valerians XRST, Red Saints, 17-37 damage, 7 knockouts, 7 eliminations, 27-48 of the survival time, and 13 total points.
I just want to go back to the overarching theme of this game. What was happening this game, Torix, between the teams and the garages?
Oh, yeah.
They just, the early fight happening with HORAA, and then we had DRS just completely destroy the team, the final players that were left in the garage at the end. It was, I don't know, Nepali teams and garages. A love story better than Twilight. That's the quickest recap of this game you could really say. I mean, not for HORAA because they kind of got eliminated. But whatever, that happens. Looking at the MVP, it is going to be Delta this time around. I feel like we had MVPs all over the place for the side of DRS. 5 eliminations, just over 700 damage to boot. And a survival time, of course, to allow them to make it until the very, very end of this game. Only 51 healing too. That is insanely low healing, Torix. That means that he pretty much healed on 1 player interaction. Outside of that, that means they were winning their fights so damn quickly. My man Delta did not even need to heal. Like, he was just an absolute tank. He was the Hulk in this game, just sucking up all that damage. And successfully so, as they do get himself the final chicken dinner for this first day.
That could have been also those boosters that you usually use. It can be that amount of healing to the player too, but going to the Delta, he is definitely going to be the top fragger of this game. 5 eliminations, 709 damage. Then we have a Hacker, 4 eliminations, 675. That guy 3, he is still on the side. He's still on the name. 4 eliminations, 640 damage. And mind to remind you, from FaZe Clan, that guy number 3 did a 1v3 at the very start too when they got into the fight at the Primox area. Flanky, he has 3 eliminations, 708 damage. And last but not the least, it is... I can't read the name, but
I wish I could.
We all know. I know. Oh, okay. It's somebody. Our producer say just name him somebody. So somebody has 4 eliminations.
His name is somebody.
28.
Okay, so who's going to win? Is it going to be that guy, or is it going to be Chill Guy, or is it going to be somebody? Who knows? Tell us in the chat, guys. Yeah, I'm confused when it comes to the IGNs of some of these players. But yeah, really cool to see these top players perform in the final match of the day. Even though I'd have to say for DRS, sure, we do see Delta up there. I think it was still pretty much a massive team effort from the team to get to the point of getting that chicken dinner to wrap up day 1. But yeah, still some other new names like Hacker, man. How the hell did that guy survive that long in the garage? That was crazy stuff, Torix. And he was going to get eliminated eventually, but yet he had a dealership happening in that garage. He had like 10 cars in that garage. There's like crazy stuff happening over there. As you check out the rankings here for this match, and of course, as you already stated, Torix, 20 points total going away of DRS. And Valerians that, I gotta say, have been pretty consistent on the second half of today, so they could also be ranking up relatively high over on those leaderboards.
That is true. That is true. There's also the team 1-for-1 of X-Official managing to get those 9 elimination points. After that, it was a downfall for them because they got eliminated with just a single point of the positioning. A total of 10 points. There was the Team Star, 9 total points. Knockout Esports, 8. RRQ, 7. There's 5 for the FaZe. Exotic with the 4. 3 for the MTERSHOT. Road to Glory. Unbeatables gets 2 alongside of A1 Arrow. HORAA Esports only managing to get 1. Once again, Team HORAA Esports, the final match did not go good for these guys. Red Zones and HyperX Ruler manages to get 0 points, not managed to get even a single point to their name. And that is the end for the match number 6. Now, the remaining thing still ensues on how the players are actually gonna go forward from this point onward, because today, the day number 1, it is done and dusted. It's a half a journey done for the group A and the group B. They only have one more day to go and try to manage to secure the top 16 positions.
Yeah, we're not going to have a lot of time left for these guys to try and make a comeback in the playoffs and hopefully make their way into the finals. But I do know that we're going to be heading on over to some replays. Not sure if we're going to talk over the replays, but cue the replays and let's go. I do wonder, Torix, what percentage of those replays were happening in a garage? I think like 99% of it was happening in one of those garages. But there you have it. Those were the replays of our last game for day one of the playoffs of Group A versus Group B. And Torix, one word to kind of... well, I have two words to really describe all of today. And so first word is going to be underdogs, and second word is going to be Nepal. Or Nepal, however you want to pronounce it with the accent. But... It's been a weird one, you know. It's been some teams at the bottom that we would not expect to be at the bottom, and some teams at the top that I did not know of before going into today's broadcast, Torix. So I'm really wondering now, day 2, day 3 of the playoffs, how is that really going to wrap up?
I was not expecting, first of all, of any of this kind of an aggression. The DRS, HORAA Esports, I was definitely rooting for all of them for Miracle vibes. That yeah, they were gonna be like the contenders that will have the top positions at the end of the day, but no, apparently not. It is not that, as we will head over to the results to see what's going on the scenario of the complete overall ranking. First of all, we will go to the overall top players. It is that guy 3 after that, the 1v3. He comes out into the top, 12 elimination, 2,967 damage with 2 kill death ratio. Hacker with 11 elimination, 2,500 almost damage. It is a 1.83 of the kill death ratio. Then we have that guy 4, 12 elimination max. Once again, a same number of elimination on both of those guys. 2258 of the damage with 2 KD assist. Then we have Gyante, 11 elimination, and last but not the least, it is Alpha Boy with 11 eliminations as well.
It's just the damage that's going to be making a difference between those two guys. Get that guy 3 and that guy 4. Maybe renamed to that guy 1 and 2 in the future. We'll see. Well, I think that would definitely be deserved. But here we go. Looking at the overall rankings after our first day of play for the playoffs. It is going to be then DRS, the Nepali team with their 2 chicken dinners to claim the crown. Here as the first place team for now. We'll see if they can hold it until the very end after 3 days worth of play. And followed up very closely by FaZe Clan with 55 points, so just on the heels of DRS. And then Knockout Esports in 3rd position with 50 points, tied with Valerian. They are also just nearby them, but because of that chicken dinner secured by Knockout Esports, they are currently winning that tiebreaker, which means they would be in 3rd place right now. I'm not going to lie, with what we've seen, Torix, so far, this top 3, I am very, very happy with what we've seen from every single one of those teams. So far, heavily, heavily deserved.
That is true. That is true. Getting from 58 to 55 all the way up to 50. There is not a lot of margin of errors for any of the teams. For the first page at the very least, they will be going up and down match by match depending on how much they are gonna play and how much they're gonna do the damage or get those eliminations for themselves into the next matches. But yeah, it is half playoff done for the Group A and the Group B. So it is one day that is going to be Group B and C, and the next day it's going to be Group C and A. Once again, it's only one day left for all of the groups right now. Aside from the Group C, they'd still have 2 more days. But Max, for Miracle Vibes, do you really believe they can make a comeback tomorrow?
If they're going to play, man. I don't know if they're even going to play to begin with. I mean, they gave up on that last game. I don't know if they have some obligations elsewhere or if they were just like, yeah, we had enough of hot dropping versus 1-4-1. I don't know. But yeah, again, quick little recap for you guys. Today was Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we're going to be having Group B versus Group C. So just to go through the names really quickly to know if you might be interested to check tomorrow's broadcast, is going to be 4MV, Exotic Esports, FaZe Clan, HORAA Esports, REDSAINTS, Hyperruler, A1 Esports, MTERSHOT Esports. That's all the teams of Group B that we have seen play today. And then the new teams of Group C are going to be ASIA Esports, 7 Shore Esports, 4 Thrives Esports. Very excited for that. Team Chronicles, Cellcom Digi Alliance, Demon Esports, 7th Element, and Incredible. Before we wrap up here, Torix, any teams of Group C you're extremely hyped to see play tomorrow?
Oh my god, the Group C teams. This is one thing that you should not have asked me, because majority of the, I'd say majority of the Pakistani teams are actually playing over there.
It's true.
And I'm really excited to see them like actually play up against both the Group A and the Group B. So Group C overall, remember this guys, all the Pakistani teams, they are in a single pack in the Group C's. They will be going not only against each other, but the rest of the groups as well. So make sure you tune in for that. And yeah. Aside from that, there is only 2 more days left for all the action of the playoffs.
Exactly. Well, with that said, Torix, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast today. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the action, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for spending your day with us today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for Group B versus Group C here of the Stallion Series Playoffs Day 2, here brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. Of course, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already to get that notification when we do go live for the second day of action. See you guys there.